Chapter 1, Morning Surprise. The sunlight didn't stream into Alara's apartment. It poked through the cracks of her blinds like a persistent creditor, reminding her that she was already 15 minutes behind schedule. Alara Vance was not a morning person, especially not on a Tuesday, and especially not when her bank account balance was currently sitting at a number that looked more like a temperature than a livelihood. She groaned, throwing a pillow over her head to block out the world. Her apartment in the outer boroughs of the city was small. Charming, the landlord called it. A shoebox with a leak, Alara called it. She worked as a freelance graphic designer, a job that promised freedom but mostly delivered anxiety and a steady diet of instant noodles. She was about to drift back into a dream about winning the lottery when a sharp, authoritative knock echoed through the small space. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't the soft tap of her neighbor wanting to borrow milk. It was the kind of knock that demanded the door be opened by sheer force of will. Alara sat up, her messy chestnut hair standing at odd angles. She pulled on a faded, oversized sweatshirt and stumbled toward the door, squinting through the peephole. Her heart skipped a beat. Standing in the hallway was a man who looked like he had been copy-pasted from the front page of GQ. He was wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than her entire college tuition, leather gloves, and an expression of profound boredom. She unbolted the door, keeping the security chain on. "Can I help you? If you're selling solar panels, I don't have a roof. If you're the IRS, I already sent the check." The man didn't smile. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a heavy, cream-colored envelope sealed with dark red wax. "Ms. Alara Vance." "Depends on who's asking." "My employer," the man said, his voice as smooth as polished stone. He held the envelope through the gap in the door. "He requests your presence. Everything you need to know is inside." Alara took the envelope. It was thick, the paper high quality enough to feel like fabric. "Who is your employer?" "The signature is inside, Ms. Vance. A car will be waiting for you at the curb in exactly 1 hour. I suggest you dress for a day that begins in a boardroom and ends in a dream." Before she could ask another question, the man turned on his heel and marched down the hallway. Alara shut the door, her heart hammering against her ribs. She walked to her small kitchen table, cleared away a stack of sketchbooks, and stared at the wax seal. It was an abstract crest, a stylized T intertwined with a serpent. She broke the seal. Inside was a single card and a check. She looked at the check first. Her breath hitched. It was a retainer fee, $10,000, written to her. From an account titled Thorn International. "Thorn," she whispered. There was only one Thorn that mattered in this city. Julian Thorn, the ghost of Wall Street. A man who had turned a failing tech startup into a global empire by the age of 30. He was notoriously private, devastatingly handsome in the few paparazzi shots that existed, and rumored to be as cold as a mountain peak. She turned to the card. The handwriting was elegant, sharp, and commanding. "Ms. Vance, I have followed your work for some time. Your eye for detail is unique. I have a proposal that requires your specific sensibilities, one that cannot be discussed over a mundane email or a sterile office phone. I am offering you 24 hours of your life. In exchange, I will clear every debt you own and fund your studio for the next 5 years. The rules are simple. 1, you stay within my company for the full 24 hours. 2, you do not ask about the destination. 3, you say yes to every experience presented. The clock starts when you step into the car. J. T. Alara sank into her chair, the check fluttering to the table. It was insane. It was the plot of a bad thriller movie. It was probably a kidnapping attempt. But then she looked at the corner of her ceiling where the water damage was starting to mold. She looked at the past due notice on her internet bill. 24 hours, she muttered to her reflection in the toaster. I can do anything for 24 hours. She ran to her closet. Dress for a dream, the man had said. Alara didn't have many dream clothes. She settled on her one power outfit. A vintage black slip dress she'd found at a thrift store, paired with a sharp, tailored blazer she'd spent way too much on 3 years ago. It made her look like a woman who had a plan, even if her plan currently involved getting into a stranger's car for money. She applied a layer of dark red lipstick, grabbed her leather satchel, and checked her phone. 59 minutes. She took a deep breath, tucked the check into her bra for safekeeping, and headed downstairs. Waiting at the curb was a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The windows were tinted so darkly they looked like voids in the light. The man from her hallway stood by the rear door. As she approached, he didn't say a word. He simply opened the door. The interior smelled of expensive leather, cedar wood, and a hint of something metallic, like the air before a lightning strike. Alara stepped inside, the plush carpet sinking under her heels. The door closed with a soft, pressurized thud, sealing out the noise of the city. Sitting in the far corner of the wide bench seat was a man. He was silhouetted against the dim interior light, a tablet in his hand, the glow reflecting off a jawline that looked sharp enough to cut glass. He didn't look up immediately. He finished typing a sentence, his fingers moving with surgical precision. Then, he turned. Julian Thorne was more imposing in person than in the magazines. His eyes weren't the standard brown or blue. They were a piercing, stormy gray that seemed to take in every detail of her, from her messy bun to the slight tremor in her hands, in a single glance. "You're 3 minutes early, Ms. Vance," he said. His voice was a low baritone that vibrated in Alara's chest. "I like punctuality. It suggests a respect for the one thing I cannot buy, time." "And you're Mr. Thorne," Alara said, trying to keep her voice steady. "I like checks with 5 figures. They suggest a respect for the one thing I don't have, money." A ghost of a smile touched Julian's lips, not a kind smile, but a curious one. He set the tablet aside and leaned toward her, entering her personal space. The scent of him, expensive cologne and pure, unadulterated power, wrapped around her. "The check was just the handshake, Alara," he said, using her first name like he'd owned it for years. "The next 24 hours will be the contract. Are you ready to begin?" Alara looked out the window as the car pulled away from the curb, leaving her old life behind. "I'm here, aren't I?" "Good," Julian said, leaning back. "Then the first rule is now in effect. No more questions until we reach the first destination." The car glided into traffic, and Alara felt the strange, terrifying sensation of the floor dropping out from under her life. She was in the den of the lion, and the door was locked. Chapter 2: The Billionaire's World. The Rolls-Royce didn't just move. It glided, a silent predator cutting through the chaotic morning traffic of Manhattan. Inside the cabin, the silence was so thick Alara felt like she was underwater. Beside her, Julian Thorne remained a statue of curated indifference. He hadn't looked at her since his initial greeting, his attention seemingly fixed on a digital projection flickering from his tablet, but Alara could feel the heat radiating from him. It was the energy of someone used to occupying the center of every room, even when he wasn't speaking. She turned her gaze to the window, watching the city blur into a smudge of gray and steel. They were heading toward the financial district, the heart of the beast. You're staring, Julian said, his voice cutting through the silence without him even looking up. Alara didn't flinch. I'm observing. There's a difference. As an artist, I'm trained to look for the things people try to hide. And what am I trying to hide, Ms. Vance? He finally turned his head, his gray eyes locking onto hers. The intensity was staggering. It wasn't just a look, it was an interrogation. You hide behind the silence, she said, her voice bolder than she felt. The tinted windows, the private security, the cryptic invitations. You've built a fortress out of your life. I'm just wondering if it's to keep people out or to keep yourself in. For a moment, Julian said nothing. The corner of his mouth twitched, not a smile, but a sign that her shot had landed. A fortress is only a prison if the inhabitant wants to leave. I assure you, I am exactly where I want to be. The car slowed, turning into a private subterranean entrance beneath a building that seemed to pierce the very clouds. The spire. It was the crown jewel of Thorn International, a glass and titanium monolith that stood taller than its neighbors, shimmering with a dark, reflective coating that made it look like an obsidian needle. The car stopped in a gleaming, white-tiled garage filled with a fleet of vehicles that looked more like a museum collection than a parking lot. The man from the apartment, whom Julian called Marcus, opened the door. Alara stepped out, her heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. The air here was different, cooler, filtered, smelling of ozone and expensive scent. "Welcome to the hive, Ms. Vance," Julian said, stepping out after her. He didn't wait for her. He walked toward a set of private elevators with a stride that forced her to move quickly to keep up. As they entered the elevator, there were no buttons. Julian placed his palm against a glass panel. A soft blue light swept over his hand. Biometric scan confirmed, a feminine, synthesized voice whispered, "Level 100, private residence." The lift didn't feel like it was moving. There was no stomach-dropping lurch, only a digital display of numbers climbing rapidly. 1040, 7090. When the doors slid open, Alara's breath left her. She had expected luxury, but this was something else. This was a cathedral of modern power. The entire floor was an open-concept penthouse with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a 360-degree view of New York City. From this height, the bustling metropolis looked like a miniature model, a toy set for a giant. The floors were a dark, matte stone that felt warm to the touch. The furniture was minimalist, clean lines, Italian leather, and rare woods. But what caught Alara's eye were the walls. They weren't covered in the typical corporate art or bland landscapes. They were covered in original sketches, architectural blueprints, and what looked like centuries-old maps of undiscovered lands. "This is a lot," Alara whispered, walking toward the window. She felt tiny against the backdrop of the horizon. "It is a perspective," Julian corrected, walking over to a sleek black marble counter where a silver espresso machine sat. Most people spend their lives looking up. They see the underside of the world, the grime, the shadows, the limitations. From here, you see the patterns. You see how the pieces fit together. He poured a single shot of espresso and offered it to her. She took the small cup, her fingers brushing his. A jolt of static electricity snapped between them, sharp and sudden. Alara nearly dropped the cup. Julian's eyes darkened, his gaze dropping to her lips for a fraction of a second before returning to her eyes. "Careful, Ms. Vance. Everything in this building is high voltage." "I'll keep that in mind," she replied, her heart racing. She took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter, strong, and perfect. "So, is this why I'm here? To look at the patterns, to admire your view?" Julian leaned back against the counter, crossing his arms. The way his blazer pulled across his broad shoulders was a distraction Alara didn't need. I told you in the letter. I've followed your work. Your series on the invisible architecture of the city, the way you find beauty in the structural skeletons of buildings before the glass and steel hide them away. It's insightful. Alara was stunned. You actually looked at my portfolio. I thought you just hired someone to find a designer with a low enough bank balance to agree to a 24-hour mystery trip. I don't hire someone to do my thinking for me, Julian said coldly. I saw your work at the Whitney Gala 2 years ago. You were standing in the corner, looking at a Pollock like you wanted to set it on fire. Alara laughed, a genuine sound that seemed to startle him. It was a messy Pollock, overrated. Agreed, Julian said, and for the first time, there was a glimmer of something human in his expression. I brought you here because I am embarking on a project that requires a specific kind of vision, a vision that hasn't been corrupted by the industry. But before we discuss business, you need to understand the world you are designing for. He pushed off the counter and gestured to the vast space. This penthouse is more than a home. It is the nerve center of my operations. From this floor, I control 3 satellite networks, 2 shipping lanes, and a venture capital fund that dictates the future of renewable energy. To design for me, you have to understand the scale of my world. He began to walk, and Alara followed. He showed her his private library, rows upon rows of leather-bound books that looked like they belonged in the Vatican. He showed her the war room, a glass-walled office filled with monitors displaying real-time data from across the globe. But it was the silence that struck her most. Despite the immense power being wielded here, it was quiet. It was the silence of a man who didn't need to shout to be heard. As they reached the far end of the penthouse, they came to a door made of heavy, dark oak. Unlike the rest of the modern apartment, this door looked ancient. What's in there? Alara asked. Julian paused, his hand on the handle. This is the one room the public never sees. Not the journalists, not my board of directors, not even Marcus. And you're showing it to me. You are under contract, Ms. Vance. And as part of that contract, you are currently the most trusted person in my life. He opened the door. Alara expected a vault of gold or a room full of secrets. Instead, she found a studio. It was a cavernous space filled with light. But unlike her cramped, messy apartment, this was a sanctuary of creation. There were drafting tables, blocks of raw marble, piles of high-quality charcoal, and canvases the size of sails. You're a builder, Alara said, realizing the truth as she looked at a half-finished clay model of a city on a central table. I am an architect by trade, a businessman by necessity, Julian said, his voice dropping an octave. He walked over to the clay model, his long fingers hovering over the miniature streets. I build things that last, but lately, the spark has been missing, the why behind the what. He turned to her, the distance between them closing until she had to tilt her head back to look at him. That is why you are here, Alara. You are the spark. For the next 24 hours, I want to see the world through your eyes, and in return, I will give you everything you've ever wanted. Alara felt the weight of his gaze. It was a proposal that felt like a trap wrapped in the finest silk. The tension in the room was no longer just professional, it was primal. And if I don't like what I see? She asked, her voice a whisper. Julian stepped closer, his breath warm against her forehead. Then you'll be the first person in a long time to tell me no. And that, in itself, is worth every penny I'm paying you. He reached out, his hand hesitating before he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His touch was electric, sending a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "The tour is over," he said softly. "Now the rules begin." Ilara's pulse thrummed in her fingertips as she looked around the studio. She could see the conflict in the room, the rigid, mathematical perfection of the blueprints on the walls clashing with the raw, almost violent strokes of charcoal on the sketches. Julian Thorne was a man of logic, but this room proved he was also a man of deep, perhaps dangerous, passion. She walked toward a large canvas that was covered in a black cloth. "What's under here?" "Rule number 2, Ms. Vance," Julian reminded her, his voice trailing her like a shadow. "Do not ask about the destination. That applies to the physical and the metaphorical." Ilara turned, her back to the mysterious canvas. "You're a control freak. You know that, right?" "I prefer the term curator," he replied smoothly. "Control is a messy word. Curation is about selection. I select the people I spend time with. I select the environment I inhabit. And for today, I have selected you." He moved to a small console and tapped a button. A hidden panel in the wall slid open to reveal a row of outfits, all in Ilara's size, all in shades of charcoal, midnight blue, and deep emerald. "Change," he commanded, though it sounded more like an invitation. "The car is being readied. Our first stop requires something a bit more durable than thrift store chic." Ilara looked at the clothes, then back at him. She felt the urge to argue, to assert her independence, but she remembered the check. She remembered the leak in her ceiling. And more than that, she felt a burning curiosity to see where this rabbit hole led. "Fine," she said, reaching for a sleek, dark green jumpsuit that looked like it was made of liquid silk. "But I'm keeping my shoes." Julian glanced at her worn, paint-splattered leather boots. A hint of that rare, dangerous smile returned. "I wouldn't have it any other way. You have 10 minutes. I'll be waiting in the foyer." As he walked out, closing the heavy oak door behind him, Ilara sank against the drafting table. Her heart was beating a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She was in the inner sanctum of the most powerful man in the city, and she was starting to realize that the rules were just a game he played to see how far she would go. She stripped off her blazer, her eyes darting to the clay model of the city. It was beautiful, but it was cold. It lacked a heart. Was that why he had brought her here? To be the heart of his machine? She pulled on the green jumpsuit. It fit like a second skin, the fabric cool and expensive. When she looked in the mirror, she didn't see the struggling artist from that morning. She saw a woman who could stand next to a billionaire and not be eclipsed. She took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and headed for the door. The 24 hours had truly begun, and she had a feeling that by the end of it, neither of them would be the same. Chapter 3: The Rules of 24 Hours. The heavy oak door of the studio clicked shut behind Ilara, leaving her in a silence so profound it felt heavy. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling mirror, staring at the woman reflected back. The emerald silk of the jumpsuit draped over her curves like liquid, the color making her eyes pop and her skin glow. It was an outfit designed for a woman who commanded empires, not a girl who spent her weekends scrubbing oil paint out of her fingernails. She felt like a fraud. But as she adjusted the collar, she remembered the way Julian had looked at her, not as a project to be fixed, but as a puzzle to be solved. She opened the door and stepped back into the main gallery of the penthouse. Julian was standing by the window, his back to her. He had shed his blazer, and his white dress shirt was rolled up at the sleeves, revealing forearms that were corded with muscle and dusted with dark hair. He was looking out at the city, a phone pressed to his ear. Sell it, he said, his voice cold and final. If they can't meet the margin by noon, I want the entire position liquidated. I don't care who they are. Business isn't a charity. He ended the call and turned. When his eyes landed on Alara, he stopped mid-breath. For a heartbeat, the mask of the cold billionaire slipped, replaced by a raw, predatory appreciation. He let his gaze travel slowly from her boots to the neckline of the jumpsuit and finally to her eyes. "The color suits you," he said, his voice dropping an octave. "Better than I imagined." "Is this part of the curation?" Alara asked, crossing her arms. "Dressing me up like a doll to fit your aesthetic?" Julian walked toward her, his footsteps silent on the stone floor. He didn't stop until he was inches away. He was tall enough that she had to crane her neck to maintain eye contact. "I don't play with dolls, Alara. I invest in assets. And right now, you are the most valuable asset in my portfolio." He gestured toward the elevator. "Come." The next phase of the day requires us to be elsewhere. "Where?" "Rule number 2, he reminded her softly. "No questions about the destination." They entered the elevator, but this time it didn't go down. It went up. The digital display climbed past 100, past 105 until it hit the roof. When the doors opened, the roar of the wind hit them. The roof of the spire was a sprawling helipad. Waiting in the center was a matte black Airbus ACH-160. It looked less like a helicopter and more like a stealth bomber, sleek, dangerous, and impossibly expensive. The rotors were already spinning, creating a whirlwind that whipped Alara's hair across her face. Julian reached out, his hand sliding into hers. His grip was firm and warm, a sudden anchor in the chaos of the wind. He led her toward the aircraft. A flight technician in a dark jumpsuit bowed slightly as they approached, sliding the heavy door open. Inside, the cabin was a cocoon of luxury. There were 4 oversized leather captain's chairs, a small bar stocked with crystal decanters, and noise-canceling headsets waiting on the seats. Julian helped her in, his hand lingering on her waist just a second too long as he ensured she was buckled. As the helicopter lifted off, the stomach-flipping sensation of rising above the skyline made Alara gasp. She looked out the window as the penthouse disappeared below them. They were rising into the clouds, the city shrinking into a grid of light and shadow. Julian put on his headset and signaled for her to do the same. "Can you hear me?" His voice came through the speakers, clear and intimate, as if he were whispering directly into her ear. "Yes," she said, her own voice sounding strange and electronic in her ears. "Good. Now that we are in transit, we need to establish the parameters of this arrangement. The letter gave you the outline, but I require the details to be understood perfectly." He leaned back, watching her. 24 hours. During this time, you belong to the experience. You are not a freelancer, you are not a guest, and you are certainly not a spectator. You are a participant. "That sounds like a very polite way of saying you own me for the day," Alara countered. "Ownership is a legal term I prefer." "Exclusive access," Julian said. "Rule number 1, no outside world, your phone." He held out his hand. Alara hesitated. Her phone was her lifeline to her friends, to her clients, to the reality she had spent years building. Giving it up felt like surrendering the last piece of herself. $10,000 is already in your account, Alara, he said, his eyes boring into hers. "The rest of the debt clearing happens at the end of the 24 hours. Trust is a currency. This is your first payment." Slowly, she reached into her satchel, pulled out her cracked iPhone, and placed it in his palm. He didn't even look at it. He dropped it into a lead-lined box beneath his seat and snapped the lid shut. Rule number 2, absolute transparency, Julian continued. If I ask you a question, you answer it. No deflecting, no artistic metaphors, no lies. I want the truth, however ugly or inconvenient it may be. Does that go both ways? Alara asked. I am paying for your truth, Ms. Vance. Mine is much more expensive, but for today, I will grant you a limited license to inquire. Use it wisely. And rule number 3. Julian leaned forward, his face inches from hers. The roar of the helicopter was a distant hum compared to the sound of her own blood rushing in her ears. Rule number 3, the yes rule, he whispered. I will present you with choices. Some will be easy, some will be difficult, some will be uncomfortable. You will say yes to the experience. You will push your boundaries until you find where they break. Because only at the breaking point do we find out who someone truly is. Alara felt a shiver of both fear and exhilaration. And what if I don't want to find out who I am? What if I like the person I've spent 25 years becoming? Julian reached out, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. His skin was slightly rough, a tactile contrast to the silk she was wearing. The person you've been is a woman who struggles to pay rent for a dream she's too afraid to fully pursue. I'm offering you the chance to be the woman who doesn't have to dream anymore. She just has to do. He pulled his hand back, the absence of his touch feeling like a cold draft. Now, the first test. Below us is the Atlantic. In 10 minutes, we will land on a private vessel. You will have a choice. We can spend the afternoon in the cabin discussing the aesthetics of urban planning, or we can go into the water. Deep-sea diving. No cage, just the blue and what lives within it. Alara looked down. The ocean was a vast, dark expanse, intimidating and beautiful. She was terrified of the deep. The thought of the crushing weight of the water made her lungs feel tight. She looked at Julian. He was watching her, his expression unreadable, waiting for her to retreat. The water, she said, her voice steady. I choose the water. Julian's eyes flared with something that looked remarkably like respect. The water it is, rule number 3 in action. He tapped a button on the armrest. Marcus, change the heading. We're going to the Ethel Guard. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. The helicopter banked sharply to the east, and Alara felt the world tilt. She grabbed the armrests, her knuckles white. Julian didn't move. He sat perfectly still, a man who had mastered the art of existing in motion. As they flew, Alara watched him. There was a loneliness in him that all the money in the world couldn't fill. He spoke of assets and portfolios, but he looked at the horizon with a hunger that was almost painful to witness. She wondered what it was like to have everything and still feel the need to buy 24 hours of a stranger's time. Why me? She asked, her voice cracking the silence. You could have any designer in the world. You could have world-class architects, famous artists, people who would kill to be in this seat for free. Julian looked at her, and for a moment the billionaire mask was gone. He looked tired. Everyone you just described wants something from me. They want my backing, my name, my influence. They see me as a mountain to climb. You looked at my building and said it was a hive. You looked at my life and saw a fortress. You don't want to climb the mountain, Alara. You want to know why it's there. He leaned his head back against the leather. I don't need another person to agree with me. I need someone who still knows how to see, really see. The Ethel Guard appeared on the horizon, a superyacht so large it looked like a floating island. It was white and silver, cutting a wake through the dark blue water like a diamond through glass. Ilara realized then that this wasn't just a day of luxury. It was a dissection. Julian Thorne was going to peel back the layers of her life until there was nothing left but the raw nerves. And she, in turn, was going to see what lay at the heart of the ghost of Wall Street. The clock was ticking. 22 hours to go. Chapter 4. First Impressions. The descent toward the Ethelgard felt like falling into a different dimension. As the Airbus ACH-160 banked, the vast, churning Atlantic Ocean rose up to meet them, a world of deep indigo and white-capped waves. The yacht wasn't just a boat. It was a masterpiece of naval engineering, a 300-foot silhouette of gleaming white steel and glass that seemed to hold its own territory against the horizon. When the wheels touched down on the aft helipad, the vibrations ceased, replaced by the rhythmic, low-frequency thrum of the yacht's massive engines. The door slid open, and the sea air rushed in salty, cold, and sharp enough to sting. Julian unbuckled his harness with a practiced flick of his wrist. He stood, offering a hand to Ilara. This time, she didn't take it. She stood on her own, smoothing down the emerald silk of her jumpsuit, trying to reclaim some semblance of the power she had felt in the penthouse. "Impressive," she said, raising her voice over the dying whine of the rotors. "Do you have a submarine tucked away in the hull too, or perhaps a space shuttle?" Julian's eyes glinted. "The submarine is in the forward garage. The shuttle is still in development." He walked toward the edge of the helipad, where a crew member in a crisp white uniform waited. "Welcome back, Mr. Thorne. Everything is prepared in the dive center." "Thank you, Captain. Ms. Vance will need a thermal suit, size small." As they walked across the teak decking, Ilara found herself caught between two warring emotions: irritation at his absolute control and a burgeoning, terrifying attraction to his competence. Julian Thorne didn't just inhabit his world, he commanded every atom of it. The crew moved like shadows, anticipating his needs before he spoke. It was a level of wealth that felt less like money and more like gravity. They reached the dive center, a high-tech wet room that opened directly onto a hydraulic platform at the water's edge. Racks of carbon fiber tanks, high-end regulators, and sleek black wetsuits lined the walls. "You're quiet," Julian noted. He was already shedding his dress shirt, tossing it onto a bench without a second thought. Ilara tried and failed to look anywhere else. Beneath the expensive tailoring, Julian was built like an athlete. His shoulders were broad, his back etched with the lean muscle of someone who actually moved, rather than just sat behind a desk. A long, thin scar ran from his left shoulder, blade down toward his ribs, a jagged reminder that even billionaires weren't invincible. "I'm wondering if you ever do anything just for fun," she said, her voice a little tighter than she intended. "Or is everything a test or an investment?" Julian pulled a black neoprene vest over his torso, the zipper rasping in the quiet room. "Fun is a byproduct of achievement, Ilara. I find fun in pushing the limits of what is possible, don't you?" "I find fun in a cheap taco and a sketchbook on a Saturday afternoon," she shot back. "I find fun in things that don't require a security clearance to enjoy." Julian stepped into her space. The room was humid, the air smelling of rubber and salt. He leaned down, his face inches from hers. "You're lying. You didn't come here for the money alone. You came because you were bored. You were starving for something real, something that challenged that invisible architecture you're so fond of. You wanted to see if the world actually had any edges left." Ilara's breath hitched. "You don't know me." "I know your eyes. They've been wide open since you stepped into that car. You're terrified, but you're also electrified." He reached out, his fingers grazing the silk over her shoulder. Go, change. The water is waiting, and it doesn't care about your sketches or my bank account. It only cares if you can breathe. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. Ilara retreated to the changing area, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm. She stripped out of the emerald jumpsuit, the costume of the billionaire's world, and pulled on the thick, black thermal wetsuit. It was a struggle. The neoprene was stubborn, clinging to her skin like a second, suffocating layer. When she finally emerged, she felt exposed in a way that was different from being naked. The suit highlighted every curve, every vulnerability. Julian was waiting on the platform, already geared up. He looked like a dark god of the deep, his mask pushed up onto his forehead. He held out a set of fins and a mask for her. "The rules of the dive are simple," he said, his professional tone returning. "We stay together. You watch my signals. We are going down 30 feet, not deep enough to risk the bends, but deep enough to lose the surface light. If you panic, you look at me. Only at me, understood?" "I don't panic," Ilara lied. "We'll see." They sat on the edge of the platform. The Atlantic surged beneath them, a restless, churning mass of dark blue. "On 3, Julian said. 1, 2, 3. They rolled backward into the water. The shock was immediate. Even with the thermal suit, the cold was a physical blow, a sudden crushing weight that forced the air out of Ilara's lungs. She surfaced, gasping, her vision blurred by the salt spray. "Breathe," Julian's voice came from right beside her. He was effortlessly treading water, his hand reaching out to steady her. In through the regulator. Slow, controlled. Ilara bit down on the rubber mouthpiece. The air tasted of dry metal. She forced herself to submerge her face. At first, there was only blue, a vast, endless void that seemed to stretch into eternity. But as they descended, following the line of the yacht's hull, the world transformed. The sun rays pierced the surface in shimmering cathedral columns of light. Schools of silver fish darted past like living mercury. Julian was a few feet away, moving with a fluid grace that made him look like he belonged in the water. He turned to her, making the OK sign with his hand. Ilara nodded. For the first time since the morning, the noise in her head, the debt, the fear, the irritation, went silent. There was only the sound of her own breathing, hiss. Bubble, hiss, bubble. She watched Julian. He wasn't looking at the fish or the light. He was looking at her. Even through the distorted glass of the masks, the intensity of his gaze was palpable. He swam closer, taking her hand. It wasn't a romantic gesture, it was a grounding one. In the weightless environment of the ocean, his grip was the only thing that felt solid. He led her deeper, toward a reef that clung to a submerged rock formation. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. He pointed toward a crevice where a large octopus was blending into the stone, its skin shifting colors in a hypnotic dance. Ilara reached out, her fingers hovering just inches from the creature. In that moment, her irritation with Julian Thorne flickered and died, replaced by a profound, shimmering realization. He wasn't just showing her his wealth. He was showing her his soul, the part of him that craved the silence and the depth, the part that couldn't breathe in the thin air of the real world. When they finally surfaced 20 minutes later, the sun was beginning to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and gold. They climbed back onto the platform, stripping off their masks. Ilara was shivering, her teeth chattering, but her eyes were bright. "You did well," Julian said. He grabbed a thick, white towel and draped it over her shoulders, his hands lingering on her arms to rub warmth back into them. "It was. I don't have a word for it," Ilara admitted, looking up at him. Water was dripping from his hair, running down the bridge of his nose. Good, Julian whispered. Words are usually just a way to avoid feeling. He didn't pull away. He stayed there, his hands on her shoulders, the space between them charged with the kind of tension that usually precedes a storm. Rule number 4, Alara, he said softly, his voice barely audible over the sound of the waves hitting the hull. I thought there were only 3, she whispered. I just added 1. Rule number 4, don't look at me like that unless you mean it. I mean what? Whatever it is that's making your heart beat, so fast I can see it in your throat. Alara pulled back, her face flushing. It's the cold. My body is in shock. Is it? Julian's eyes were like flint. We'll see how shocked you are at dinner. He turned and walked toward the showers, leaving her alone on the deck. Alara wrapped the towel tighter around herself, watching the dark water. The sparks were no longer just flying, they were starting a fire. And she wasn't sure if she wanted to put it out or let it burn the whole boat down. Chapter 5, Luxury Car Ride. The transition from the salt-sprayed deck of the Ethelgard back to the structured reality of the land felt like waking from a fever dream. After the dive, they had been whisked back to the city, not by helicopter this time, but by a high-speed sleek tender that cut through the harbor like a blade. They arrived at a private, discreet pier on the edge of the West Village. The sun was hanging low, casting long, honey-colored shadows across the cobblestones. Waiting at the end of the pier was not the heavy, armored Rolls-Royce from the morning, but something entirely different. It was a 1963 Jaguar E-Type, restored to a state of such perfection it looked like a jewel. Its coat was a deep, shimmering midnight blue, its chrome accents catching the dying light. Julian stood by the driver's side, his hand resting on the roof. He had changed into a dark navy sweater and tailored trousers, casual by his standards, but still radiating a sense of untouchable wealth. You're driving? Alara asked, pausing at the edge of the pier. Marcus is handling some logistics, Julian said, though Alara suspected he simply wanted to be the one in control of the machine. And rule number 3 is still in effect, Alara. I'm offering you a tour. You have to say yes. I don't think I've ever said no to a vintage Jag, she admitted, walking toward the passenger side. The car was small, intimate. When she slid into the leather seat, she realized just how close they would be. In the Rolls, there was a literal and figurative distance. Here, in the low-slung cockpit of the Jaguar, their shoulders were barely inches apart. The scent of aged leather and gasoline mixed with Julian's lingering cologne, a heady, dangerous cocktail. Julian slid into the driver's seat. He didn't start the engine immediately. He sat for a moment, his hands gripping the wooden steering wheel. This was the first thing I bought with my own money, he said quietly. Not the company's money, not my inheritance. My first real commission as a junior architect. You kept it all this time. I don't believe in discarding things that have a soul, Ms. Vance. He turned the key. The engine roared to life with a throaty, rhythmic growl that vibrated through the floorboards and up into Alara's spine. He shifted into gear, and they pulled away from the pier, gliding into the winding streets of the village. Most people see New York as a collection of landmarks, Julian said, his eyes fixed on the road, though he seemed to be navigating by instinct. They see the Empire State, the statue, the Brooklyn Bridge. But those are just the ornaments. The real city is in the marrow. He took a sharp turn, the car hugging the corner with predatory grace. Look at that! He pointed to a crumbling brick facade of an old warehouse, now half covered in ivy. The way the light hits those industrial casement windows, that's the invisible architecture you wrote about. The stuff that's left behind when the money moves uptown. Alara looked. She hadn't expected him to remember the specifics of her thesis. "It's beautiful because it's honest," she said. "It wasn't built to be a statement. It was built to work. There's a dignity in that." "Dignity is a luxury most people can't afford," Julian countered, though his tone wasn't mocking. It was contemplative. "But you're right, it's honest, and honesty is rare in my world." He reached for the gear shift. As he moved his hand, his knuckles brushed against Alara's thigh. It was a brief, accidental contact, but the air in the car suddenly felt twice as thick. Alara didn't pull away, and Julian didn't apologize. He simply completed the shift, his hand lingering near her knee for a heartbeat longer than necessary. "Where are we going?" she asked, her voice slightly breathless. "A private tour of the layers," he said. "I want to show you the city I see, not the one I own, but the one I study." They drove through the meatpacking district, past the high-end boutiques and the shimmering glass of the High Line. Julian pointed out the hidden joints of the city, the places where the old subway tracks met the new steel, the way the light reflected off the river at a specific angle to illuminate the shadows of the piers. As the sky turned from orange to a deep, bruised violet, the flirtation began to escalate, not in words, but in the spaces between them. "You're very quiet, Alara," Julian said, glancing at her. The streetlights were beginning to flicker on, casting a rhythmic strobe of light and shadow across his face. "I'm trying to figure out which version of you is real," she said. "The one who buys people's time like it's a commodity, or the one who drives a 60-year-old car and talks about the marrow of the city. Can I be both?" People who are both are usually hiding a third version that's much more complicated. Julian slowed the car as they reached a red light. He turned his body toward her, resting his arm on the back of her seat. His fingers were inches from the nape of her neck. "And what about you?" he asked, his voice a low, magnetic hum. "Is the struggling artist who takes checks from strangers the real Alara? Or is there a woman under that emerald silk who is just as calculating as I am?" "I'm not calculating," she snapped, though it felt weak. "No," he leaned in closer. The heat from his body was a physical force. "You knew exactly what you were doing when you picked that jumpsuit. You knew how the color would look in the light of my penthouse. You knew how it would move when you walked. You're an artist, Alara. You understand the power of an image. You've been seducing me since the moment you stepped into that car this morning." Alara's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. "I think you have a very high opinion of your own importance if you think everything I do is for your benefit." "I don't think it's for my benefit," he whispered, his gaze dropping to her mouth. "I think it's for yours. You want to see if you can break me. You want to see if the ghost of Wall Street has a pulse." The light turned green. A car honked behind them, breaking the spell. Julian turned back to the road and accelerated, the engine's roar masking the sound of Alara's jagged breathing. "The final stop on the tour," Julian said, his voice regaining its cool, professional edge, though his grip on the steering wheel was tighter than before. He pulled the car onto a quiet, dead-end street that overlooked the East River. It was a place where the city noise faded into a distant hum. He killed the engine. The silence that followed was deafening. "Why here?" Alara asked. "Because from here, you can see the skeleton of the bridge without the glare of the traffic," Julian said. He reached out, and this time the touch wasn't accidental. He ran a finger down the side of her arm from her shoulder to her wrist. "And because here, there are no cameras, no Marcus, no rules, just the clock." He checked his watch. 18 hours left, Alara. How do you want to spend the next one?" Alara looked at him, really looked at him. the power, the loneliness, the arrogance, and the strange, hidden vulnerability she had glimpsed under the water. "I want to know why you're really doing this," she said. "The yes rule the money. It's a lot of effort for a vision for a project. You're looking for something, Julian. What is it?" Julian leaned back, his eyes searching the dark skyline. For a long time, he said nothing. "I'm looking for a reason to keep building," he finally admitted. "Everything I've made. It's cold. It's perfect, but it's dead. I thought if I brought someone into my world who still knew how to feel something, even if it was just irritation or fear, maybe I could remember how to do it too." He turned back to her, his expression raw. "You're the first thing I've seen in years that I didn't want to buy, Alara. I just wanted to see it." Alara felt a lump form in her throat. The billionaire was gone. In his place was a man who was just as lost as she was, despite his billions. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly, and placed it over his on the steering wheel. "You didn't have to pay me for that, Julian." "I know," he whispered. He leaned in, and for a second, Alara thought he was going to kiss her. The tension was a living thing, a wire pulled so tight it was screaming. But just as his lips were inches from hers, his phone buzzed in the lead-lined box. The moment shattered. Julian pulled back, the mask sliding back into place with terrifying speed. He cleared his throat and restarted the engine. "Dinner is at 8, he said, his voice once again the voice of the ghost of Wall Street. "And we have a guest. I suggest you prepare yourself. The marrow of the city can be a dangerous place after dark." As they drove away from the river, Alara watched the bridge disappear in the rearview mirror. She had come looking for a way to pay her rent, but she was starting to realize that by the time the 24 hours were up, she might have lost something far more valuable than money. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. The drive back toward the center of the city was a blur of neon and shadow. Alara sat in the passenger seat, her mind racing. Every time Julian shifted gears, every time his arm brushed hers, she felt a jolt of electricity. It wasn't just physical, it was the weight of what he had just admitted. He was building dead things. She looked at her hands. They were stained with a tiny bit of blue paint she hadn't managed to scrub off before the car arrived that morning. A small, vibrant reminder of her world, the messy, beautiful, chaotic world that Julian Thorne was trying to buy a piece of. She wondered if she was being colonized. If this 24-hour challenge was just a more sophisticated way of him absorbing her light into his darkness. But then she looked at his profile, the sharp line of his jaw, the way he navigated the city like he was part of its machinery, and she knew it wasn't that simple. He wasn't trying to take her light. He was trying to find his own. As they pulled up to a discreet, unmarked door in a narrow alleyway, the entrance to the most exclusive private club in the city, Julian handed the keys to a valet who appeared out of the shadows. He walked around to Alara's side and opened the door. "Rule number 1 is still in effect," he reminded her as she stepped out. "No outside world. Whatever happens inside stays inside." "I'm starting to think rule number 1 is just your way of making sure nobody sees you being human," she countered. Julian leaned down, whispering in her ear as he guided her toward the door. "Being human is a luxury, Alara. Tonight, we're going to see if you can afford it." Chapter 6: Unexpected Vulnerability. The door Julian led her through didn't look like the entrance to one of the most exclusive clubs in Manhattan. It was a heavy, unmarked slab of industrial steel in a graffiti-tagged alleyway in Tribeca. But when Julian placed his hand against the scanner and the door hissed open, the world shifted again. The interior was a cathedral of shadow and gold, the obsidian room. It was a place where the air felt thicker, scented with the musk of expensive tobacco, aged peat, and the heavy perfume of people who never had to check a price tag. There was no music, only the low, melodic hum of a dozen private conversations and the rhythmic clink of crystal against marble. "Stay close," Julian murmured, his hand finding the small of her back. His touch was no longer provocative, it was protective. They were led to a table in the far corner, recessed into a velvet-lined alcove that offered a view of the entire room while keeping them in the dark. As Alara sat, she felt the weight of a dozen gazes. In this room, Julian Thorne was a sun, and everyone else was a planet hoping for a bit of his heat. "Who are they?" Alara whispered, nodding toward the room. "The architects of your reality," Julian said, his eyes scanning the crowd with clinical detachment. "The man at the bar owns the data cables under the Atlantic. The woman in the red dress decides which political candidates get airtime. They are the invisible architecture of power." "And what are we doing here?" "We are here because even I have to pay my tithes to the past," Julian said. His voice had a new edge to it, something that sounded like steel. Before Alara could ask what he meant, a man approached the table. He was older, perhaps in his late 60s, with hair the color of industrial silver and a suit that made Julian's look like a bargain. He walked with a cane topped with a gold wolf's head, and his eyes were as cold as a frozen lake. "Julian," the man said. The name wasn't a greeting, it was a summons. Julian stood. The movement was rigid, devoid of his usual fluid grace. "Arthur. I heard you were back in the city. I didn't expect to find you in the gutter of Tribeca," the man said, his gaze sliding over to Alara. He looked at her not as a person, but as a smudge on a window. "And who is this? Another one of your artistic distractions." Alara felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. She started to stand, but Julian's hand clamped onto her shoulder, holding her down. It wasn't an aggressive move, but a silent command to stay out of the line of fire. "This is Alara Vance," Julian said, his voice dropping into a dangerous, low register. "She is the lead consultant on the New Horizon project, and she is not a distraction, Arthur. She is a necessity." Arthur Sterling, the man who had mentored Julian before trying to dismantle his company 3 years ago, let out a dry, rattling laugh. "A necessity. You always did have a flair for the dramatic, Julian. It's why your father never trusted you with the keys to the kingdom. You're too focused on the vision and not enough on the throat-cutting." Alara watched Julian's jaw tighten. A small muscle flickered in his cheek. This was the ghost of Wall Street, the man who had stared down sharks and come out on top, and yet in front of this old man he looked. Small, not physically but spiritually. It was as if Arthur held the leash to Julian's past. "The kingdom is mine now, Arthur," Julian said. "I didn't need the keys. I broke down the door." "And yet you're still playing games with painters and dreamers," Arthur sneered, leaning heavily on his cane. He leaned in closer to the table, his voice a poisonous whisper. "Don't forget who built you, boy, and don't forget how easily you can be unbuilt. That project of yours, the one with the heart. I have 3 board members ready to pull the plug the moment you stumble." Arthur turned his gaze back to Alara, a cruel smile touching his lips. "Enjoy the dinner, Ms. Vance. I'd eat quickly if I were you. Julian's necessities tend to have a very short shelf life." With a sharp tap of his cane, Arthur turned and walked away. The silence that followed was suffocating. Julian didn't sit back down immediately. He stood there, staring at the space Arthur had occupied, his hands balled into fists at his sides. Alara reached out, her fingers brushing the sleeve of his sweater. Julian. He flinched as if she'd burned him. He sat down, but he didn't look at her. He signaled the waiter, and a bottle of dark, amber liquid appeared at the table seconds later. He poured himself a glass and downed it in one go. "He's a ghost," Alara said softly. "Like you, only he's the kind that haunts and you're the kind that hides." Julian looked at her then. The mask was gone. The billionaire was gone. In his eyes was a raw, jagged vulnerability that made Alara's heart ache. He looked like a man who had spent his whole life building a fortress, only to realize the enemy was already inside. "He was my father's partner," Julian said, his voice sounding hollow. "When my father died, Arthur didn't just take the company. He tried to take the memory of him. He told me I was a mistake. A creative in a family of killers." He poured another drink, his hand trembling, just a fraction, but enough for Alara to see. "I spent 10 years proving him wrong," Julian continued. "I built Thorn International into something he could never touch. I became the killer he said I wasn't, but every time I see him, I'm 16 again, standing in my father's funeral, being told I'm not enough." Alara felt a lump in her throat. She had spent the day resenting his power, his money, and his control. She had seen him as a titan who had everything, but looking at him now, she realized he had nothing. He had a kingdom, but he was living in the ruins of his own childhood. "You are enough," she said, her voice firm. Julian let out a bitter laugh. "You're under contract, Alara. You have to say things like that." "The contract says I have to say yes to experiences," she countered, leaning across the table. She took the glass out of his hand and set it down. "It doesn't say I have to lie. I've seen your world today, Julian. I've seen the way you look at the city, the way you moved in the water, the way you restored that car. You aren't a killer. You're a builder who's been forced to wear armor for so long you've forgotten your own skin." She reached out and took his hand. His skin was cold, but as her fingers laced through his, she felt the heat begin to return. "Arthur Sterling is a man who loves shadows," she said. "But you're the one who knows how to use the light. Don't let him take that from you." Julian stared at their joined hands. The tension in his shoulders slowly began to dissipate. He looked up at her, and for the first time, there was no game. There was no test. There was only a man looking at a woman who had seen the one thing he had tried to hide from the world. "Why are you being kind to me?" he asked. "I'm a man who bought 24 hours of your life. I'm a man who's been manipulating you since 8 this morning." "Because," Alara whispered, "I think you're the first person who's actually seen me in years, too, even if you had to pay for the privilege." The air between them changed. The obsidian room faded away, the power, the money, the ghosts of the past. There was only the two of them in the dim light of the alcove. Julian leaned in, his face inches from hers. The vulnerability was still there, but it was being replaced by something else, a hunger that wasn't about power or control. It was about connection. "Alara," he breathed. "The clock is still ticking, Julian," she whispered. "But for right now, forget the rules." He reached out, his hand cupping her cheek. His thumb traced the line of her lower lip, and Alara felt a shiver of pure, unadulterated desire. She didn't pull away. She leaned into him, her eyes closing. But just as the space between them vanished, the waiter returned with their first course. "Your truffle tartare, Mr. Thorne." The moment broke, but the connection didn't. Julian pulled back, but he didn't let go of her hand. He kept it held firmly under the table, his thumb stroking her knuckles as they began their dinner. The billionaire had been vulnerable, and in that vulnerability, Alara had found the one thing she hadn't expected to find in this 24-hour challenge. She had found a reason to stay. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. The dinner proceeded in a haze of sensory overload. The food was exquisite, flavors Alara couldn't name, textures that melted on the tongue, but she barely tasted any of it. Her entire universe had shrunk to the size of Julian's hand holding hers beneath the linen tablecloth. She watched him navigate the rest of the meal. He was back in control, his voice steady as he discussed the nuances of the architecture project with her, but the coldness was gone. There was a warmth in his eyes when he looked at her, a silent acknowledgement of the secret they now shared. As they finished their meal, the room began to empty. The power players moved on to their next destinations, private parties, late-night board meetings, or gilded beds, but Julian seemed in no hurry to leave. He was content to sit in the shadow of the alcove, watching Alara. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, swirling the last of his wine. "I'm thinking about the rules," she said. "We have 15 hours left. What happens when the sun comes up, Julian? Do I just go back to my shoe box with a leak and wait for the check to clear?" Julian's expression darkened. "The check is already cleared, Alara, but the 24 hours, they weren't just a transaction. I told you I was looking for a reason to keep building." He leaned closer, his voice a low vibration. "I think I found it, but building something real takes more than a day. It takes a foundation." "Is that another metaphor, or are you asking me something?" "I'm telling you that the yes rule is about to get much more complicated," he said. He stood up, pulling her with him. "Come, I want to show you one more thing before the night truly begins." As they walked out of the obsidian room, Alara felt the eyes of the remaining guests on them. But for the first time that day, she didn't feel like an outsider. She felt like the only person in the room who truly knew the man at her side. The night was far from over, and the rising temptation was only just beginning. Chapter 7: A Private Dinner. The air outside the obsidian room was a shock to the system, cold, damp, and smelling of the river and the oncoming night. The valet had the 1963 Jaguar idling at the curb, its headlights cutting 2 paths of amber through the lingering mist of the alleyway. Julian didn't speak as he helped Alara into the car. His movements were clipped, precise, but there was a tension in his fingers that hadn't been there before the encounter with Arthur Sterling. He got into the driver's seat, and for a long moment he just gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white against the dark wood. "We didn't finish our dinner," Alara said softly, her voice small in the cramped, leather-scented cabin. "That wasn't a dinner," Julian replied, his voice a low growl. "That was a performance. Arthur Sterling doesn't eat, he feeds, and I refuse to be on the menu tonight." He shifted the car into gear and accelerated, the tires chirping against the wet cobblestones. They didn't head back toward the spire. Instead, they moved north, weaving through the lights of Chelsea and toward the more secluded industrial stretches of the Hudson. "Where are we going?" "Rule number 2, Alara," he reminded her, but his tone lacked its usual bite. It sounded almost weary. "But if you must know, I have a place where the ghost doesn't have to haunt anyone." They pulled up to a renovated warehouse that looked like a fortress of glass and rusted steel. A private gate slid open silently, and Julian parked the car in a small, heated garage that looked more like a gallery than a parking space. He led her to an elevator, old, industrial, with a manual gate. As they ascended, the metal cables groaned, a visceral sound that made the world of the 100th floor penthouse feel a million miles away. When the doors opened, Alara found herself in a space that was the polar opposite of Julian's corporate life. It was a sprawling loft with exposed brick, massive timber beams, and a floor made of reclaimed barn wood. There were no sleek marble surfaces or digital assistants here. Instead, there were stacks of vinyl records, a grand piano that looked like it had seen decades of use, and a small, professional-grade kitchen that smelled of garlic, herbs, and something savory. "You have a chef here?" she asked, looking at the steaming pots on the stove. "I am the chef," Julian said, shedding his navy sweater to reveal a simple gray t-shirt underneath. The casualness of the garment made him look younger, more approachable, and distractingly more muscular. "I find the chemistry of cooking more predictable than the chemistry of the stock market. Usually." He gestured to a small, circular wooden table set by a window that looked out over the dark, churning water of the Hudson. There was a single candle burning in the center, its flame flickering in the draft. "Sit," he commanded gently. The tartare at the club was pretentious. This is actually food. For the next hour, the billionaire disappeared. In his place was a man who moved through the kitchen with a quiet, focused intensity. He served her a simple but perfect pasta, tagliatelle with wild mushrooms and white truffle oil, paired with a red wine so dark it looked like blood in the candlelight. As they ate, the silence between them changed. It was no longer the silence of two strangers observing the rules of a contract. It was the silence of two people who had seen each other's shadows and decided not to run. "Why do you keep this place a secret?" Alara asked, swirling the wine in her glass. "Because in the spire, I am Julian Thorne, the CEO. In the obsidian room, I am Julian Thorne, the successor. Here," he paused, looking out at the river. "Here, I am just a man who likes the sound of a piano and the taste of a good vintage. If they knew about this place, they would try to buy it. They would try to turn it into a brand. And some things lose their value the moment you put a price tag on them." Alara looked at him, the candlelight casting dancing shadows across the sharp planes of his face. Like 24 hours of someone's life. Julian's eyes snapped to hers. The air in the room suddenly felt electric. He set his fork down and leaned across the small table. "I didn't buy your life, Alara. I bought your attention. Because I knew it was the only thing you wouldn't give me for free." "You don't know that," she whispered. "Don't I?" He stood up and walked around the table. He didn't stop until he was standing directly behind her. She could feel the heat radiating from his body, the scent of him, now a mix of wood smoke and expensive wine, wrapping around her. He reached down, his hand hovering just above her shoulder. For a second, Alara forgot how to breathe. Then his fingers made contact. It wasn't a tentative touch. His hand was heavy, warm, and sure. He let his thumb stroke the sensitive skin at the nape of her neck, right where her hair met the emerald silk of her jumpsuit. A jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity shot down Alara's spine, making her toes curl against the wooden floor. "Rule number 4, Alara," he whispered, his breath hot against her ear. "I told you not to look at me like that unless you meant it." I don't know what I mean," she confessed, her voice trembling. He leaned down, his lips almost touching the shell of her ear. "You mean that you're tired of the invisible architecture. You mean that for the first time in your life, you've met someone who can actually see you. And you mean that you're terrified of what happens when the clock hits 0. He moved his hand from her neck to her jaw, tilting her head back so she had to look at him. From this angle, he looked like a god, powerful, beautiful, and utterly dangerous. "Is that part of the contract, Julian?" she asked, her eyes searching his. The seduction, the mind-reading. The contract ended the moment we stepped into this loft, he said, his voice dropping to a low, gravelly vibration. This isn't about the money anymore, and it isn't about the rules. He reached for her hand, pulling her up from the chair. He didn't let go. He laced his fingers through hers, the contrast between her slender, paint-stained fingers and his large, powerful hand a visual representation of the worlds colliding. He led her toward the center of the room where the grand piano stood. The city lights reflected off the black lacquer like stars in a dark pool. "Play something," she said, wanting to break the tension before it consumed her. "I only play when I'm alone," he said. "Then pretend I'm not here. Pretend I'm just another shadow in your warehouse." Julian looked at her for a long beat, his eyes dark with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Then he sat at the bench and pulled her down beside him. The space was small, forcing their thighs to press together. The silk of her jumpsuit slid against the denim of his jeans, a tactile friction that made Alara's heart race. He began to play. It wasn't a classical piece. It was something raw, melancholic, and deeply personal. The notes echoed through the vast, empty loft, filling the spaces between the bricks with a longing that Alara felt in the very marrow of her bones. As he played, Alara watched his hands. They were the hands of a creator, strong, precise, but capable of such delicate movements. She found herself imagining those hands on her skin, tracing the lines of her body the way they traced the keys of the piano. The music reached a crescendo and then faded into a single, lingering chord. Julian didn't move. He kept his hands on the keys, his head bowed. "That was beautiful," Alara whispered. Julian turned to her. The mask was completely gone now. In its place was a raw, naked desire that made the air in the room feel like it was on fire. "It wasn't beautiful," he said. "It was honest." He reached out, his hand cupping the back of her head, his fingers tangling in her chestnut hair. He pulled her toward him slowly, giving her every chance to say no, every chance to remember the check, the contract, and the world outside. But Alara didn't want the world outside. She wanted the man in the warehouse. When his lips finally met hers, it wasn't a first touch. It was a collision. It was the taste of wine and secrets and 24 hours of building tension finally snapping. Alara moaned into his mouth, her hands finding his chest, gripping the gray fabric of his shirt as if it were the only thing keeping her from floating away. Julian's kiss was like his world, commanding, overwhelming, and utterly addictive. The clock was still ticking in the back of her mind, but as Julian pulled her closer, his tongue tracing the line of her lip, Alara realized that the 24-hour challenge had just become the most dangerous game she had ever played. Because in this game, the winner didn't get a check. They got a heart. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. The kiss deepened, the world around them blurring into a haze of sensation. Alara felt Julian's hands slide down her back, the heat of his palms seeping through the silk. Every place he touched felt like it was being marked, claimed by a man who was used to owning everything he looked at. But she wasn't an asset. She wasn't a building. And as she kissed him back, she poured all of her own fire, her own defiance, and her own longing into him. She wanted him to know that he couldn't just buy this. He had to earn it. Julian broke the kiss, his forehead resting against hers, both of them breathing as if they'd just run a marathon. His eyes were blown wide, the gray iris almost entirely consumed by black. "Alara," he gasped, her name sounding like a prayer and a threat all at once. "I know," she whispered. "I know." The silence of the warehouse was heavy now, charged with the weight of what had just happened. The first touch had led to the first kiss, and the chemistry that had been simmering since 8:00 a.m. was now a boiling cauldron. Julian pulled back slightly, his thumb tracing her swollen lower lip. "We should stop." "Is that a rule?" she asked, her voice regained some of its playful edge. "It's a warning," he said, "because if we don't stop now, the next 18 hours are going to change your life in ways a check can't fix." Ilara looked at him, at the ghost who was finally coming into the light. "I think my life was already changed the moment you knocked on my door, Julian. And I've never been very good at following warnings." Julian's grip on her waist tightened. A slow, predatory smile, the first real, genuine smile she had seen on him, spread across his face. "Good," he said, "because the next stop on our tour isn't for the faint of heart." Chapter 8, Playful Banter. The echoes of the piano chord seemed to vibrate in the floorboards long after Julian's hands had left the keys. The air in the loft was heavy, charged with the kind of electricity that precedes a massive summer storm. Ilara's lips still tingled from the pressure of his, and her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs. Julian stayed close, too close for her to think clearly. His scent, a sophisticated mix of expensive tobacco, aged paper, and the cold salt of the Atlantic, was a drug she hadn't known she was addicted to until this very moment. "You're remarkably quiet for someone who had so much to say about my fortress earlier," Julian said. His voice was back to its low, smooth baritone, but there was a new vibration in it, a huskiness that hadn't been there at 8:00 a.m. Ilara forced herself to stand, putting a few feet of wooden floor between them. She needed to breathe. She needed to remember that this man had essentially rented her for the day. "I'm processing," she said, smoothing the emerald silk of her jumpsuit. "It's a lot to take in. The billionaire who plays melancholy piano in a secret warehouse. It's a bit cliché, don't you think?" Julian raised an eyebrow, a slow, dangerous smile spreading across his face. He stood up from the piano bench, his movements as fluid as a predatory cat. "Cliché? I was going for enigmatic." "Enigmatic is just a word people use for too expensive to talk to," Ilara shot back, her confidence returning as the banter took hold. It was a defense mechanism, a way to shield herself from the raw vulnerability they had just shared. "Besides, you're missing the brooding scowl. You're far too well-groomed to be a truly tortured artist." Julian laughed, a real, deep sound that made the hair on Ilara's arms stand up. "Well-groomed? I'll have you know I haven't checked a mirror since we left the yacht." "And yet, not a hair out of place," she noted, gesturing to his perfectly coiffed dark hair. "It's suspicious. Do you have a team of stylists following us in a second, invisible helicopter?" "Only on Tuesdays," he quipped. He walked toward the kitchen island, leaning his hips against the marble. He looked at ease, but his eyes never left her. "So, Ms. Vance, now that you've dissected my decor and my musical taste, what's the verdict? Am I just another cold, perfect, but dead building in your architectural study?" Ilara walked toward him, her heels clicking a steady rhythm. She stopped just outside his personal space. "Not dead, maybe just under construction. I haven't decided if the foundation is solid enough for a permanent structure." Julian's gaze darkened, the playfulness shifting into something more intense. "The foundation is the strongest part of any Thorn building. It's the inhabitants that usually cause the trouble." "Is that so? And who inhabits this space, Julian? Besides the ghosts of your father's partners and the records you play when you're lonely." He reached out, snagging a grape from a bowl on the counter and tossing it into the air, catching it effortlessly. The casual display of coordination was infuriatingly attractive. Nobody inhabits this space. That's the point. It's a void. And you, Alara, are a very bright light currently making it very difficult to see the shadows. Poor Julian, she mocked, leaning against the opposite side of the island. A billionaire who can't find his shadows. My heart bleeds for you. Truly. Your heart is currently beating so fast I can see it in the hollow of your throat, Julian pointed out, his voice dropping an octave. So let's skip the sympathy and get to the truth. You're enjoying this. Enjoying being part of a 24-hour social experiment. Enjoying me, he corrected. The yacht, the dive, the car, the kiss, you could have walked away at the pier. You could have taken the check and called a cab, but you stayed. Why? Alara felt the trap closing. He was using her own rules of transparency against her. I stayed because I wanted to see if you were actually as interesting as you think you are. And the jury is still out, she lied, though they both knew it. You're definitely more complicated than the tabloids say, but you're also incredibly bossy. I prefer the term decisive. You told me what to wear, Julian. You told me when to breathe under 30 feet of water. You even told me when to say yes. And you did say it, he reminded her, stepping around the island. Every single time. He was back in her space now, the heat from his body making the emerald silk feel like a second skin. He reached out, not to touch her, but to trace the edge of the marble counter beside her hand. The 24 hours aren't just about my control, Alara, he whispered. They're about your freedom. Most people spend their whole lives saying no because they're afraid of what yes might cost them. I've removed the cost. I've paid the bill. So now, the only thing stopping you from doing exactly what you want is you. Alara looked up at him, her defiance flickering. And what if what I want isn't on your itinerary? Then we change the itinerary, he said simply. That's the beauty of owning the airline. Alara couldn't help it. She rolled her eyes. You are impossible. Does the Billionaire Handbook come with a chapter on being a total narcissist, or did you write that yourself? I wrote the foreword, he grinned. But I hired a ghostwriter for the rest. I was too busy being enigmatic. The tension broke for a second as they both chuckled, but it was a fragile piece. The attraction between them was a physical weight, a magnetic pull that grew stronger every time their eyes met. Julian reached out, his thumb brushing a stray crumb of bread from the corner of her lip. The contact was brief, but it sent a jolt of fire through her. You have paint on your knuckles, he said softly, his hand lingering near her face. I'm an artist, Julian. It's a vocational hazard. It's beautiful, he said, and he sounded like he meant it. It's a mark of someone who actually touches the world. Most people in my circles are so afraid of getting dirty that they never actually create anything. They just possess. And you, are you a creator or a possessor? Julian looked around the vast, empty loft, his expression unreadable. I think, for today, I'd like to be someone who just is. He pulled his hand back, checking the clock on the wall. We have 16 hours left. The city is waiting, Alara, and I have a dare for you. A dare? She asked, her eyes sparking with interest. The yes rule doesn't cover dares. It covers everything, he said, walking toward the door. He grabbed his navy sweater and tossed it over his shoulders. Come on, if you're so sure I'm a groomed narcissist, let's see how you handle a New York that doesn't have a VIP entrance. Is this a test? No, Julian said, opening the industrial gate of the elevator. It's an adventure, and if you win, you get to ask me anything. One question. No limited license, no corporate hedging. The absolute ugly truth. Ilara stepped into the elevator, the metal cage clattering as it shut. You're on, Thorn, but be careful. I'm very good at asking the wrong questions. I'm counting on it, he whispered as the elevator began its slow, groaning descent into the heart of the night. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. The elevator ride was silent, but it wasn't the heavy, oppressive silence of the morning. It was the silence of two predators who had reached a temporary truce. Ilara watched the floor numbers flicker in the dim light. She felt a strange sense of vertigo, and it wasn't from the movement of the lift. She was starting to lose track of where Ilara the artist ended and Ilara the billionaire's guest began. The jumpsuit, the wine, the kiss. It was all blurring into a reality that felt more real than her actual life. She looked at Julian, who was staring at the gate, his profile sharp and uncompromising. He was a man who could have anything, yet he seemed to be chasing something that couldn't be caught. And for some reason, he had decided that she was the key to finding it. As they hit the ground floor and stepped out into the cool night air of the West Village, the city felt different. The sounds of distant sirens and the hum of traffic felt like a symphony. Julian didn't lead her to the Jaguar this time. He simply started walking, his hands in his pockets. "Where's the car?" she asked. "Rule number 2, he sang out, his voice light. "You're enjoying this way too much," she grumbled, catching up to him. "I told you, Ilara. The yes rule is about to get complicated. And the first part of the dare is simple. We're going to walk until we find something that isn't for sale." Ilara laughed. "In Manhattan. Good luck, Julian. Even the air here has a tax on it." "Then we'll just have to look harder," he said, catching her hand and pulling her into the neon-lit maze of the city. Chapter 9. A Dare Accepted. The industrial elevator gate groaned open, releasing them into the cool, damp air of a West Village side street. The transition was jarring. Moments ago, they had been in a temple of reclaimed wood and high-end vinyl. Now, they were in the thick of the city's exhaled breath. The smell of rain on hot asphalt, the distant rhythm of a bass line from a basement club, and the sharp, metallic scent of the nearby Hudson River swirled around them. Julian didn't look for a chauffeur. He didn't reach for his phone. He simply stepped onto the sidewalk, his hands thrust deep into the pockets of his trousers, looking like a man who had just stepped out of a movie set and into the wrong neighborhood. "The car is 3 blocks away," Julian said, his eyes scanning the horizon of brownstones. "But we aren't going to it. Not yet." Ilara hugged her arms across her chest, the emerald silk of her jumpsuit offering little protection against the night breeze. "You said there was a dare, Thorn. Usually, dares involve more than just standing on a street corner looking expensive." Julian turned to her, his silhouette framed by the amber glow of a vintage street lamp. "The dare is simple, Ilara. You've spent the last 12 hours telling me that my world is dead and curated. You've spent the day acting like you're the only one who knows how to see the real New York. So, show me." Ilara blinked. "You want a tour from me?" "I want a challenge," Julian corrected, stepping closer until the heat from his body acted as a shield against the wind. "We walk. No credit cards, no VIP lists, no security. We find one thing in this city that isn't for sale. One thing that doesn't have a price tag, a sponsor, or a strategic partnership attached to it. If you find it, you get your question. The ugly truth. No filters. And if I can't..." Julian's eyes glittered with a dangerous, playful light. If you fail, then for the remaining 15 hours of this contract, you stop being a critic. You stop looking for the cracks in my fortress and you just exist in it. No more cynicism. No more shoebox metaphors. You become mine completely for the rest of the clock. The stakes felt heavier than $10,000. He wasn't asking for her time anymore. He was asking for her perspective. He wanted to win the argument she had been having with him since the moment they met. "You're on, Thorne," Alara said, a spark of defiance lighting up her face. "But I should warn you, I know this neighborhood better than you know your own balance sheet. You're playing on my home turf now." "I've always enjoyed an away game," he whispered. Alara turned on her heel and started walking, her heels clicking a rhythmic challenge against the cobblestones. Julian followed, his stride easy and confident, keeping pace with her like a shadow. They moved through the winding arteries of the village. Alara deliberately avoided the main drags, the places where the boutiques and the high-end bistros lived. She led him down narrow alleys where the brick was crumbling and the ivy grew thick enough to hide the windows. "You're looking for real, Julian." "Look there," she pointed to a small, iron-fenced community garden tucked between two towering apartments. In the middle of the night, it was a dark, tangled mess of shadows, but the scent of blooming jasmine was overwhelming. "People spend their weekends here, on their knees in the dirt, planting things they'll never own. They do it for the neighborhood, for the air. You can't buy a membership to that feeling." Julian paused, leaning his shoulder against the iron fence. He looked at the garden, then back at her. "The land is owned by the city. The city is funded by property taxes. The property taxes are paid by the developers who own those buildings. Everything in that garden exists because someone, somewhere, decided it was a tax-efficient use of space." "Next." Alara gritted her teeth. "You are a soul-crushing pragmatist." "I'm a realist, Alara. Try again." They continued deeper, into the heart of the night. They passed a 24-hour diner where the light was a sickly fluorescent yellow and the patrons looked like they had been there since the 1970s. Alara pointed to a booth where an old man was hunched over a sketchbook, his fingers stained with charcoal. "He's been there every night for 20 years, she whispered, watching through the glass. "He doesn't sell his drawings. He just captures the faces of the people who come in. It's an act of pure observation. It's not for sale." Julian looked at the man, his gaze analytical. "He's paying for the coffee, isn't he? He's paying for the light and the heat. He's exchanging his presence for a sense of belonging that the diner provides for the price of a $3 cup of joe. It's a transaction, Alara. A humble one, but a transaction nonetheless." Alara stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, turning to face him. Her frustration was bubbling over, but so was something else, an exhilaration she hadn't felt in years. He was challenging her, pushing her to think beyond the surface-level beauty she usually relied on. "Is that all you see? Transactions? Is there nothing in your world that just is?" Julian stepped toward her, his presence suddenly overwhelming in the quiet street. "I'm looking for it, Alara. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm with you. I've spent my life surrounded by things that are voted on and appraised. I'm starving for something that doesn't need a certificate of authenticity." He reached out, his hand hovering near her waist, not quite touching, but close enough that she could feel the magnetic pull of him. "The dare stands. Show me something that isn't a trade." Alara took a deep breath, her mind racing. She looked up at the sliver of moon hanging between the buildings. She thought about her apartment, her art, her struggle. And then she remembered a place. a place she hadn't visited in years because it was too quiet, too honest for her own noisy life. "Come with me," she said, her voice dropping to a determined whisper. She led him toward the river, past the piers where the tourists congregated, to a forgotten stretch of the promenade that was currently under construction. A "Keep Out" sign hung limply from a chain-link fence. Ilara didn't hesitate. She grabbed the bottom of the fence and lifted it just enough to slide under. "Rule number 5, Julian said, watching her from the other side, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Does this involve breaking and entering?" "There are no rules in the village after midnight, Thorn, unless you're afraid of getting dust on those shoes." Julian didn't answer. He simply crouched, his powerful frame moving with surprising agility as he slid under the fence and stood up beside her. He brushed a speck of dirt from his knee, his expression unreadable. They walked across the unfinished concrete, weaving through stacks of rebar and dormant bulldozers, until they reached the very edge of the pier. The city was behind them, a wall of light and noise. In front of them was the Hudson, wide and dark and cold. "Look down," Ilara said. Below them, tucked into the pilings of the old pier, was a small wooden bench that looked like it had been built by hand from driftwood. Nailed to the back of the bench was a small, hammered copper plate. For the ones who watched the tide, no permission needed. Ilara sat on the bench, the wood creaking under her weight. She patted the spot beside her. Julian sat, his long legs stretching out toward the water. "Somebody built this," Ilara said softly. "They didn't ask the city. They didn't get a permit. They just brought the wood here, piece by piece, and made a place for people to sit and look at the water. They don't know who sits here. They don't get credit. It's not on any map. It's just a gift to the city from someone who wanted to share the view." Julian looked at the copper plate. He reached out and touched the cold metal with his fingertips. He was silent for a long time, the only sound the rhythmic slapping of the water against the pilings. "The wood is decaying," he said finally, his voice low. "In 5 years, the river will take it back. The copper will turn green and fall into the silt." "That's why it's not for sale," Ilara replied, looking at his profile. "It's temporary. You can't own something that's already disappearing. You can only experience it while it's here." Julian turned his head. The moonlight caught the gray of his eyes, making them look like polished silver. The cynicism was gone. The realist was gone. He looked at her with an intensity that made her feel like the only person in the world. "You win, Ilara," he whispered. "I do." "Yes." "It's a gift, an anonymous, temporary, beautiful gift." He leaned closer, his hand finding hers on the cold wooden bench. His palm was warm, a startling contrast to the night air. "I didn't think there was anything left in this city that didn't want something from me. But this bench, it just wants me to sit." Ilara felt a lump in her throat. She had won the dare, but she felt like she had lost a layer of her own protection. She had shown him her secret place, and in doing so, she had let him into a part of her heart that she hadn't even shown herself. "Your question," Julian said, his voice a low vibration in the quiet night. "The dare is complete. Ask me anything. The ugly truth, I won't hide." Ilara looked at their joined hands. She could ask about his money. She could ask about Arthur Sterling. She could ask about the women who had come before her in this 24-hour game. But as she looked at him, she realized those weren't the truths she was looking for. "Why are you so lonely, Julian?" she asked. Julian flinched. It was a physical reaction, a slight tightening of his shoulders as if she had struck him. He looked away, out at the dark water where the lights of New Jersey twinkled like fallen stars. "I'm the CEO of Thorn International," he said, his voice sounding hollow. I have 50,000 employees. I have a board of directors. I have a social calendar that's booked through 2027. That's not what I asked, Alara said, her voice firm. I've been with you for 9 hours. I've seen the way people look at you. They look at you like you're a mountain to be conquered or a bank to be robbed. Nobody looks at you like you're a man, not even you. She reached out, her hand cupping his jaw, forcing him to look back at her. You buy people's time because you're afraid that if you didn't, nobody would stay. You build fortresses because you're terrified that if you let someone in, they'll see that the mountain is empty. Why are you so afraid to just be? Here. Julian's eyes searched hers, looking for a way out, a way to deflect with a joke or a rule, but find none. The ugly truth was out, and he had promised to face it. Because being here is dangerous, he admitted, his voice barely a whisper. If I'm just a man, then I can be broken. If I'm just Julian, then I can lose. And I've spent my whole life being told that losing is the same as dying. He leaned into her hand, his eyes closing for a brief second. You asked why I'm lonely. I'm lonely because I've spent 30 years building a world where I'm the only one allowed to hold the blueprints. And it turns out, it's very hard to live in a house you built to keep everyone else out. He opened his eyes, and the vulnerability there was so raw Alara felt her own breath hitch. Is that ugly enough for you, Ms. Vance? It's not ugly at all, Julian, she whispered. It's just human. She leaned in, and this time there was no hesitation. She kissed him, not with the fire of the warehouse or the playfulness of the car, but with a deep, aching tenderness. It was a kiss of recognition. A kiss that said, I see you. Julian let out a ragged breath, his arms wrapping around her, pulling her close until the emerald silk of her jumpsuit was crushed against his chest. He held her as if she were the only thing keeping him from drifting out into the dark Hudson. The clock was still ticking. 15 hours left. But on that driftwood bench at the edge of the world, time seemed to stop. The billionaire and the artist, the predator and the prey, the ghost and the dreamer, they were all gone. There were just two people, sitting on a gift, watching the tide. Narrative expansion for audiobook pacing. The silence that followed the kiss was profound. They stayed there for what felt like hours, though it was likely only minutes. The city hummed behind them, but the pier felt like a sanctuary. Alara could feel Julian's heartbeat through his shirt, steady, strong, but fast. He was affected. He was real. She thought about the $10,000. She thought about the yes rule. It all felt like a different life now. She wasn't playing a game anymore. She was in deep water, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to swim back to shore. Julian pulled back just enough to look at her. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, his touch lingering on her temple. You're a very dangerous woman, Alara Vance. Because I win dares. Because you make me want things that don't have a strategy, he said. He stood up, offering her his hand. Come, the tide is coming in, and we still have a long way to go before sunrise. Where to now? The next destination, he said, and for the first time, his voice held a note of genuine anticipation. But first, we need to get you out of those boots. The next stop requires a different kind of armor. As they walked back toward the fence, Alara looked back at the driftwood bench. It was already disappearing into the shadows. A temporary gift, a moment of truth. And as she slid under the fence, she realized that the 24-hour challenge was no longer about Julian Thorne testing her. It was about her testing him. And so far, the ghost of Wall Street was proving to be much more than a ghost. Chapter 10, A Dare Accepted Part 2, /First Impressions. The walk back from the pier was different. The silence between them wasn't the guarded, cold air of the morning. It was a heavy, resonant quiet, like the hum of a power line after a surge. Julian didn't let go of her hand. His grip was firm, his thumb occasionally tracing the side of her palm, a rhythmic reminder that he was there, that the ghost had a pulse. When they reached the street where the Jaguar was parked, the city felt like it was holding its breath. The street lamps cast long, distorted shadows of the vintage car against the brick of the West Village townhomes. Julian opened the door for her, but before she could slide in, he paused, his hand on the frame. The moonlight hit the sharp angle of his jaw, and for a second he looked less like a titan of industry and more like a man who had finally found air after being underwater for too long. "You won the dare, Alara," he said softly. "But the night is only halfway through. We're moving from the marrow back to the skin. Are you ready to put your armor back on?" "I thought the yes rule meant I didn't have a choice," she said, though her voice lacked its earlier bite. "Technically, it does, but after that, Pierre, I'm asking, not as a contract holder, but as Julian." Alara looked into those stormy gray eyes. She saw the loneliness he had confessed to, but she also saw a spark of something new, hope, perhaps, or maybe just the thrill of the hunt. "The boots stay, Julian." "But I'm ready for the rest." He nodded, a small, genuine smile touching his lips. "The boots stay, but we have an appointment at the spire. A transformation is required for what comes next." The return to the heights. The drive back to the spire was a blur of neon lights and the low, predatory growl of the Jaguar's engine. They bypassed the main lobby, entering through the same private subterranean garage. This time, however, Marcus was waiting. He didn't look surprised to see Alara in her salt-stained emerald jumpsuit and paint-flecked boots. He simply bowed his head and held the elevator door. "The atelier is prepared, sir," Marcus said. "Thank you, Marcus. See that Ms. Vance has everything she needs." "We have exactly 45 minutes before the midnight gala." The elevator whisked them not to the penthouse, but to a floor Alara hadn't seen yet, level 88. When the doors opened, she stepped into a world of pure, unadulterated fashion. It wasn't a store, it was a private vault. Racks of haute couture, pieces that looked like they belonged in a museum, lined the walls. "The gala?" Alara asked, turning to Julian. "You didn't mention a gala." "It's a charity auction for the Metropolitan Preservation Society," Julian said, shedding his navy sweater and handing it to a waiting assistant. "Arthur Sterling will be there, along with everyone else who thinks they know who I am. Tonight, I want them to see what I see." He stepped closer, his hand trailing down her arm. "There is a dress waiting for you in the back. It's not a costume, Alara. It's a statement. Wear it, and you aren't just an artist from the village. You are the architect of the new horizon." Before she could protest, he was gone, disappearing through a set of double doors to prepare. Alara was led by a soft-spoken woman named Sophia into a dressing room that was larger than her entire apartment. On a central mannequin hung a gown that made the emerald jumpsuit look like rags. It was made of midnight blue velvet, so dark it was almost black, with a plunging back and a side slit that reached the mid-thigh. It was adorned with thousands of tiny, hand-sewn sapphire crystals that caught the light like stars. Beside it sat a pair of heels, but Alara looked at her boots in the corner. She remembered Julian's promise. The boots stay. 45 minutes later, the transformation was complete. The dress hugged her like a second skin, the weight of the velvet a luxurious pressure against her body. Her chestnut hair had been swept into a sleek, sophisticated updo, leaving her neck and shoulders bare. She looked like a queen, but when she caught her reflection, she still saw the fire in her eyes. She stepped out into the main gallery. Julian was waiting. He was in a tuxedo, midnight black, tailored with such precision it looked like it had been molded to his frame. He looked devastating. He looked like the king of the world. He turned as she approached, and for the first time that day, Julian Thorne looked genuinely stunned. He didn't speak. He just stared, his gaze traveling from her face down to the hem of the velvet dress, and finally to the worn, brown leather boots peeking out from the slit. He let out a short, sharp laugh. "You actually did it." "I told you. The boots stay," Alara said, her chin tilted high. "They remind me where I came from, even if I'm standing on the 88th floor." Julian walked toward her, his footsteps echoing on the marble. He reached out and took her hand, his fingers lacing through hers. "They make you look dangerous, Alara, like a woman who's about to burn the whole ballroom down." "Maybe I am." "Good," he whispered, leaning down to her ear, "because I brought the matches." "The midnight gala." They arrived at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in a different car, a long, black limousine that felt like a rolling fortress. The red carpet was swarming with paparazzi, the flashes of their cameras like staccato lightning. "Stay close to me," Julian said, his hand tightening on hers as the door opened. "Don't look at the cameras. Look at the door. You are the most important person in this building. Believe it, and they will believe it too." As they stepped out, the noise was deafening. "Mr. Thorne, over here." "Julian, who is she? Is this the new Horizon reveal?" Julian didn't flinch. He walked with a steady, regal pace, pulling Alara along with him. She felt the weight of the velvet, the cool air on her back, and the warmth of his hand. She felt like she was floating and anchored at the same time. Inside, the great hall had been transformed into a dreamscape of gold and white. The elite of New York were there, old money, new tech, and the political powerhouses. And standing in the center of the room, like a spider in the middle of a web, was Arthur Sterling. As Julian and Alara approached, the room went silent. The sight of Julian Thorne, the man who usually avoided these events, walking in with a woman who looked like a celestial goddess wearing combat boots was enough to stop every conversation. Arthur Sterling's eyes narrowed as they neared. He looked at Alara's dress, then at her face, and finally, his gaze dropped to her feet. A look of profound disgust crossed his features. "Julian," Arthur said, his voice carrying through the quiet, "I see you've brought your necessity, though it seems she forgot to finish dressing." The surrounding guests snickered. Alara felt a flash of self-consciousness, but then she felt Julian's hand slide from her hand to her waist, pulling her flush against his side. "She's perfectly dressed, Arthur," Julian said, his voice loud and clear, echoing through the hall. "The boots are for walking, because unlike most of the people in this room, Alara Vance doesn't just stand around waiting for things to happen. She builds them." He turned to the room, his eyes scanning the crowd with a fierce, possessive pride. "Tonight isn't just about charity. It's about the future. And the future isn't interested in your traditions or your dress codes. The future is honest. The future is raw, and the future is currently standing right next to me." Alara looked up at him. In that moment, she realized that part one of their journey was over. The unexpected encounter had turned into something far more complex. She wasn't just a girl who needed rent money anymore. She was a weapon in Julian Thorne's war against his past. And as the clock struck midnight, marking the halfway point of their 24 hours, Alara realized she didn't want the night to ever end. "Shall we dance, Ms. Vance?" Julian asked, his eyes burning with a mixture of challenge and desire. "I thought you said the boots were for walking," she replied. "They're for whatever you want them to be for," he whispered. He led her onto the dance floor, the music swelling around them. As they moved, the rest of the world faded away. There was no Arthur Sterling, no debt, no spire. There was only the beat of the music, the smell of Julian's skin, and the terrifying, beautiful realization that she was falling in love with a man she had only known for 12 hours. The first half of the challenge was done, but the rising temptation was just beginning. Chapter 11: Secret Balcony Escape. The air inside the Metropolitan Museum of Art was a suffocating blend of Chanel No. 5, expensive champagne, and the ancient, dusty breath of history. To anyone else, the gala was the pinnacle of social achievement. To Alara Vance, it felt like a gilded cave. She stood at Julian's side, the midnight blue velvet of her gown heavy against her skin. Every eye in the great hall was a physical weight. She could feel the whispered judgments like static electricity, socialites wondering who the girl in the combat boots was, tech moguls calculating Julian's net worth, and Arthur Sterling, whose gaze remained a cold, sharp blade whenever it landed on them. Julian hadn't let go of her hand. His grip was a grounding force, his thumb tracing slow, rhythmic circles on the back of her knuckles. It was a possessive gesture, yet Alara found she didn't mind. In this den of sharks, Julian Thorne was the only thing that felt real. "You're vibrating," Julian murmured, leaning his head close to hers. To the crowd, it looked like a lover's secret. To Alara, it was a lifeline. Are the boots losing their magic, or is the room getting smaller? "It's too much," Alara whispered back, her voice barely audible over the swelling orchestra. "Too many lights, too many people who look like they've never felt a genuine emotion in their lives. I feel like I'm a specimen in a jar." Julian's eyes scanned the room. His jaw was set, the mask of the ghost of Wall Street firmly in place, but Alara saw the way his eyes softened when they returned to hers. He looked at the clock on the wall. 12:15 a.m. 12 hours gone. 12 hours remains. "The rules say you stay with me," Julian said, his voice dropping to a low, velvet vibration. "But they don't say we have to stay here." He didn't wait for her response. With a sudden, decisive movement, he pivoted, leading her away from the center of the Great Hall. They navigated the edge of the crowd, Julian moving with the practiced ease of a man who knew every secret exit in the city. They slipped past a heavy velvet curtain, leaving the roar of the party behind. The transition was instant. One moment they were in a sea of gold and white. The next, they were in the cool, dimly lit corridors of the Temple of Dendur Wing. The ancient Egyptian stones rose up around them, silent and indifferent to the dramas of the New York elite. "Where are we going?" Alara asked, her heels, or rather, her boots, thudding softly against the stone floor. "A place where the air doesn't taste like perfume and lies," Julian said. He led her up a narrow, stone staircase tucked behind a monumental statue. It was a service path, one not meant for the gala guests. At the top was a heavy, industrial door. Julian pulled a keycard from his tuxedo pocket, a master key that seemingly opened every lock in the world, and swiped it. The door hissed open, and they stepped out onto a private balcony overlooking Central Park. The silence hit her first. After the cacophony of the gala, the night air was a shock of purity. It was cold, sharp enough to make Alara shiver, but it smelled of wet earth, pine, and the vast, sleeping city. Below them, the park was a dark, rolling ocean of trees, illuminated only by the distant, amber glow of street lamps. Above, the skyscrapers of Midtown stood like giants, their windows glowing with 1,000 different lives. Alara walked to the edge of the stone railing, her hands gripping the cold granite. She took a deep, lung-expanding breath. "Thank you." Julian stepped up behind her. He didn't touch her, but she could feel the heat of him, a steady furnace in the night. "You were starting to look like a bird about to fly into a window. I prefer my guests alive." "It's beautiful out here," she said, looking out at the skyline. "From the penthouse, the city looks like a map. From here, it looks like a heart." "A heart that beats for money and power," Julian countered, though there was no malice in his voice. He joined her at the railing, his elbows resting on the stone. He had loosened his bow tie, and the top button of his shirt was undone, revealing the hollow of his throat. In the moonlight, the sharp angles of his face were softened. He looked younger, less like a billionaire and more like the architect he had once dreamed of being. "Why do you do that?" Alara asked, turning to look at him. "Do what?" "Try to turn everything into a transaction. The city, the garden, me. You act like if you can't put a value on it, it doesn't exist." Julian turned his head, his gray eyes catching the moonlight. The intensity of his gaze was a physical pull. "Because when you grow up with people like Arthur Sterling, you learn that value is the only thing that keeps you safe. If you have no value, you're invisible. If you have no price, you're a target." He reached out, his hand hesitating before his fingers brushed a loose strand of hair from her face. His touch was electric, a stark contrast to the cold wind. "You're the first person I've met in a long time who doesn't seem to have a price, Alara. It's disorienting." "Everyone has a price, Julian," she said softly. "Mine was $10,000 and a promise to fix my roof." "No," he whispered, stepping closer. The space between them vanished. "That was just the excuse you gave yourself to say yes. You didn't come for the money. You came for the same reason I asked. You wanted to know if there was anything left in the world that could actually make you feel something." Alara's breath hitched. He was too close. She could smell the champagne on his breath, the cedarwood of his cologne, and the raw, masculine scent of his skin. The rising temptation wasn't just a title for this part of the night, it was a physical reality. It was a pressure in her chest, a heat in her blood. "And have you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Have you felt anything?" Julian didn't answer with words. He reached out, his hand cupping the back of her neck, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. He looked at her with a hunger that made the air in her lungs feel like lead. "12 hours ago," he said, his voice a low, jagged rasp, "I thought I knew exactly how this day would go. I thought I would show you my world, you would be impressed, and at 8:00 a.m., I would write you a check and forget your name." He leaned in, his forehead resting against hers. "Now, I can't remember what my life felt like before I walked into your apartment this morning." The vulnerability in his voice was her undoing. This was the man who owned the sky, admitting that a girl from a shoebox apartment had rewritten his world. Alara reached up, her hands finding the lapels of his tuxedo. She pulled him closer, her eyes searching his. The moonlight reflected in his pupils, making them look like stormy seas. "Rule number 3, Julian," she whispered. "You said I had to say yes to every experience." "I did," he breathed, his lips inches from hers. "Well," she said, her heart hammering against her ribs, "I'm saying yes now." Julian didn't hesitate. He claimed her mouth with a ferocity that stole the air from her lungs. This wasn't the tentative, exploratory kiss from the warehouse. This was a declaration. It was a collision of two worlds, the cold, calculated precision of his and the raw, unbridled passion of hers. Alara moaned into the kiss, her fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him deeper. The cold of the balcony was forgotten. There was only the heat of his body, the taste of him, and the terrifying, beautiful realization that she was no longer an observer in his life. She was the center of it. Julian pulled back just an inch, his breath coming in short, jagged bursts. He looked at her as if he were seeing her for the first time and the last. "The gala is still going on down there," he whispered against her lips. "Let it," she replied. "We have 12 hours left, Alara, and I don't want to spend another second of them in a room with people who don't see you." He took her hand, his grip fierce. "Come with me. I want to show you the one place I've never taken anyone. Not my board, not my father, not even Marcus." "Another secret." "The only one that matters," he said. As they stepped back into the museum, leaving the moonlight and the shadows of the balcony behind, Alara felt a shift in the air. The unexpected encounter was over. The rising temptation was in full swing. And as she walked back through the ancient Egyptian stones at Julian Thorne's side, she knew that whatever happened in the next 12 hours, she would never be the same woman who woke up in that shoe-box apartment. Chapter 12, Whispers in the Night. The silver Aston Martin didn't just move. It haunted the streets of Manhattan. Julian drove with a focused, silent intensity that made the city feel like it was parting specifically for him. The dashboard glowed with a soft, ethereal blue light, casting sharp shadows across his profile. He had discarded his tuxedo jacket in the back seat, and his white dress shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, the sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that flexed with every micro-adjustment of the steering wheel. Alara sat in the passenger seat, the midnight blue velvet of her gown pooling around her like a dark sea. The adrenaline from the balcony kiss was still humming through her veins, a low-frequency vibration that made every nerve ending hypersensitive. She watched the way Julian handled the car, not with the ostentatious aggression of a man with something to prove, but with the casual mastery of someone who understood the limits of the machine. "You said we were going to the beginning," Alara said, her voice sounding small against the hum of the engine. "I didn't realize the beginning was so far uptown." "The beginning is rarely where people expect it to be," Julian replied. He took a sharp turn onto a quiet, tree-lined street in Gramercy Park. The bustle of the gala and the neon glare of Midtown felt worlds away. Here, the street lamps were muffled by thick canopies of oak and maple, and the silence was heavy, almost sacred. He pulled the car to a stop in front of a narrow, 4-story brownstone. It was a classic piece of New York architecture, red brick, ivy-covered with a high stoop and wrought iron railings. It didn't scream Billionaire. It whispered history. "This is it?" Alara asked, looking up at the darkened windows. "My grandfather bought this in 1948, Julian said, killing the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. It was the only thing Arthur Sterling couldn't take because it was in a private trust. I lived here until I was 6, and I moved back here when I had nothing but a laptop and a vision that everyone told me was impossible." He got out of the car and walked around to her side. When he opened the door, he didn't just offer his hand. He waited for her to meet his eyes. The gray of his irises seemed to have swallowed the night. They walked up the stoop, the stone cold under Alara's boots. Julian unlocked the door with a physical brass key, not a scanner, not a code. The interior smelled of old books, beeswax, and a faint, lingering scent of lavender. It was a home, not a showroom. Julian didn't turn on the overhead lights. He walked through the foyer, his footsteps echoing on the polished wood, and lit a series of small lamps that bathed the room in a warm, amber glow. "I don't bring people here," he said, turning to face her. He was standing by a fireplace that hadn't been used in years, his shadow stretching long across the floor. Marcus maintains it, but nobody comes inside, not even the board. "Why me, Julian?" Elara asked, her voice a mere whisper. She felt the weight of the house, the memories, the ghosts of the boy he used to be. "Why show me the cracks in the armor?" Julian walked toward her, the space between them shrinking with every step until she could feel the heat radiating from his chest. "Because you looked at my penthouse and called it a hive. You looked at my car and saw a fortress. You're the only person who hasn't been blinded by the glitter, Elara, and I realized I'm tired of being the only one who knows where the foundation is." He reached out, his fingers tracing the delicate line of her collarbone just above the velvet of her dress. His touch was light, but it felt like a brand. "Rule number 2, transparency. You asked why I'm lonely. This is the answer. I'm lonely because I've spent my life protecting this place. The real me, from people who would trade it for a fraction of a point on the SB." Elara reached up, her hand covering his. His palm was warm, his pulse steady. "You don't have to protect it from me. I don't want your points, Julian. I don't even want the $10,000 anymore." Julian's eyes darkened. He stepped closer, his body brushing against hers. "Then what do you want?" The air in the room grew thick, charged with a magnetic pull that made Elara's knees weak. The whispers in the night weren't just about his past. They were about the desires they had both been suppressed since that first knock on her door. "I want to know what happens when the 24 hours are over," she confessed. "I want to know if this is just a game to you, or if you're as terrified as I am that, when the sun comes up, this world disappears." Julian leaned down, his lips brushing against her temple. "I'm a man who plans 10 years into the future, Elara, but right now, I can't see past the next 5 minutes, and that terrifies me more than any market crash ever could." He moved his hand from her collarbone to the small of her back, pulling her flush against him. The contrast between the soft velvet of her gown and the crisp cotton of his shirt was a sensory overload. "I want you," he whispered into the shell of her ear. "Not because of a contract, not because of a rule. I want the woman who wears combat boots to a gala and tells me I'm a narcissist. I want the only person who makes me feel like I'm actually standing on solid ground." Elara tilted her head back, offering him the curve of her throat. "Then stop talking about the rules, Julian. Stop being the ghost. Just be the man who lived in this house." Julian let out a low, ragged groan. He captured her lips again, but this time the kiss was different. It wasn't a challenge, it was an admission. It was slow, deep, and filled with a longing that transcended the 24-hour arrangement. He lifted her, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, the velvet of her dress bunching up against his hips. He carried her toward the oversized leather sofa near the fireplace, his movements sure and powerful. As he laid her down, the amber light caught the sapphire crystals on her dress, making them shimmer like a fallen galaxy. Julian hovered over her, his eyes searching hers. "Confess something to me," he breathed. "Something you've never told anyone." Elara looked up at him, her heart hammering. "I used to paint portraits of people I saw on the subway. People who looked like they were carrying the world on their shoulders. I never finished them. I was afraid that if I finished the painting, I'd be responsible for their sadness." Julian's expression softened. He brushed a stray hair from her forehead. "And now?" "Now I want to paint you," she whispered. "But I'm not afraid of the sadness. I want to see the light you hide behind the gray." Julian stayed silent for a long time, just watching her. The intimacy of the moment was more intense than anything they had shared so far. It wasn't just physical, it was a soul-level recognition. 13 hours left, Julian murmured, his thumb tracing her lower lip. Don't count the hours, Alara replied, reaching up to pull his head down to hers. Just count the breaths. In the quiet of the Gramercy brownstone, the world outside ceased to exist. There were no billionaires, no struggling artists, no Arthur Sterling, and no debts. There were only two people in the amber glow of a secret house, whispering truths that were too dangerous for the daylight. But even as the passion flared, the shadow of the morning loomed. The rising temptation was reaching its peak, but the billionaire's game was far from over. As Julian's hands moved over the velvet of her dress, Alara realized that the most dangerous thing about Julian Thorne wasn't his power or his money. It was the way he made her want to stay in a world that wasn't hers to keep. Chapter 13: Unexpected Jealousy. The air on the balcony had been thick with things unsaid, confessions that tasted like salt air and forbidden fruit. But as Julian led me back inside the penthouse, the silence of the marble halls felt different. It was no longer the silence of two people discovering each other. It was the silence of a storm front moving in. "I have to make an appearance," Julian said, his voice returning to that crisp, professional baritone that acted as his armor. He checked a slim, platinum watch on his wrist. A private gallery opening in the building's lower atrium. It's a Blackwood-sponsored event. It won't take long. I smoothed the fabric of the silk gown he'd had delivered to my room earlier. I thought this was a 24-hour challenge. Does the world not stop for Julian Blackwood? He paused, his hand on the handle of the private elevator. He looked at me, his gaze sweeping from my heels to the mess of my hair, which was still slightly wind-blown from the balcony. "The world never stops, Alina, but I'm beginning to find that I'd like it too." The elevator descended in a blur of brushed steel and soft lighting. When the doors opened, the sensory shift was violent. Gone was the scent of the ocean and the quiet hum of the penthouse. In its place was the clinking of crystal, the low thrum of a cello quartet, and the expensive, suffocating scent of 100 different perfumes competing for dominance. This was the Blackwood world in full bloom. Men in $5,000 suits leaned in to whisper secrets that could crash markets, and women with diamonds at their throats laughed with a practiced, melodic hollowedness. The moment Julian stepped into the room, the gravity shifted. It was visible, the way bodies leaned toward him, the way conversations faltered and then resumed with a more frantic energy. He was the sun, and they were all desperate for a bit of his heat. "Stay close," he murmured, his hand finding the small of my back. The heat of his palm through the silk was the only thing keeping me grounded. "Mr. Blackwood, a surprise to see you tonight," a man with a silver mustache chirped, intercepting us. Julian handled the pleasantries with a lethal efficiency. He was polite, but his eyes remained bored, roving the room until they landed on a painting or a sculpture, and then, inevitably, returning to me. I felt like a trophy, yet at the same time, I felt like his only confidant in a room full of strangers. Until she walked in. The glass doors at the far end of the gallery swung open, and the crowd parted like the Red Sea. She was tall, nearly as tall as Julian in her stilettos, and draped in a dress of liquid gold that left very little to the imagination. Her hair was a shock of platinum blonde, pulled back into a ponytail so tight it made her cheekbones look like glass. I felt Julian's hand stiffen against my back. "Julian," she said, her voice carrying across the room. It wasn't a question, it was a command. She ignored the silver-mustached man. She ignored the gallery director. She walked straight to Julian and did something that no one else in the room dared to do. She reached out and touched his chest, her manicured nails lingering on his tie. "Serafina," Julian said. His voice was neutral, but there was a tension in his jaw that hadn't been there a moment ago. "Don't Serafina me," she pouted, a playful, practiced look. "You haven't returned my calls in 3 weeks. I thought you'd gone off to your private island to brood, but I see you've found a distraction." Finally, her eyes flicked to me. They were the color of cold tea, sharp, discerning, and utterly dismissive. She looked at me the way an art critic looks at a forgery. "Elena Thorne," Julian said, his voice hardening. "Elena, this is Serafina Vance. Her father sits on my board." "And Julian used to sit on my bed," Serafina added with a sharp, wicked grin. The comment hit me like a physical blow. I knew Julian had a past. Men like him didn't reach their 30s in a vacuum, but hearing it thrown in my face in a room full of people made the blood rush to my ears. I felt a sudden, hot prickle of something I didn't want to recognize: jealousy. It was ugly, green, and entirely irrational. I had known this man for less than 15 hours. I was a journalist on an assignment. I had no claim to him. "Serafina," Julian warned, his tone dropping into a dangerous register. "Oh, don't be so stiff, Jules," she said, sliding her arm through his, effectively wedging herself between us. "I'm just teasing, but really a journalist. Is this for that profile piece?" I hope she's getting the real story, the one about the time in Monaco when you— "That's enough," Julian interrupted. He didn't pull his arm away, and that was what hurt the most. He was playing the social game, maintaining the peace with a board member's daughter, but to me, it felt like abandonment. "I need a drink," I said, my voice sounding thinner than I wanted. Julian's eyes snapped to mine. "Elena, wait." "I'll be right back," I lied, already turning away. I walked toward the bar at the back of the gallery, my heart hammering. I could feel people watching me, the distraction, the journalist. I was the temporary fixture in Julian Blackwood's permanent world. I ordered a gin and tonic, my hands trembling slightly as I took the glass. I turned around to see them. They looked perfect together. The Golden Girl and the Obsidian King. They were speaking in low tones, Serafina leaning in close to his ear, her hand resting familiarly on his forearm. Julian was listening, his expression unreadable. Was this the reality? The balcony, the whispers, the vulnerability, was that just part of the 24-hour performance? Was I just the latest in a long line of women who thought they could see the man behind the mountain of gold? She does that on purpose, you know. I jumped, nearly spilling my drink. A woman in a sharp tuxedo-style suit was standing next to me, sipping something dark. She looked like she was in her 50s, with intelligent eyes and a weary smile. "Sorry," I asked. "Serafina," the woman said, nodding toward the pair. "She marks her territory, even the territory she doesn't own anymore. She wants you to feel exactly how you feel right now, small, displaced, like an interloper." "I am an interloper," I muttered. "Maybe," the woman said, tilting her glass toward me. "But I've worked for Julian for 10 years as his lead counsel. I've seen him with Serafina. He looks at her like a line item on a budget. He hasn't looked at her the way he was looking at you before she walked in. Not once." I looked back at Julian. At that exact moment, he looked up. He ignored Serafina mid-sentence, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a searchlight until it found me. He didn't look bored. He looked hunted. He disentangled himself from Serafina with a coldness that was visible even from across the room. He didn't say goodbye. He simply walked away, moving toward me with a purpose that made the crowd scatter. He reached the bar, his chest heaving slightly as if he'd run a marathon. He didn't look at the lawyer. He didn't look at the barman. He looked only at me. "We're leaving," he said. "Julian, your event." "It doesn't matter," he snapped. He grabbed my hand, his grip firm and possessive. "None of this matters." As he pulled me toward the exit, I caught a glimpse of Serafina. Her perfect mask had slipped. She looked furious, her eyes burning with a resentment that confirmed everything the lawyer had said. We burst through the doors and back into the private elevator. The moment the doors hissed shut, Julian turned me around, pinning me against the mirrored wall. "Don't ever look at me like that again," he growled, his face inches from mine. "Like what?" I challenged, the jealousy still simmering in my gut. "Like I'm seeing you for who you really are. A man who belongs to a world where women like Serafina are the standard, and I'm just an experiment." Julian's eyes darkened, a flash of genuine hurt crossing his features before it was replaced by a raw, unbridled passion. "You think she matters. You think anyone in that room matters." He slammed his hand against the wall beside my head, the sound echoing in the small space. "I've spent my whole life surrounded by people who want a piece of the billionaire. You're the only person who has looked at the man, and if you think I'm letting you go back into that shell because of some ghost from my past, you're wrong." He leaned in, his forehead resting against mine. "I'm not her Julian. I haven't been for a long time. I'm yours for the next 12 hours. Only yours." The jealousy didn't vanish, but it transformed. It turned into a heat that raced through my veins, a desperate need to reclaim the connection we'd had on the balcony. "Prove it," I whispered. Julian didn't hesitate. He crashed his lips onto mine, a kiss that wasn't gentle or exploratory. It was a claim. It was a war. It was the sound of a man who had everything realize that he finally had something to lose. The elevator continued its ascent, but for the first time, I wasn't afraid of the heights. I was only afraid of the fall. Chapter 14. A private tour of his office. The elevator doors slid open with a hushed hiss, revealing the topmost floor of the Blackwood Tower. If the gallery below had been a stage for the public, this was the inner sanctum of the god who moved the strings. The heat from our kiss still burned on my lips, a tingling reminder of the raw possessiveness Julian had just displayed. My pulse hadn't slowed down. If anything, it was racing faster as I stepped out onto the plush, slate-gray carpet. "This is where the magic happens," I asked, my voice still slightly breathless, trying to regain my professional mask. Julian didn't look back. He walked toward the massive obsidian desk I had seen earlier that morning, but this time, the room felt different. The sun had set, and the floor-to-ceiling windows now displayed a sprawling carpet of city lights, flickering like fallen stars. "Magic is for people who believe in luck, Alina," Julian said, his voice echoing in the vast, open space. "In this room, there is only logic leverage and the will to exert both." He didn't sit. He gestured for me to follow him toward a wall that appeared to be solid brushed steel. With a flick of his wrist toward a hidden sensor, the steel panels retracted, revealing a secondary room, a war room filled with glowing translucent screens and a central table that projected a 3D map of the global markets. "You wanted to see my world," he said, stepping into the blue glow of the monitors. "This is the nervous system of Blackwood Holdings. From here, I can see the flow of oil in the Middle East, the fluctuations of tech stocks in Tokyo, and the logistics of every shipping container we own on the Atlantic." I walked to the edge of the holographic table. It was mesmerizing. Ribbons of light moved across the globe, representing wealth, resources, and power. "It's a lot of responsibility for one man," I whispered. Julian moved behind me. I didn't have to turn around to know he was there. I could feel the sudden shift in the air, the way the temperature seemed to rise behind my neck. "It's not responsibility," he murmured, leaning over my shoulder to point at a flickering red node over a European city. "It's control. Most people spend their lives reacting to the world. I spent mine making the world react to me." He was so close that his chest nearly brushed my back. I could hear the steady, rhythmic thrum of his breathing. The dominance he spoke of wasn't just about markets, it was a physical presence. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and utterly certain of his place in the universe. "Is that why you brought me here?" I asked, turning around slowly. The move was a mistake or perhaps a subconscious choice. Turning placed me directly between him and the table. He didn't move back. He stayed rooted, trapping me against the edge of the cold glass. "To show me how powerful you are, to make sure I know how small I am in comparison." Julian's eyes, usually so calculating, softened for a fraction of a second before hardening into something darker. "I brought you here because I wanted you to see the only place where I'm truly honest. Out there, with Serafina and the board members, I'm a mask. Here, I'm the machine." He reached out, his hand gripping the edge of the table on either side of my hips, effectively caging me. He smelled of the night air and that intoxicating sandalwood. "You don't look like a machine to me," I said, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Machines don't get jealous. Machines don't kiss like you did in the elevator." Julian's jaw tightened. The elevator was a lapse in protocol. Was it? I challenged, emboldened by the proximity. I reached up, my fingers hovering just inches from the top button of his charcoal shirt. "Or was it the first real thing you've done all day?" The silence in the office became heavy, charged with a tension so thick it felt like it could be harvested. Julian's gaze dropped to my lips, then back to my eyes. The power dynamic was shifting. He was the billionaire, the owner of the tower, the master of the map. But in this small space between our bodies, I felt a different kind of power. "You're a dangerous woman, Elena Thorne," he whispered. His voice was no longer a baritone command. It was a rough, gravelly confession. "You come into my home, you question my life, and you look at me as if I'm something you can take apart and study." "Maybe I can," I said, my voice dropping to a provocative whisper. Julian let out a low, guttural sound, half laugh, half growl. He moved one hand from the table to my waist, his thumb hooking into the fabric of my dress, pulling me a fraction of an inch closer. "You want the tour?" he asked, his eyes burning. "Let's talk about the desk." He led me back into the main office, his hand never leaving the small of my back. He walked me to the massive obsidian desk. Up close, it wasn't just black. It had veins of deep purple and gold running through it. "I bought this when I made my first billion," he said, his voice returning to a smooth, seductive cadence. He sat in his leather chair and, with a look that was pure command, gestured to the space in front of him. "Sit." I didn't sit in the guest chair. I sat on the edge of the desk, my legs crossing in a way that I knew made the slit in my dress rise dangerously high. Julian's eyes followed the movement, a dark flare of hunger appearing in his pupils. He leaned back, spinning a heavy silver pen between his fingers. "This desk has seen the signatures of prime ministers and CEOs," he said, his voice low. "It has seen deals that changed the course of entire industries. But right now, all I can think about is how much I want to clear everything off it. The monitors, the files, the phone, and see you sitting right there in the center of it." My breath hitched. The subtle seduction was gone. This was Julian Blackwood laying his cards on the table. He wasn't just showing me his office, he was showing me his desire, wrapped in the language of his power. That would be a very expensive distraction, I managed to say, my voice trembling. I can afford it, he replied. He stood up, the chair rolling back with a quiet thud. He stepped between my knees, his presence overwhelming. He placed his hands on the desk on either side of me, leaning in until our noses almost touched. "Tell me, Alina," he murmured, his breath ghosting over my skin. "In all your research, in all your journalism, did you ever find a story about what happens when Julian Blackwood actually wants something? Not a company, not a stock, a person." I shook my head slowly, unable to look away from the storm in his eyes. "No." "Good," he whispered, his hand sliding up my thigh, the touch searing through the silk. "Because the story hasn't been written yet, and you're the only one who gets the exclusive." The air was screaming with the need for contact. The office, with its billions of dollars in technology and its global reach, had shrunk down to this single point of contact. The power he wielded over the world was nothing compared to the power he was exerting over me in this moment. But just as he leaned in, just as the tension reached a breaking point where the rules we had discussed earlier seemed ready to shatter, his private line on the desk began to glow. A sharp, insistent chime broke the spell. Julian froze. He looked at the phone, then back at me. The mask of the billionaire titan began to slide back into place, but it was cracked. I could see the frustration, the raw human need, warring with the habit of a lifetime of duty. "Don't answer it," I whispered. Julian looked at the phone again, then at me. He reached out, not for the phone, but for my face, cupping my cheek with a tenderness that was more shocking than his dominance. "The world doesn't stop, Alina," he said, echoing his words from earlier, but this time there was a trace of regret in them. "But I'm starting to hate the world for it." He stepped back, the cold air rushing into the space where he had been. He picked up the phone, his voice turning to ice. "Speak." I sat on the desk, my heart still hammering, watching the man I had just seen unplugged turn back into the machine. But I knew better now. I had seen the war room. I had felt the heat. The tour was over, but the night was just beginning. Chapter 15, A Sudden Kiss. The voice on the other end of the line was frantic, even from where I sat on the edge of the obsidian desk. It was Julian's chief of operations in Singapore, something about a cargo blockage and a legal injunction that threatened a 9-figure deal. I watched Julian as he spoke. He didn't pace. He didn't sweat. He stood perfectly still, looking out at the glittering skyline of the city he helped build, his voice like a scalpel, precise, cold, and cutting through the excuses being offered to him. "I don't pay you to tell me why it's impossible, Marcus," Julian said, his eyes narrowing. "I pay you to make the impossible happen by sunrise. Call the minister. Remind him of the infrastructure project in his district. If the gates aren't open in 2 hours, don't bother calling this line again." He hung up without a goodbye. The silence that followed was heavy, vibrating with the residual energy of his command. He didn't turn around immediately. He leaned his hands on the window frame, his broad shoulders tensed under the fine fabric of his shirt. I could see his reflection in the glass, the titan, the man of steel, looking momentarily weary. "Does it ever stop?" I asked softly. Julian let out a short, dry laugh. "Only if you let it. And in my world, the moment you stop, you're hunted." He finally turned, and the coldness he had used on Marcus was gone. In its place was that smoldering, restless fire that had been tracking me all night. He looked at me, still perched on his desk, my hair slightly disheveled and my gown gathered around my knees. "You should leave, Alina," he said, though he didn't move a muscle toward the door. "The interview is over for tonight. I have 3 more calls to make, and I'm in a foul mood." You're lying, I said, my heart skipping a beat at my own boldness. Julian's eyebrows shot up. Am I? You aren't in a foul mood. You're frustrated, but not because of Singapore. I slid off the desk, my heels clicking softly on the floor as I took a step toward him. You're frustrated because for the first time in your life, you've met something you can't control with a phone call or a bank transfer. Julian's eyes darkened. He pushed off the window and met me in the center of the room. And what would that be? Me, I whispered, and the way you feel when I'm in the room. The air between us felt like it was charged with 1,000 volts. I could see the pulse jumping in his neck. Julian was a man of the rules. He had laid them out at the start of these 24 hours. No personal questions, no touching unless he initiated, no crossing the line between subject and journalist. But he had broken them first. He had touched my hair. He had cornered me in the elevator. And now, he was looking at me like I was the only thing in the world that mattered. You think you're so observant, he murmured, stepping closer until our chests were inches apart. You think you've got me figured out, the lonely billionaire in his glass tower, waiting for a plucky journalist to show him what real life is like. It's a cliché, Alina. Then why are your hands shaking? I asked, looking down. They weren't shaking much, but the slight tremor in his fingers as they hovered near my waist was unmistakable. It was the tremor of a man holding back a landslide. They aren't shaking from fear, Julian growled. He reached out, his hand diving into my hair, his fingers gripping the back of my head with a firm, possessive strength. He tilted my face up, forcing me to look into the storm of his eyes. I told myself I wouldn't do this, he whispered, his voice cracking. I told myself you were just a story, a way to pass 24 hours, a challenge to prove I could remain unmoved. And I breathed, my hands finding the lapels of his blazer, pulling him closer. And I've never been a very good loser, he said. He didn't wait for an answer. He leaned down and captured my lips in a kiss that was a total surrender and a total conquest all at once. It wasn't like the kiss in the elevator. That had been fueled by anger and jealousy. This was something else. This was the breaking of a dam. It was a sudden, violent ignition of everything we had been suppressing since the moment I walked into his foyer. I gasped into his mouth, my eyes fluttering shut as the world around us, the office, the glowing screens, the billions of dollars, the city lights, simply ceased to exist. There was only the taste of him, like expensive scotch and the cold night air, and the overwhelming heat of his body pressing against mine. Julian groaned low in his throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated need. He pulled me flush against him, his other arm wrapping around my waist so tightly I could barely breathe, but I didn't care. I wanted to be closer. I wanted to disappear into him. His tongue teased my lips, and when I opened for him, the kiss deepened into something primal. My fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him down, wanting to anchor him to me. I felt the power he usually exerted on the world being redirected entirely toward me, and it was intoxicating. It was the most dangerous drug I had ever tasted. He moved his lips from my mouth to the sensitive line of my jaw, his breath hot and ragged. "Elena," he choked out, his voice a ghost of its usual command. "This wasn't in the contract." "Screw the contract," I whispered, my head falling back as he pressed his lips to the pulse point on my neck. He lifted me up, my feet leaving the floor, and for a second I felt the weightlessness of the fall I had been fearing. He set me back down on the obsidian desk, clearing a stack of folders with a swift, careless sweep of his arm. Paper scattered like snow, but neither of us looked. He stepped between my legs, his hands sliding up my thighs, the silk of my dress bunching in his grip. The touch was electric, a searing heat that made me arch toward him. "I should stop," he murmured against my skin, even as his lips found the hollow of my collarbone. "I should be the professional. I should send you back to your hotel." "Is that what you want?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mixture of desire and defiance. Julian pulled back just enough to look me in the eyes. His pupils were so dilated they had swallowed the blue, leaving only a ring of midnight. He looked wrecked. He looked human. "No," he said, his voice raw. "It's the last thing in the world I want." He kissed me again, slower this time, a deep, soul-searching contact that felt more intimate than anything that had come before. It wasn't just physical, it was an acknowledgement. A confession that for the remaining hours of our challenge, there was no billionaire and no journalist. There were just two people lost in a world that usually demanded too much of them. The red light on his desk phone flickered again, another crisis, another million-dollar problem. Julian didn't even look at it. He reached out, unplugged the cord from the wall, and threw it across the room. "Tonight," he whispered against my lips, "the world can wait." The sparks had ignited into a wildfire, and as Julian leaned back in to claim my mouth once more, I knew there was no turning back. The 24 hours had just become a lifetime. Chapter 16, The Billionaire's Game. The silence that followed the unplugging of the phone was absolute. It was a heavy, expectant silence, broken only by the sound of our mingled breathing. I was still sitting on the edge of the obsidian desk, my legs tangled with his, the scattered papers a testament to the chaos of the last 5 minutes. Julian didn't move. He stood between my knees, his hands resting on my waist, his thumbs tracing slow, deliberate circles against the silk of my dress. The machine had been turned off, but what remained was arguably more dangerous. Julian Blackwood, unplugged and focused entirely on me. "You look surprised, Alina," he murmured. The predatory edge was back in his voice, but it was tempered with a dark, playful spark. "Did you think I was incapable of walking away from a deal?" "I thought your deals were your life," I said, my voice still a bit shaky. I reached up, straightening the lapel of his jacket which I had crumpled in my grip. "They are," he said, his eyes locking onto mine. "But a good businessman knows when to pivot. And right now, the ROI on Singapore doesn't compare to the curiosity I have about you." He stepped back, suddenly breaking the physical contact. The loss of his heat felt like a cold splash of water. He walked toward a hidden panel in the wall. This office was full of them, and pressed a button. A section of the obsidian wall slid open to reveal a private bar stocked with bottles that looked older than the building itself. "The interview format is dead," Julian said, pouring a finger of amber liquid into 2 crystal glasses. "We've crossed the Rubicon. You aren't just a journalist anymore, and I'm certainly not a subject." He walked back and handed me a glass. "So, let's play a game. 24 hours was the challenge. We have 9 hours left until the sun is fully up and the contract is over. I want to see how much of my world you can actually handle before you break." I took a sip of the drink. It was smoky, smooth, and burned all the way down. "You think I'm going to break?" "Everyone breaks, Alina. It's just a matter of the weight applied." He leaned against the desk, looking down at me. "I'm going to test your limits. I'm going to show you things, tell you things, and put you in positions that most people would flee from. If you stay until the end, if you don't look away, I'll give you the story you actually came for, the one nobody else gets. And if I leave, then you leave with a very expensive dress, a great kiss to remember, and a half-written article that will be forgotten in a week." I looked at him, the sharp lines of his face, the absolute confidence in his stance. He was challenging me, trying to reclaim the upper hand he'd lost when he surrendered to that kiss. This was his game. He was a man who lived for the hunt, and I was the prey he had decided was worth the chase. "I'm not going anywhere," I said, setting the glass down on the desk with a firm clack. Julian's smile was slow and dangerous. "Good. Rule number 1 of the game, total honesty. No journalist distance. If I ask you a question, you answer from the heart or the game ends." "Fine," I said. "Ask." He moved closer, his presence looming over me again. He didn't touch me, but he leaned in until I could feel the heat radiating from his skin. "When I kissed you just now, did you feel like you were in control, or did you feel like you were drowning?" The honesty rule. I could lie and say I was in control. I could play the modern woman who wasn't swayed by a billionaire's charm. But those storm blue eyes were boring into mine, and I knew he'd see the lie before I even finished the sentence. "I felt like I was drowning," I whispered. "And I think you knew that." Julian's gaze darkened. "I did. Rule number 2, every time I win a point in this game, I get to take something from you." My heart hammered. "What do you mean, take?" "Information, a secret, a piece of your pride." He reached out, his finger tracing the line of my collarbone just above the neckline of my dress. "Or perhaps just a bit of your composure, for instance." He didn't kiss me. Instead, he leaned down and whispered into my ear, his lips brushing the lobe. He told me exactly what he had been thinking about doing to me since the moment he saw me standing in his foyer that morning. The words were graphic, whispered in that velvet baritone, a vivid description of a desire so intense it made my toes curl against the soles of my shoes. He was testing my limits. He was seeing if I would blush, if I would look away, or if I would push him back. I did none of those things. I looked him dead in the eye, my face flushed but my gaze steady. "Is that all you've got, Julian? Words?" He laughed, a rich, genuine sound that vibrated in his chest. "Not even close, Alina, but it's a start." He straightened up and checked his watch. "The next part of the game requires a change of scenery. Follow me." He led me out of the office and down a hallway I hadn't seen yet. It was lined with black and white photography, stark, beautiful images of desolate landscapes. At the end of the hall was a heavy mahogany door. "This is the heart of the tower," he said. "The luxury suite. It's where I stay when I don't want to go home. It's where the billionaire disappears and the man remains." He opened the door, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. The suite was a sprawling expanse of velvet, silk, and glass. A massive bed sat on a raised platform overlooking the entire city. In the center of the room was a circular sunken bath made of white marble, steam already rising from the water. Soft music, something jazz-heavy and haunting, played from hidden speakers. It was a temple of seduction. "Why are we here?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Julian walked to the center of the room and turned to face me. He began unbuttoning his charcoal shirt, his eyes never leaving mine. "Because," he said, the shirt falling open to reveal the hard, sculpted lines of his torso. "The next part of the game is about vulnerability. I've shown you my power. I've shown you my wealth. Now I'm going to show you my skin. The question is, are you brave enough to show me yours?" He wasn't just asking me to undress. He was asking me to drop the shield of my profession, the armor of my cynicism, and to step into his world completely unprotected. "It's your move, Alina," he said, his voice a low, seductive challenge. "Do you play or do you run?" I looked at the man standing in the center of the room, beautiful, terrifying, and utterly magnetic. I looked at the bed, the bath, and the city lights below. I knew that if I stepped forward, there was no going back to the woman I was yesterday. I reached for the zipper at the back of my dress. "I never run, Julian," I said. The game had truly begun. Chapter 17, Luxury Suite Reveal. The sound of my zipper was a sharp, metallic rasp in the quiet of the suite. It felt like a gunshot. The silk of the dress loosened, the cool air of the room hitting my skin as the fabric began its slow slide down my shoulders. I didn't look down. I kept my eyes locked on Julian's. I wanted him to see every ounce of my defiance, every flicker of the fear I was refusing to let win. The dress pooled at my feet in a circle of emerald silk. I stood there in nothing but my lace lingerie, feeling more exposed than I ever had in my life, not just because of the lack of clothes, but because of the way Julian was looking at me. He wasn't looking at me like a conquest. He was looking at me like a man who had spent his whole life collecting masterpieces and had finally found the one he couldn't price. "You're trembling," he noted. His voice was a low vibration that seemed to hum in the very floor beneath my feet. "It's cold," I lied. Julian stepped toward me, his movements slow, giving me every chance to bolt. He stopped just inches away. He had discarded his shirt entirely now, and the sight of him was overwhelming. He wasn't just fit. He was built with a rugged, functional power, broad shoulders, a chest etched with muscle, and a long, faint scar that ran along his ribs, a reminder that even gods could bleed. "I don't think it's the cold," he whispered. He reached out, not to touch my skin, but to pick up a plush, charcoal gray robe from the edge of the bed. He draped it around my shoulders, his hands lingering on the lapels, pulling the heavy fabric closed around me. The gesture was unexpectedly chivalrous, and it threw me more than his seduction had. "The suite," I said, my voice returning to me as I looked around, desperate for a distraction. "You said this is where the man remains." "It doesn't look like a man lives here. It looks like a museum." Julian turned, walking toward the sunken marble bath. The steam was rising in thick, fragrant plumes, smelling of eucalyptus and expensive oils. "A museum stores things that are dead, Alina. I come here to feel alive. Usually that involves silence. Tonight it involves you." He gestured to the room. "Look closer. Don't look at the price tags, look at the choices." I followed him, pulling the robe tight. I saw it then. On the bookshelves, there weren't leather-bound sets of classics meant for show. There were dog-eared paperbacks on philosophy, ancient history, and celestial navigation. In the corner, there was an old-fashioned telescope pointed at the stars, not the city. And on the nightstand, a single framed photograph, not of a business partner or a celebrity, but of a woman with Julian's eyes standing in a field of wild grass. "Your mother?" I asked softly. Julian's posture stiffened for a heartbeat before he relaxed. "She was the only person who didn't care about the Blackwood name. She died before I made the first billion. This suite. It's the only place I keep her." The billionaire mask didn't just crack, it vanished. For a moment, he was just a man standing in a steam-filled room, haunted by a ghost. This was the reveal he had promised, not the luxury of the suite, but the vulnerability of the occupant. "Why show me this?" I asked, stepping closer to the bath. This wasn't part of the game. "Everything is part of the game," Julian said, though his voice lacked its usual edge. He sat on the edge of the marble tub, one leg hooked over the side. "The test wasn't whether you'd take off your dress, Alina. The test was whether you'd see the man behind the curtain and stay. Most people, they prefer the curtain. It's easier to admire a statue than a person." He reached out, his fingers brushing the hem of my robe. "The water is warm, the city is quiet, and for the first time in a decade, I don't want to be alone. Does that scare you?" Yes, I admitted, the honesty rule still weighing on me. It scares me more than the interview. It scares me more than your board of directors. Good, he murmured. Honesty is the only currency that matters in this room. He stood up and walked toward the wall of glass that looked out over the Atlantic. The moon was a silver sliver, reflecting off the dark, churning water below. I built this tower to be above everyone, Julian said, his back to me. I thought if I got high enough, the noise would stop. The expectations, the greed, the constant hum of people wanting things from me. But the higher you go, the thinner the air gets. You start to starve for something real. I walked up behind him. Without thinking, I reached out and placed my hand in the center of his back. His skin was hot, his muscles tensing under my palm. "You aren't starving tonight," I said. Julian turned around with a suddenness that made me gasp. He grabbed my wrists, pinning them gently but firmly against the glass. The cold of the window behind me and the heat of his body in front of me created a sensory storm. "No," he growled, his face inches from mine. "Tonight, I'm terminal. I want to know everything. I want to know why you became a journalist. I want to know what you're running from. And I want to know why you look at me with that mix of desire and loathing." "I don't loathe you," I whispered, my breath hitching as he leaned in, his nose brushing mine. "You loathe what I represent," he corrected. "You loathe that I can buy a city block while people on your street can't pay rent. You loathe that I have this power. And yet..." He lowered his head, his lips grazing the shell of my ear. "And yet, you want me to use that power on you. You want to see if you can handle the weight of it." He released my wrists, his hands sliding down to the tie of my robe. He didn't pull it. He just rested his knuckles against my stomach, the heat of them seeping through the fabric. "The suite has many rooms, Alina," he said, his voice a dark, velvet promise. "But tonight there is only this one. The water, the bed, or the view. Choose." The air in the room was thick, heavy with the scent of the bath and the raw, electric tension between us. I looked at the marble bath, the steam swirling like a beckoning spirit. I looked at the bed, vast and inviting. And I looked at Julian, the man who was no longer a mystery to be solved, but a fire to be felt. "The water," I whispered. Julian's eyes flared with a triumphant, hungry light. He didn't say another word. He reached for the tie of the robe. The billionaire's world was gone. There was only the heat, the steam, and the two of us, sinking into a reality where the clock no longer mattered. Chapter 18, A Heated Argument. The water in the marble bath had been a temporary sanctuary. For a while, the world had been reduced to the sound of lapping water, the scent of eucalyptus, and the weightless feeling of Julian's hands as he helped me into the warmth. There had been no questions, no game, just the terrifyingly soft touch of a man who usually moved with the force of a hurricane. But as we stepped out, wrapping ourselves in heavy, white terry cloth robes that felt like clouds, the reality of who we were began to seep back through the steam. The silence was no longer comfortable. It was pregnant with the things I had suppressed to get this close to him. I watched Julian as he walked to the window, staring out at the city he looked down upon, literally and figuratively. "You're doing it again," he said, his back still turned. "Doing what?" I asked, cinching the belt of my robe tight. "Analyzing, writing the lead in your head. I can hear the gears turning from across the room, Alina. It's loud." I leaned against the cool marble of the vanity. "Maybe it's because I'm realizing that this beautiful suite, the telescope, the photo of your mother, it's just another layer of the fortress. It's meant to make you seem human, so I'll stop looking for the monster." Julian turned slowly. The vulnerability I'd seen earlier was gone, replaced by a sharp, icy stillness. The monster, is that what we're doing now? Back to the eat the rich narrative. I was doing my research before the car picked me up this morning, Julian, I said, my voice gaining strength. I looked into the Apex project, the one you're breaking ground on next week. You're tearing down a 3-block radius in the Heights. That's 1,000 families. Some of them have been there for generations. Julian sighed, a sound of profound boredom. It's an urban renewal project. The area is failing. I'm bringing in tech hubs, green spaces, and a 5-star transit center. I'm creating 10,000 jobs. You're creating 10,000 jobs for people who can afford to live in your buildings, I countered, stepping toward him. The heat in my chest wasn't from the bath anymore. It was the fire of a story that mattered. What about the people who are being pushed out? Where do they go? Or are they just externalities on your spreadsheet? Julian's eyes flashed. He walked toward me, his pace measured and predatory. They are being compensated at 20% above market value. They are getting more money than they'd see in a lifetime of working those dead-end jobs. Money isn't a community, Julian. You can't buy a sense of belonging. You can't eat belonging, Alina. He snapped, his voice finally rising. He stopped inches from me, his presence looming, the scent of the bath still clinging to him but his energy now jagged and sharp. The world isn't a charity ward, it's a machine. It moves forward or it rusts. I am the one making sure it moves. If a few blocks of crumbling brick have to go to build a future that actually works, I will pull the lever every single time. Because you don't have to live with the consequences. I yelled, my hands balling into fists. You sit up here in your glass tower, playing God with people's lives, and then you wonder why you're so damn lonely. It's because you've traded your humanity for efficiency. The word lonely seemed to strike him like a physical blow. Julian's jaw tightened so hard I thought it might crack. The air in the room felt like it was vibrating. You know nothing about my humanity, he whispered, his voice low and dangerous, a sharp contrast to my shouting. You think you're so noble. You're here, aren't you? You're wearing my silk, drinking my vintage scotch, and sitting in my bath. You didn't turn down the invitation. You wanted to see the monster up close. Why? For the Pulitzer. Or because you wanted to see if the monster would want you. That's low, Julian. Is it? You're a parasite of the elite, Alina. You make a living writing about people like me so you can feel superior while you benefit from the very system you claim to hate. You want to talk about the Heights. I grew up in a place worse than the Heights. I didn't get out by crying about community. I got out by being the smartest, meanest person in the room. And look where it got you, I said, my voice trembling with a mix of fury and a strange, aching sadness. You're 34 years old, you have everything, and you're so desperate for a real connection that you had to trick a journalist into a 24-hour challenge just to have someone to talk to who doesn't work for you. The silence that followed was deafening. I had pushed the button. I had gone past the business, past the ethics, and aimed straight for the hollow space I'd sensed in him since Chapter 1. Julian didn't yell. He didn't move. He just looked at me with an expression that was so cold it felt like winter had moved into the suite. "Get out," he said softly. "Julian." "The game is over, Miss Thorne. The challenge is over. I'll have the driver take you home." He turned away, heading toward the bedroom, his silhouette dark against the city lights. But I couldn't move. The anger was still there, but beneath it was that same electric pull, that volatile chemistry that thrived on friction. We were like two flints striking together. The sparks were inevitable, but so was the fire. No, I said. Julian stopped. He didn't turn around. No. I'm not leaving. We have 6 hours left. That was the deal. You don't get to kick me out just because I'm the only person who's ever told you the truth. He turned then, and the look on his face wasn't anger anymore. It was a raw, naked hunger. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, his robe fluttering around his legs. Before I could breathe, he had grabbed my waist and lifted me, slamming my back against the mahogany door of the suite. The impact was jarring, but his body followed, pinning me there. You want the truth. He growled, his face inches from mine. The truth is that I should hate you. The truth is that you're a sanctimonious, judgmental, beautiful pain in my neck. And the rest of the truth. I challenged, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Julian's hands moved from my waist to my hair, his fingers tangling in the damp locks, pulling my head back so I had to look at him. The rest of the truth, he whispered, his eyes boring into mine, is that I have never wanted to destroy someone and protect someone as much as I want to do both to you right now. He kissed me then, but it wasn't the soul-searching kiss from the office. This was a clash of wills. It was an extension of the argument, hot, demanding, and desperate. It tasted of the gin we'd shared and the bitterness of our words. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, my nails digging into his shoulders. We were fighting with our mouths, our bodies, our very breath. The argument hadn't ended. It had just changed language. He broke the kiss to press his forehead against mine, both of us panting. I'm still building that project, Alina, he whispered against my lips. I'm still writing that article, Julian, I replied. I know, he said. And then he picked me up, my legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, and carried me toward the bed. The argument was far from over, but for the first time, we were fighting on the same side of the line. Chapter 19, Late Night Confessions. The world at 3:00 a.m. is a different planet. From the height of the luxury suite, the city below didn't look like a machine or a battlefield. It looked like a circuit board, pulsing with a low, rhythmic light. The air in the room was cool now, the steam from the bath long gone. I lay in the center of the massive bed, draped in the heavy silk sheets that felt like cool water against my skin. Julian was beside me, propped up on one elbow, his silhouette etched in the silver glow of the moon. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the telescope in the corner, his expression unreadable. The silence wasn't the heavy, suffocating kind we'd started the day with. It was a fragile peace, the kind that exists between 2 soldiers after a ceasefire. You said I grew up in a place worse than the Heights, I said softly, breaking the quiet. You never talk about that. Even the unauthorized biographies say you started with a small trust fund from your grandfather. Julian let out a short, bitter huff. The trust fund was $5,000. My grandfather was a janitor who saved every penny in a coffee can. The press invented the old money narrative because they couldn't stand the idea that I didn't owe anyone for my seat at the table. He turned his head to look at me. His eyes were dark, the intensity from our argument still simmering just beneath the surface. My mother was a waitress, he continued, his voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. We lived in a basement apartment in South Boston, the kind where you could hear the subway rattling the pipes every 20 minutes. She worked 3 jobs to keep me in a school where I didn't belong. I spent my childhood wearing hand-me-down sweaters and watching kids whose parents own the world look through me like I was made of glass. I shifted, turning onto my side to face him. Is that why you built all this? To make sure they could never look through you again? I didn't build it for them, Alina. I built it so I'd never have to hear the sound of the subway rattling the pipes again. I built it because in this world, you are either the one holding the hammer or the one being nailed down. I chose the hammer. He reached out, his hand sliding over the silk to cover mine. His grip was firm, almost desperate. The apex project. You think it's about greed, and maybe it is in the way everything is, but that area, it's where my mother grew up. It's where she was mugged twice. It's where she died because the ambulance couldn't get through the narrow, congested streets fast enough. I felt a lump form in my throat. I had spent so much time looking at the statistics of his project that I hadn't looked for the ghost driving it. Julian, I didn't know. Of course you didn't. I don't give the sob story interview, remember. He looked back at the window. I'm not tearing it down to destroy it. I'm tearing it down to build something that wouldn't have let her die. But I can't tell the board that. They want ROI. They want dividends. So I speak their language. I play the monster so I can get the job done. I watched him, the man who was currently holding the world by the throat, and saw the boy in the hand-me-down sweater. It didn't excuse the families being displaced, but it humanized the hand that signed the papers. Now it's your turn, Julian said, his gaze returning to me, sharp and expectant. Rule number 1, total honesty. Why the crusade, Alina? Why spend your life chasing people like me? You're talented. You could be a novelist, a screenwriter, anything. But you choose to live in a walk-up with a broken heater so you can throw rocks at glass towers. I looked up at the ceiling, the shadows of the window frames casting long, dark bars across the room. My father was a whistleblower, I said. He worked for a chemical plant in the Midwest. He found out they were dumping runoff into the local river, the same river that fed the town's reservoir. He took it to his bosses, thinking they'd want to fix it. They didn't. They offered him a promotion to stay quiet. When he refused, they didn't just fire him, they destroyed him. I felt the old, familiar sting of anger in my chest. They leaked fake documents saying he was embezzling. They sued him into bankruptcy. By the time the truth came out, he had lost the house, his reputation, and his health. He died of a heart attack 2 months before the company finally settled. Julian's hand tightened on mine. I don't throw rocks because I hate the towers, Julian. I throw them because I know what happens to the people who live in the shadows they cast. I became a journalist because I wanted to be the person my father needed. I wanted to be the one who could make the monsters look back. We lay there for a long time, the weight of our shared confessions hanging in the air. We were 2 people forged in the same fire, loss, resentment, and a desperate need for control, who had come out on opposite sides of the glass. He had become the tower, I had become the stone. We're a disaster, you and I, Julian whispered. I know, I said, a small, sad smile touching my lips. I've spent 24 hours trying to prove to myself that you were just another person who could be bought or intimidated, he said, his fingers tracing the lines of my palm. And you've spent 24 hours trying to prove I don't have a soul. Did we succeed? Julian leaned over me then, his face inches from mine. The coldness of the billionaire was gone. The fire of the monster was gone. There was only a man who looked like he was seeing something for the first time. No, he whispered. I think we both failed miserably. He leaned down and kissed me, not with the dominance of the office or the anger of the argument, but with a terrifying, aching tenderness. It was a kiss that acknowledged the scars. It was a confession in itself. In the silence of the suite, as the clock ticked toward the final hours of our arrangement, I realized that the 24-hour challenge was never about an interview. It was a collision of two lonely orbits. "Stay like this," Julian murmured against my skin. "Just for an hour. No questions, no projects, no pasts." "Just us," I asked, "just us." As I closed my eyes and let the scent of him and the warmth of the bed pull me toward a restless sleep, I knew that the sunrise was coming. And with the sunrise came the end of the world we had built in the dark. But for now, in the late-night quiet, the billionaire and the journalist were just two people trying to find their way home. Chapter 20. The First Intimate Moment. The clock on the nightstand was a silent witness, its digital pulse glowing a soft, rhythmic amber. 4:12 a.m. The world below was caught in that strange, liminal space between the death of the night and the birth of the morning. Up here, in the cocoon of the luxury suite, the air felt thick enough to touch, heavy with the weight of the stories we had just traded. The silence after our confessions wasn't empty, it was vibrating. It was the sound of two people who had spent their entire lives building armor finally standing naked, emotionally, if not yet physically, before one another. Julian's hand was still over mine on the silk sheets. I could feel the heat of his palm, the slight calluses on his fingers, and the steady, heavy beat of his pulse. He was looking at me, and for the first time since I had walked into his office, he wasn't trying to see through me or around me. He was just seeing me. "You're doing it again," he whispered. His voice was a low, rough velvet that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. "Doing what?" I asked, my voice barely a breath. "You're thinking about the why. You're trying to categorize this, to find a box for the boy from South Boston and the girl from the Midwest." He moved his hand, his thumb tracing the delicate line of my wrist, a slow, agonizingly deliberate movement. "Stop thinking, Alina. For once in your life, just feel." He leaned in, the distance between us vanishing inch by excruciating inch. I could smell the eucalyptus from the bath, the clean scent of his skin, and that faint, intoxicating hint of expensive bourbon. When his lips finally met mine, it wasn't the lightning strike of the office or the thunderclap of the elevator. It was a slow-burn fire. It was a question asked in the dark, a tentative exploration of the new territory we had uncovered. It was soft, lingering, and so filled with a sudden, unexpected tenderness that it made my heart ache. I let out a shaky breath, my eyes fluttering shut as I leaned into him. My hands, which had spent the day holding a notebook and a pen, found their way to his chest. His skin was like living marble, smooth, hard, and searingly hot. I could feel his heart thundering beneath my palm, a frantic rhythm that matched my own. He groaned low in his throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated need that wasn't about dominance, but about a desperate human hunger. He pulled me closer, his arm wrapping around my waist, lifting me until I was flush against him. The silk sheets rustled and slid, a cool contrast to the heat radiating between our bodies. "Elena," he murmured against my lips, his breath hitching. I told myself this was just a game. I told myself I could handle 24 hours of you and walk away unchanged. "And," I whispered, my fingers tangling in the dark silk of his hair, pulling him down, wanting to lose myself in the storm. "And I've never been more wrong about anything in my life," he confessed. He began to trail kisses down my jaw, finding the sensitive spot just below my ear that made my toes curl. Every touch was an admission. Every brush of his skin against mine was a secret shared. The billionaire was gone. The journalist was gone. There was only this, the friction of skin, the scent of the night, and the terrifying realization that we were crossing a line from which there was no return. He moved with a grace that was almost predatory, yet softened by a newfound reverence. He treated my body not like a conquest, but like a sanctuary. When he pulled the silk robe from my shoulders, his eyes swept over me with an intensity that made me feel more seen than any interview ever could. "You are the most dangerous thing in this building," he whispered, his hands cupping my face. "Not the contracts, not the billions. You, because you make me want things I haven't dared to want in 15 years. "What do you want, Julian?" I asked, my voice trembling with the force of my own desire. He didn't answer with words. He answered with a touch that was both demanding and yielding. He laid me back against the pillows, the dark expanse of the bed feeling like an ocean we were both drowning in. As the physical intimacy deepened, the power dynamic that had defined our entire day finally dissolved. It was no longer about who had the money or who had the questions. It was about the way his hand fit perfectly in the small of my back. It was about the way he looked at me when he thought I wasn't looking, with a raw, aching vulnerability that mirrored my own. In the heat of the moment, the rules were incinerated. The 24-hour challenge felt like a lifetime ago, a triviality from a world we no longer inhabited. When the final barrier between us fell, it wasn't a climax of lust, but a culmination of the truth. It was a physical conversation, a way to say all the things we couldn't put into words in the war room or on the balcony. Every movement was a confession. Every gasp was a promise. I looked up at him, his face etched in the blue-gold light of the pre-dawn, and I didn't see a titan of industry. I saw a man who was as broken and as beautiful as the rest of the world. And in that moment, as we became one in the quiet of the tower, I realized I wasn't just losing my professional distance. I was losing my heart. Hours later, or perhaps it was only minutes, we lay tangled together in the aftermath, the silence of the room now soft and warm. Julian's head was rested against my shoulder, his breathing deep and steady. He looked at peace, the sharp lines of his face relaxed in a way I hadn't seen since the photograph of his mother. I stared out at the horizon, where a thin, pale line of violet was beginning to bleed into the black. The first half of our journey was over. The temptation had risen, peaked, and broken over us like a wave. But as the sun began its slow ascent, I knew that the morning after would bring its own set of challenges. We had found intimacy in the dark. Now we had to see if it could survive the light of day. Chapter 21, Morning After Tension. The sun did not rise over the city so much as it interrogated it. The light that filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxury suite was a pale, unforgiving gray gold. It didn't have the warmth of the previous afternoon or the seductive blue mystery of the night. This was the light of reality. It hit the rumpled silk sheets, the discarded clothes on the floor, and the two people who were no longer sure who they were to each other. I woke up before Julian. My eyes snapped open, and for a heartbeat, I didn't know where I was. Then, the weight of the last 20 hours crashed down on me. I felt the heat of Julian's body beside me, his arm draped across my waist, his breathing a steady, rhythmic tidal wave against the back of my neck. I lay perfectly still, staring at the dust motes dancing in a beam of light. What have I done? The journalist in me, the woman who had spent years sharpening her cynical edges, was screaming. I had broken the cardinal rule. I had crossed the line. I had become the story. How was I supposed to go back to my tiny apartment and write an objective profile of a man whose heartbeat I had felt against my own? How could I critique his business ethics when I had whispered my own deepest traumas into the crook of his neck? I tried to slide out from under his arm, moving with the stealth of a thief. But the moment I shifted, Julian's grip tightened. He didn't wake up with a start. He simply hummed, a low vibration in his chest, and pulled me closer. "Running away already, Alina." His voice was a gravelly, sleep-thickened rasp. I froze. I wasn't running. I was looking for my watch. Julian let out a dry, sleepy chuckle. He finally opened his eyes, and even in the morning light, they were piercing. There was no morning fog in Julian Blackwood's mind. He was instantly, terrifyingly present. He propped himself up on one elbow, the sheets falling to his waist, revealing the hard, tanned expanse of his chest. I felt a traitorous heat rise in my cheeks. Last night in the dark, I had been brave. In the light, I felt exposed. "It's 6:15 a.m., he said, glancing at the digital clock. "We have less than 4 hours left in our original arrangement. Is that why you're tense?" "Because the clock is ticking." I sat up, pulling the sheet with me, wrapping it around my chest like a shield. "Everything is different in the morning, Julian, you know that. Yesterday we were a journalist and a subject. Last night we were, whatever that was. Today we're back to the world." Julian's expression shifted. The softness I'd seen in the early hours of the morning began to recede, replaced by that familiar, guarded stillness. He sat up, running a hand through his dark, messy hair. "The world is what we make of it," he said. "Are you regretting it?" The question was a trap. If I said yes, I was lying. If I said no, I was admitting he had a power over me that went beyond the interview. "I don't regret it," I said, looking him in the eye. "But I am aware of the consequences. My editor is expecting a hard-hitting piece on the Wolf of the Atlantic. I don't think a chapter on your choice of Egyptian cotton sheets is what she had in mind." Julian stood up, unabashedly naked, and walked toward the bathroom. He moved with a confidence that made me realize he never felt exposed. He was the owner of the tower. Everything in it, including the air, belonged to him. "Write the truth, Alina," he called out over his shoulder. "Write that I'm a monster. Write that I'm a visionary. Write that I'm a man who grew up in a basement and built a mountain so no one could ever look down on him again. But don't you dare write a lie just because you're afraid of what we felt." The sound of the shower started, a sharp, insistent hiss. I sat there for a moment, feeling the silence of the room. I felt like a ghost. I got up and gathered my clothes. My emerald dress was wrinkled, a casualty of the night's passion. I put it on, the silk feeling cold and alien against my skin. I did my hair in the mirror, pinning it back into that tight, professional bun, but a few strands refused to stay in place, as if they were rebelling against the return to order. When Julian emerged from the bathroom, he was already transforming back into the billionaire. He had a towel around his waist, his skin damp and smelling of sandalwood, but his eyes were focused on a tablet he had picked up from the nightstand. "The Singapore situation has stabilized," he said, not looking up. "But the board is calling an emergency session for noon. My assistant is already downstairs with my suit for the day." The transition was so seamless it made my head spin. It was as if the man who had whispered to me about his mother had been a dream. "So, that's it?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. "The sun comes up, the machine turns back on, and I'm just a line in your calendar." Julian stopped. He set the tablet down and walked over to me. He didn't touch me, but he stood close enough that I could feel the damp heat of his body. "You are never just a line in a calendar, Alina. If you think that, you weren't paying attention last night." He reached out, his thumb grazing my lower lip. "But the world demands its pound of flesh. I have a company to run, you have a story to write." "I know," I whispered. "However," he said, a small, predatory spark returning to his eyes, "our 24 hours aren't up. And I've decided that the morning after tension is a waste of my time. I have a proposal for the final leg of this challenge. I narrowed my eyes. Another game. A challenge, he corrected. I want to take you somewhere. Somewhere that isn't this tower. Somewhere that isn't the billionaire's world. If you come with me, I'll give you the one thing you need to finish your article, the missing piece of the puzzle. And what's that? Julian smiled, and for the first time that morning, it reached his eyes. The truth about why I chose you for this interview. I felt a shiver go down my spine. I had wondered that from the start. Out of all the senior financial reporters, all the famous anchors, why had he sent the car for a mid-level journalist from a struggling independent magazine? I'm listening, I said. Get dressed, he said, gesturing to the door where a courier was likely waiting with a fresh change of clothes for both of us. The next 4 hours are going to be the most important of your life, not because of me, because of what you're going to decide about yourself. He turned back to his tablet, the CEO once again. But as I walked toward the door, I caught his reflection in the glass. He wasn't looking at the data. He was watching me go, his expression a mix of longing and calculation that I couldn't quite decode. The tension was still there, thick and suffocating. But beneath it was a new current, a sense that the challenge was moving out of the bedroom and into the soul. I stepped out into the hallway, the cool air of the corridor hitting me. The sun was fully up now, the city humming with the sound of millions of people starting their day. 20 hours down, 4 to go, and I had a feeling the hardest part was just beginning. Chapter 22, The Billionaire's Proposal. The clothes Julian had delivered weren't the journalist's uniform I had arrived in. Instead of my stiff blazer and sensible heels, the box contained a soft, cream-colored cashmere sweater, tailored charcoal trousers, and a pair of Italian leather loafers that cost more than my first car. Put them on, Julian had said with a look that brooked no argument. We're going to be doing a lot of walking, and your pride is already carrying enough weight without those heels adding to it. By the time we stepped into the private express elevator, I felt like a different person. I caught our reflection in the polished steel doors. He was back in a suit, a navy three-piece that screamed authority, and I looked like a woman who belonged by his side, not someone who was there to interrogate him. The thought made my stomach flip with a mix of excitement and nausea. We didn't go to the lobby. The elevator descended into the sub-basement, opening into a private garage filled with a fleet of cars that looked like they belonged in a museum of speed. Julian didn't wait for a driver. He walked straight to a vintage, silver Porsche 356, the engine purring to life with a throaty growl the moment he turned the key. "Where are we going?" I asked as we sped out of the garage, the tires chirping against the concrete. "To see the world I'm building," Julian said, his eyes hidden behind a pair of dark aviators. "And to give you the answer you've been hunting for." The city was in the full throat of the morning rush. We wove through traffic with a precision that was typical of Julian, calculated risks, and absolute confidence. We headed toward the waterfront, an area currently dominated by rusted shipping containers and crumbling warehouses, but dotted with the skeletal frames of massive new developments. He parked the car near an old, weathered pier that looked out over the harbor. The wind was sharp here, smelling of salt and diesel. Julian got out and walked to the edge of the pier, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. I followed him, the cashmere of the sweater shielding me from the chill, but doing nothing to protect me from the intensity of his presence. "You asked why I chose you," Julian said, not looking at me. He was watching a massive crane hoist a steel beam onto a nearby construction site. I've been watching your career for 2 years, Alina. Ever since you broke that story about the pension fund embezzlement in Ohio. I blinked, surprised. You read that? That was in a local trade journal. I read everything that involves people with power behaving badly, Julian said, turning to face me. The sun caught the sharp angles of his face, making him look like something carved from flint. Most journalists are looking for a scandal. They want the headline, the gotcha moment, but you were looking for the mechanics. You wanted to know how they did it, not just that they did it. You have a mind for the machine, even if you hate the grease. I don't hate the machine, I corrected. I hate the people who use it to crush everyone else. Exactly, Julian said, stepping closer. The wind whipped my hair across my face, and he reached out, tucking it behind my ear with a lingering touch that reminded me of everything we had shared 4 hours ago. I chose you because I needed someone who couldn't be bought with a fancy dinner or a press release. I needed someone who would look at me and see the monster. Because only someone who sees the monster can understand the vision. And what vision is that? Replacing these warehouses with glass towers. No, Julian said, his voice dropping to a low, magnetic register. Replacing a broken system with a better one. This project, the one you think is destroying a community, is actually the foundation for a new kind of city. Affordable housing integrated with high-tech infrastructure. A closed-loop energy grid. I'm not just building buildings, Alina. I'm building a prototype for the future. He paused, his gaze boring into mine. But I have a problem. The board of directors, the investors, the politicians, they only care about the numbers. They don't know how to tell the story. And without the story, the project will be strangled by red tape and public resentment before it ever opens. I felt a sudden, cold realization dawning on me. You want me to write the story for you. I'm making you a proposal, Alina, Julian said. He took a step closer, effectively pinning me between his body and the railing of the pier. The scent of him, the sandalwood and the salt air, was overwhelming. Forget the article, forget your magazine. I want you to come work for me, not as a PR person, as my director of social impact. I want you to be the conscience of Blackwood Holdings. My breath hitched. You're joking. I never joke about my business, he said, his expression deadly serious. You'd have a seat at the table. You'd have the power to veto projects that you think are harmful. You'd have a budget bigger than your current magazine's entire valuation. You could actually fix the things you usually just write about. It was the ultimate temptation. He wasn't offering me money, though the salary would surely be astronomical. He was offering me leverage. He was offering me the chance to be the person my father needed. There's a catch, I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. Julian's eyes darkened. The catch is that you have to kill the profile. You can't be a journalist and my conscience at the same time. You have to step inside the tower. You have to join the machine to change it. I looked out at the water, my mind racing. This was the billionaire's game in its final, most dangerous form. He had seduced me, he had shared his secrets, and now he was offering me my wildest dreams, all in exchange for my integrity. You're trying to buy me, I said, a bitter edge creeping into my voice. You're just doing it with impact instead of diamonds. I'm not buying you, Alina. I'm recruiting you. There's a difference. He reached out, his hand cupping my jaw, forcing me to look at him. Last night, you told me that I've traded my humanity for efficiency. Well, here is your chance to trade your cynicism for results. Which one is harder to live with? The proposal was brilliant. It was Julian Blackwood in a nutshell, calculating, arrogant, and yet undeniably compelling. He was offering me a way to change the world, but at the cost of the only thing I truly owned, my voice. "You have until the end of the 24 hours to decide," Julian said, his thumb grazing my cheek. "If you say yes, we start tomorrow. If you say no, you walk away, you write your article, and we never speak again." "And the forever you hinted at in the suite?" I asked, my voice trembling. Was that just part of the pitch? Julian's mask slipped for a heartbeat. I saw a flicker of something raw, something that looked suspiciously like fear. "I don't make promises I can't keep," he murmured, his face inches from mine. "But I can tell you this. If you walk away today, I will spend the rest of my life wondering what kind of empire we could have built together." He leaned in, his lips brushing mine in a kiss that was a question, a plea, and a threat all at once. It tasted of the future, bright, terrifying, and completely uncertain. As he pulled back, the 24-hour clock was practically audible in the silence between us. "Come on," Julian said, his voice returning to its professional clip. "We have one more stop before the sun hits its peak, and you're going to need your strength for what comes next." He turned and walked back to the car, leaving me standing on the pier, the wind howling around me and the choice of a lifetime weighing me down. Chapter 23: Unexpected Gifts. The drive away from the pier was quiet, but it wasn't the tense, brittle silence of the morning. It was heavier, thick with the gravity of the proposal Julian had just laid at my feet, Director of Social Impact. It was a title that sounded like a dream and felt like a cage. Julian drove with a relaxed, one-handed grip on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road, but his mind clearly miles ahead. We weren't heading back to the financial district. We were weaving through the cobblestone streets of the old quarter, where the buildings were hunched together like ancient scholars, and the trees were heavy with the weight of a century. "You're overthinking it," Julian said, his voice cutting through the hum of the engine. "I'm thinking exactly the right amount for someone who was just offered a seat in the belly of the beast," I countered, looking out the window. "You're offering me the world, Julian, but you're asking for my eyes in exchange." "I'm asking you to use your eyes for something other than looking for flaws, Elena. I'm asking you to use them to look for solutions." He pulled the car to a stop in front of a narrow, unassuming brick building. There was no sign, only a brass plate that read the Sterling Archive. "What is this?" I asked. "A gift," he said, killing the engine. "And a lesson, come on." Inside, the building smelled of dust, vanilla, and old paper. It was a private library, the kind that didn't appear on any tourist map. Tall, rolling ladders leaned against shelves that reached toward a vaulted ceiling. A man in a cardigan looked up, nodded to Julian as if he were a regular, and went back to his ledger. Julian led me to a table in the back. On it sat 3 items: a small, weathered leather-bound notebook, a fountain pen with a gold nib, and a thick, blue folder. "I didn't choose you just because I read your articles, Elena," Julian said, standing behind me, his presence a warm, solid weight. "I chose you because I knew who your father was. I knew what the Henderson chemical plant did to him." My breath caught. I reached out, my fingers hovering over the blue folder. "What is this?" "The blue folder is the full, unredacted internal audit of the Henderson plant from 10 years ago," Julian said softly. "The documents your father died trying to find. The ones the company claimed didn't exist." I opened the folder. My hands were shaking. There they were. The spreadsheets, the memos, the signatures of the men who had destroyed my father's life. It was all there. Every lie, every cover-up laid bare in black and white. How? I whispered. This was supposed to be destroyed. Nothing is ever truly destroyed in my world, Julian said. It's just moved to a different drawer. I bought the holding company that owned Henderson 3 months ago. The first thing I did was send a team to find these. I thought you deserved to have the last word. I felt a tear slip down my cheek, landing on a page that bore the name of the man who had sued my father into the ground. For 10 years, I had carried the weight of this injustice. I had built my entire identity around the lack of this specific piece of paper. And here it was, handed to me by the very kind of man I had spent my life hating. I couldn't find the word, generous, cruel, overwhelming. It's not a bribe, Alina, Julian said, sensing my conflict. He stepped around the table to face me, his eyes searching mine. I didn't get these to make you say yes to the job. I got them because the world was wrong and I had the power to make it right for you. Whether you work for me or not, those papers go home with you today. You can take them to the DA, you can publish them. You can burn them. They are yours. I looked at him, really looked at him. This wasn't the billionaire trying to win a game. This was the boy from South Boston who knew what it felt like to be powerless, using his mountain of gold to reach back into the past and heal a wound. And the notebook? I asked, my voice thick with emotion. Julian picked up the leather-bound book. That's yours too. It's blank. Every page is empty. He handed it to me, the leather cool and soft. The blue folder is the end of your father's story, he said. The notebook is for you to start writing yours, not as a reaction to what happened to him, not as a weapon against people like me, but as whatever you want to be. I want you to have a voice that isn't defined by your scars. I took the notebook, clutching it to my chest. The third item, the fountain pen, was engraved with my initials. E.T. Julian, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Why? He reached out, his hand cupping my cheek, his thumb brushing away the stray tear. Because everyone gives me things, Alina. They give me loyalty, they give me information, they give me their time. But you gave me something I haven't had in a long time. What? The feeling that I could be better, he murmured. He leaned in and kissed my forehead, a gesture so tender and un-Julian-like that it hurt more than any of his barbs. This was the unexpected gift, not the documents, not the pen, but the realization that he had actually listened to me. He had seen the girl behind the journalist and decided she was worth protecting. We have 2 hours left, Julian said, pulling back, his voice returning to a steadier clip. The sun is starting to dip. I have one more thing I want to show you, but this one isn't about the past, it's about tonight. Tonight, I asked, looking at the blue folder. Julian, my article, this folder changes everything. I know, he said, a ghost of a smile playing on his lips. But for the next 2 hours, let the folder stay here. Let the past stay in the library. I want to take you to a night in the city that you'll never forget. No questions, no rules, just us before the clock hits 0. I looked at the blue folder, then at the blank notebook, then at the man standing in front of me. I felt like I was standing at a crossroads. One path led back to my old life, armed with the truth that would finally bring me peace. The other path led toward Julian, into a future that was terrifying, beautiful, and completely unwritten. Okay, I said, tucking the notebook into my bag. Show me. Julian took my hand, his fingers interlacing with mine. As we walked out of the archive and back into the sunlight, the weight of the 24 hours felt different. It wasn't a countdown anymore. It was a beginning. The billionaire had given me the truth. Now I had to decide what to do with it. Chapter 24, A Night in the City. The golden hour in this city is a lie. It's not golden, it's a bruised, magnificent purple and copper, the light catching the glass of the skyscrapers and turning the entire skyline into a jagged crown of fire. As we stepped out of the Sterling Archive, the air had turned crisp, carrying the scent of the approaching evening, roasted nuts from a street vendor, the metallic tang of the subway vents, and the salt of the harbor. Julian didn't head back to the silver Porsche. Instead, he signaled to a black SUV that had been idling a block away. "I thought we were walking," I said, my hand still clutching the strap of my bag, where the blue folder and the blank notebook rested like lead and feathers. "We've done enough walking in the past," Julian said, opening the door for me. "For the final hours, I want you to see the city the way I see it. Not from a desk, not from a pier, from the air." My stomach did a nervous flip. "Julian." "Trust me, Alina," he murmured, his hand resting briefly on the small of my back. "The world looks different when you aren't fighting to keep your feet on the ground." The SUV took us to a private helipad on the roof of a building near the docks. The wind up there was fierce, whipping my hair into a frenzy. A sleek, matte black helicopter sat waiting, its rotors already beginning to turn with a low, rhythmic thrum that I felt in my teeth. Julian handed me a pair of noise-canceling headphones as we climbed inside. The interior was all cream leather and brushed steel. He sat close to me, closer than necessary, his thigh pressed against mine. As the pilot lifted off, the world suddenly dropped away. I gasped, my hands gripping the armrests. "Look," Julian said over the headset, his voice a calm, steady anchor in my ears. I looked. The city was unfolding beneath us like a living map. The grid of lights was beginning to blink on, weaving a web of electric gold across the dark expanse of the earth. From this height, the traffic didn't look like a struggle, it looked like a pulse. The heights, the old quarter, the financial district, they weren't separate battlegrounds. They were parts of a single, breathing organism. "That's what I see," Julian whispered. "I don't see the individual bricks. I see the flow. I see where the energy gets stuck and where it needs to go." We hovered over the park, a dark green lung in the center of the concrete, and then swung out over the river. The reflections of the lights danced on the water like spilled jewels. "It's beautiful," I admitted, finally letting go of the armrests. I turned to look at him. He wasn't looking at the city. He was looking at me, his eyes dark and unreadable in the dim light of the cabin. "Everything is beautiful when you're high enough to ignore the cracks," I said softly. "Maybe," he replied. "Or maybe the height allows you to see how the cracks fit together to make the whole." We landed 10 minutes later, not back on the helipad, but on the roof of a building I didn't recognize, a mid-rise in an area that was still transitioning. There were no cameras here, no security teams in suits. Just a small, private garden surrounded by a low brick wall, filled with blooming night jasmine, and a single wrought iron table set with 2 glasses and a bottle of wine. "This is one of mine," Julian said as we stepped out of the helicopter and the pilot took off again, leaving us in a sudden, ringing silence. "It's not a flagship, it's a pilot project. Mixed use, sustainable, and," he gestured to the view, which was perfectly framed by the surrounding taller buildings, "quiet." He poured the wine, a deep, blood-red vintage. "The 24 hours are nearly up, Alina," he said, handing me a glass. "In 90 minutes, the car will take you back to your apartment. You'll have your folder. You'll have your notes." I took a sip of the wine. It was heavy, complex, and tasted of dark fruit and earth. And the job offer. The offer stands. But tonight isn't about the job. It's not about the Henderson papers. He stepped closer to me, the scent of the jasmine swirling around us in the cool evening air. Tonight is about the fact that for the last 22 hours, I haven't been able to think about a single thing except the way you look when you're trying to hate me. The tension that had been building all day, through the office, the elevator, the bath, and the pier, finally reached its breaking point. The game was over, but the attraction was a wildfire. "I don't hate you, Julian," I whispered, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "That's the problem. I came here to find a monster, and I found a man, and I don't know what to do with that." Julian set his glass down on the table with a sharp clink. He reached out, his hands sliding into my hair, his thumbs stroking my cheekbones. His touch was electric, a searing heat that made my breath hitch. "Don't do anything," he growled, his face inches from mine. "Just be here, with me, in this moment before the world starts demanding things from us again." He kissed me then, and it was a different kind of kiss than any that had come before. It wasn't about power, and it wasn't about vulnerability. It was about hunger. It was the kiss of two people who knew they were running out of time and were desperate to burn as brightly as possible before the dark took them. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, my body molding against his. The cashmere of my sweater and the wool of his suit were the only things between us, and it felt like too much. I wanted to feel his skin. I wanted to feel the heart that I now knew was there, beating for more than just profit. Julian groaned into my mouth, his hands moving down my back to grip my waist, lifting me until I was sitting on the edge of the stone wall. The city lights were a blur behind him, a bouquet of gold and blue. "Elena," he choked out, his lips moving to my neck, his breath hot against my skin. "Tell me to stop. Tell me this is a mistake for your article. Tell me you want to go home." "I don't want to go home," I whispered, my head falling back as his tongue found the sensitive hollow of my throat. I want the rest of the night." He pulled back just enough to look me in the eyes. His pupils were blown wide, his expression raw and beautiful. "The challenge ends at midnight, but the night is whatever we make of it." He picked me up, my legs instinctively locking around his waist. He didn't take me back to the helicopter or down to a car. He carried me toward a small, glass-walled penthouse structure on the roof, his private retreat within the city. As the door clicked shut behind us, the sounds of the city faded into a low, distant hum. Inside, the room was dark, lit only by the glow of the skyline. The seduction was no longer a game. It was a necessity. We moved together in the shadows, clothes falling away in a frantic, silent dance. Every touch was an exploration, every gasp a confession. On the bed that looked out over the empire he had built, Julian showed me a side of himself that wasn't in any ledger. He was fierce, he was tender, and he was utterly, devastatingly present. In the heat of our connection, the 24-hour clock seemed to stop. The deadlines, the documents, the director of social impact, none of it mattered. There was only the weight of him, the taste of him, and the terrifying realization that I wasn't just falling for a billionaire. I was falling for a man who had seen the worst parts of me and decided they were the parts he wanted the most. As we lay together afterward, the sweat cooling on our skin, I watched the digital clock on the bedside table. 11:14 p.m. 46 minutes left. Julian was trailing his fingers lazily up and down my arm, his eyes closed. He looked younger in the dark, the lines of stress around his mouth smoothed away by the peace of the moment. "What are you thinking?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "I'm thinking about the sunrise," I said. "Don't," he murmured, pulling me closer until I was tucked against his side. "The sun always rises, Elena. But tonight the moon is ours." I closed my eyes, breathing him in sandalwood, sweat, and the fading scent of the night jasmine. I knew that in less than an hour I would have to make a choice. I would have to decide if I was a journalist or a partner, if I wanted to tell the story or be a part of it. But for those 46 minutes, I wasn't choosing anything. I was just a woman in the arms of a man, suspended in a glass box above a city of millions, wishing that the clock would simply break. The night in the city was beautiful. But the morning was coming, and with it, the ultimate decision. Chapter 25, The Playful Rival. The clock on the bedside table ticked to 11:20 p.m. The silence in the penthouse was thick, warm, and scented with the lingering traces of our connection. Julian's hand was a heavy, possessive weight on my hip, his thumb tracing absent-minded patterns against my skin. For a few minutes, I had allowed myself to believe that the world had truly stopped, that the 24-hour clock had frozen at the command of the man beside me. Then, the sharp, electronic chirp of an intercom shattered the peace. Julian stiffened. The relaxed, post-coital lines of his face instantly reconfigured into a mask of alert irritation. He didn't move to answer it immediately, but the sound was insistent, echoing through the glass-walled room like a summons to court. "Ignore it," I whispered, pulling the silk sheet higher around my chest. Julian sighed, a low, guttural sound of frustration. "I can't. That's the private security bypass. Only 3 people in the world have that code." He rolled out of bed with a fluid, athletic grace, reaching for his silk trousers. I watched him, the moonlight catching the scars and the strength of his back, feeling a sudden, sharp pang of loss. The man was retreating. The billionaire was stepping back into his armor. He walked to the wall panel and pressed the speaker. "This had better be worth your life, Matteo." A voice crackled through the room, rich, melodic, and tinted with a playful Italian accent. "Life is always worth living, Gio, especially when there is a 9-figure merger bleeding out on my floor. Open the door. I know you're in there, and I know you aren't alone. I can smell the scandal from the elevator." Julian closed his eyes for a second, rubbing the bridge of his nose. 10 minutes, and stay in the foyer. He turned back to me, his expression a mix of apology and grim amusement. "That is Matteo Rossi. He's my lead partner on the European acquisitions. He's also a degenerate with no sense of timing." "He sounds charming," I said, already reaching for the cream cashmere sweater I'd worn earlier. My heart was thumping. I wasn't ready to be seen. I wasn't ready to be the scandal Matteo had joked about. "He's a shark in a Brioni suit," Julian warned. "Stay in here if you want. You don't owe him an audience." I looked at the blue folder on the nightstand. I looked at the notebook. I thought about the Director of Social Impact offer. If I was going to step into Julian's world, I couldn't hide in the bedroom. "No," I said, pulling the sweater over my head and smoothing my hair. "I'm a journalist, remember. I believe in full disclosure." Julian's eyes flared with a spark of pride. He walked over, cupped my face, and kissed me, a hard, brief contact that felt like a brand. "Then let's show him what a real challenge looks like." We walked out into the main living area of the penthouse. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out at the city as if he owned the air rights to it, was Matteo Rossi. He was younger than Julian, perhaps early 30s, with olive skin, eyes the color of espresso, and a smile that looked like it had been designed to sell luxury watches. He turned as we entered, his gaze skipping over Julian and landing directly on me. He didn't just look, he appraised. "So?" Matteo said, his voice dropping into a theatrical purr. "The rumors were too modest. Julian, you told the board you were being interviewed by a serious member of the press. You neglected to mention she was a goddess. Matteo, enough, Julian said, his voice dropping an octave. He moved to my side, his hand resting firmly on the small of my back, a gesture of ownership that didn't go unnoticed by the newcomer. This is Elena Thorne. Elena, this is Matteo Rossi. He's here because he's incapable of reading a do not disturb sign. Matteo laughed, stepping forward to take my hand. Instead of a handshake, he bowed slightly, his lips grazing my knuckles. A pleasure, Elena. I have read your work, very sharp, very biting. I've often wondered what it would take to make a woman like you look at a man like Julian without wanting to put him in a cage. He looked up, his dark eyes twinkling with mischief. I see now the cage has been negotiated. The 24-hour challenge is still in effect, Matteo, I said, reclaiming my hand and meeting his gaze with my best professional stare. I'm still looking for the story. Ah, the story, Matteo sighed, walking toward the bar and helping himself to a glass of Julian's vintage scotch without asking. The story tonight is that Julian is neglecting his duties. The Berlin merger is stalled because he won't sign the digital release. He says he's occupied. Matteo turned to Julian, leaning against the marble counter. The Germans are losing their patience, amico. They think you've found something more profitable than their manufacturing plants. And looking at Ms. Thorne, I am inclined to agree with them. I'll sign it at midnight, Julian said, his jaw tight. Until then, the world doesn't exist. Midnight? That's only 40 minutes away, Matteo noted, checking a gold watch. He turned his attention back to me, his smile widening. Tell me, Elena, has he shown you the hammer yet? The ruthless CEO who eats competitors for breakfast? Or has he been playing the brooding poet for you? He does that when he wants someone to think he has a soul. Matteo, Julian warned, his voice like a low growl. I felt the tension in the room spike. Matteo wasn't just being flirtatious, he was testing the boundaries. He was a playful rival, the kind of man who used charm as a weapon to see where his opponent was vulnerable. And right now, he was using me to see how far he could push Julian. I've seen several sides of him, I said, crossing my arms, and I don't think he needs to play anything to be formidable. But I am curious, Mr. Rossi, if you're his partner, why are you so intent on undermining his image? Matteo's eyes flashed with genuine interest. He set his glass down and walked toward me, stopping just outside my personal space. Undermine? No, I am simply curious. Julian has never invited anyone into his private garden before, not even Serafina, and her father practically owns his soul. You are an anomaly. And in my business, anomalies are either risks or opportunities. He leaned in closer, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. If the Billionaire's challenge gets too boring, Elena, my door in Milan is always open. I promise my interviews are much more interactive. The air in the room suddenly felt like it was about to combust. In a blur of motion, Julian was there. He didn't touch Matteo, but he stepped between us with a force that felt like a physical wall. The power he usually kept bottled under his suit was now raw and visible. The 24 hours aren't up, Matteo, Julian said, his voice a terrifyingly calm whisper. And you are in my house. If you speak to her like that again, you won't be worried about the Berlin merger. You'll be worried about your ability to walk to the elevator. Matteo held up his hands, his smile never wavering, though I saw a flicker of genuine caution in his eyes. Julian was not a man to be trifled with when it came to his territory. My apologies, Matteo said smoothly. I forgot how possessive you get with your exclusive stories. I'll leave you to your final 35 minutes. He turned to me, giving a small, elegant nod. It was an honor, Alina. I suspect we will be seeing a lot more of you, one way or another. He walked toward the elevator, his stride confident. As the doors hissed shut, the penthouse returned to a heavy, electric silence. Julian didn't turn around immediately. He stood with his back to me, his shoulders tensed, his breathing heavy. "Julian," I asked softly. He turned, and the expression on his face was one of raw, unbridled possessiveness. He walked to me, grabbing my waist and pulling me flush against him. "He's a shark," Julian muttered, his face buried in the crook of my neck. "He sees something he wants, and he circles." "Is that what I am?" I asked, my heart racing. "Something he wants or something you own?" Julian pulled back, his eyes burning into mine. "You aren't a thing, Alina. You're the only real thing in this entire city. And the thought of him, of anyone, looking at you the way he did." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. The unexpected jealousy from the gallery had returned, but this time it was deeper, more personal. It wasn't about social standing. It was about the man himself. "The clock is still ticking," I reminded him, my voice trembling. 32 minutes. Julian looked at the digital clock on the wall, then back at me. The playful rival had reminded us of the world outside, the mergers, the sharks, the competition, but he had also done something else. He had shown me that Julian Blackwood, for all his billions, was terrified of losing the one thing he couldn't buy. "To hell with the clock," Julian whispered. He picked me up, carrying me back toward the glass windows. "Matteo was right about one thing. I have been playing the poet. But for the last half hour of this challenge, I want you to remember exactly why they call me the wolf." As the city lights twinkled below us, the final countdown began. But the tension in the room was no longer about a deadline. It was about two people realizing that 24 hours was never going to be enough. Chapter 26, Unexpected Intimacy. The elevator chime that signaled Matteo Rossi's departure seemed to echo for an eternity in the vast, glass-walled expanse of the penthouse. The silence that followed was heavy, but it wasn't the sterile silence of the morning. It was thick, charged with the ozone of Julian's lingering fury and the sudden, sharp realization that the world was waiting for us just outside those doors. Julian was still standing near the center of the room, his chest rising and falling in a rhythmic, controlled pace. His hands were curled into fists at his sides, the knuckles white. He looked like a statue of some ancient, vengeful god carved from moonlight and shadow. I stayed by the window, my heart still fluttering from the way he had stepped between me and Matteo. It wasn't just protective, it was primal. It was the first time I hadn't felt like a subject or an adversary. I felt like something precious to him. "He's gone, Julian," I said softly. My voice seemed to break the spell. Julian turned his head toward me. The raw, predatory light in his eyes hadn't quite faded. "He had no right to speak to you that way. He thinks because we share a balance sheet, he can share my life." "He was just trying to get a rise out of you," I said, taking a tentative step toward him. "And it worked. You became exactly who he expected you to be, the wolf." Julian let out a short, jagged breath and finally relaxed his hands. He looked at me, and the hardness in his face began to crumble, replaced by a weary sort of honesty. "I'm not playing a part, Alina. I don't know how to be half invested in anything, especially not this, especially not you." He walked over to me, but he didn't grab me or pin me against the glass as he had before. Instead, he reached out and gently took my hand. His skin was hot, his grip firm but careful, as if he were afraid I might shatter. The clock says we have 28 minutes, he whispered, looking down at our joined hands. Most people in my position would be thinking about how to close the deal, how to make sure you sign the contract for the job or promise to write a glowing review. And what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about the fact that I don't know your favorite color, he said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. I don't know if you prefer the rain or the sun. I don't know what you look like when you aren't trying to save the world or survive me. It was a staggering admission. In a world of billion-dollar mergers and global influence, Julian Blackwood was lamenting the loss of the mundane. Blue, I said, my voice barely a whisper. The color of the ocean right before a storm, like your eyes when you're angry, and I like the rain. It makes the world feel smaller, less crowded. Julian pulled me closer, not for a kiss, but to rest his forehead against mine. I closed my eyes, breathing in the scent of him, the fading sandalwood, the salt from the pier, and the faint, metallic scent of the penthouse air. We've spent 23 hours fighting or wanting each other, I murmured. I think we forgot to just be. Then let's be for the rest of it, Julian said. He led me away from the grandiosity of the living area, toward a small, tucked-away corner of the penthouse that I hadn't seen. It wasn't a bedroom or an office. It was a library, but smaller and more intimate than the one at the Sterling Archive. It was filled with plush, overstuffed chairs and the soft glow of a single lamp. He sat down in one of the chairs and pulled me down with him, settling me between his legs so my back was against his chest. It was a position of extreme vulnerability and extreme comfort. His arms wrapped around my waist, his chin resting on my shoulder. This was the unexpected intimacy. It wasn't the heat of the bath or the passion of the bed. It was the quiet thrum of two hearts beating in sync in a room that felt like the only safe place left on earth. I felt Julian's thumb tracing the back of my hand, a slow, hypnotic movement. Tell me something real, Alina, not something for the notebook. Something just for me. I watched the shadows of the books on the wall. When I was a little girl, before the plant destroyed everything, my father used to take me to the observatory. He'd tell me that the stars were the only things that didn't care about money. He said they were the same for everyone, whether you were a king or a janitor. I felt Julian's grip tighten slightly, a silent gesture of understanding. I spent years looking at the stars and feeling small, I continued. But tonight, in the helicopter, I realized I was wrong. We aren't small because the world is big. We're small because we let ourselves get caught in the machinery. But right here, in this chair, I don't feel small at all. Julian turned his head, his lips brushing my temple. You've never been small, Alina. You're a giant. You're the only person who has stood in this tower and refused to be impressed by it. That's why I can't let you go. The 24 hours are almost up, Julian, I reminded him, a pang of sadness echoing in my chest. I know, he said. The car is being prepped. The driver is waiting. At midnight, you go back to your apartment. You take the Henderson papers. You write your story. And the job. Julian was silent for a long moment. I could feel the steady rise and fall of his chest against my back. The offer is real. It will always be real. But I realized something when Matteo was here. I don't want to buy your voice, Alina. I want to hear it, even if it's yelling at me, especially if it's telling me the truth. He shifted, turning me in his arms so I was facing him. He looked at me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. If you take the job, we have to be professional. There are rules, boards, ethics, but if you don't take the job. He trailed off, his eyes searching mine. If I don't take the job. I prompted. Then I have to find a way to convince you to let me take you to dinner on Tuesday. As a man, not a billionaire, not a subject, just Julian. The simplicity of it was more seductive than the private jet or the penthouse. A Tuesday dinner, a normal life, a chance to see if the unexpected intimacy of this room could survive the glare of the real world. Tuesday, I asked, a small smile playing on my lips. Tuesday, he confirmed. I'll even let you pick the restaurant, somewhere with cracked sidewalks and bad coffee, somewhere real. I laughed, the sound light and strange in the quiet library. It's a deal. We sat there for the remaining minutes, not talking, just watching the clock on the wall. 11:50, 11:55, 11:58. The stolen glances we exchanged were no longer filled with suspicion or calculated desire. They were filled with a quiet, terrifying hope. I looked at his hands, the hands that could move markets and sign away thousands of lives, and saw only the hands that had held me when I cried over my father's papers. He looked at me, the woman who had come to tear him down, and saw the only person who had ever truly seen him. As the second hand swept toward the 12, Julian leaned in and gave me one last kiss. It wasn't a goodbye, and it wasn't a conquest. It was a promise, a soft, lingering contact that tasted of the future. The clock struck midnight. The 24-hour challenge was over. The silence of the penthouse was broken by the soft chime of the elevator. My ride was here. Julian stood up and helped me to my feet. He walked me to the door, his hand lingering on the small of my back until the very last second. He didn't say anything as the elevator doors opened. He didn't need to. I stepped inside, clutching my bag with the Henderson papers and the blank notebook. As the doors began to close, I saw him standing there, the billionaire in his glass tower, surrounded by his world. But for the first time, he didn't look like a titan. He looked like a man waiting for Tuesday. The descent was fast, the pressure in my ears a reminder of the height I was leaving behind. When I stepped out into the lobby, the night air hit me, cold, gritty, and real. The car was waiting, but as I slid into the back seat, I didn't feel like the woman who had arrived 24 hours ago. I was someone else, someone with a past that was finally settled and a future that was, for the first time in my life, completely unwritten. The unexpected intimacy of the night stayed with me all the way home, a warm glow against the dark city streets. The challenge was over, but the story was just beginning. Chapter 27, The Billionaire's Secrets. My apartment felt like a tomb. It wasn't just the size, though my entire living space could have fit into Julian's walk-in closet with room to spare. It was the stillness. For 24 hours, I had been vibrating at the frequency of a different world. I had breathed filtered air, walked on marble, and looked at the world through glass that cost more than my college education. Now, the smell of stale coffee and the rhythmic, annoying clank of my radiator felt like a physical weight pressing against my chest. I sat on my thrift store sofa, still wearing the cream cashmere sweater Julian had given me. It felt like a piece of him was still wrapped around me, a soft, expensive ghost. On the coffee table sat the two items that changed everything: the blue folder containing the Henderson archive and the blank, leather-bound notebook. I didn't open the notebook. Instead, I reached for the folder. As a journalist, I had spent years chasing the truth. I thought it was a destination, a place you arrived at once you had enough documents and enough quotes. But as I flipped through the pages of the Henderson audit, I realized that truth is more like an onion. You peel back one layer of corruption only to find a deeper layer of human cost. I saw the signatures. I saw the dates. My father had been right about everything. Every late night he spent coughing at the kitchen table, every frantic phone call he made to lawyers who wouldn't take his case, it was all validated in these pages. The company had known the runoff was toxic. They had calculated the cost of the lawsuits versus the cost of the cleanup and decided that the lives of the people in our town were an acceptable business expense. But as I reached the final section of the folder, I found something Julian hadn't mentioned. There was a series of wire transfers dated 5 years ago. They weren't from Henderson Chemical. They were from a shell company called Aegis Holdings. I recognized the name from my research on Julian's early acquisitions. Julian hadn't just bought the company 3 months ago to find these papers for me. He had been a minority stakeholder 5 years ago. My heart hammered. Had he known then? Had the man I just spent the most intimate night of my life with been a silent partner in the entity that destroyed my father? I stood up, pacing the small confines of my living room. "Think, Elena," I whispered to the empty air. "Don't let the sweater think for you." I went to my laptop and pulled up my old research notes. I began cross-referencing dates. In the quiet, 2:00 a.m. darkness of my apartment, the billionaire's secrets began to take on a darker hue. Julian had told me he built his mountain so no one could look down on him. But mountains are built on foundations, and foundations are often buried in the dirt. The phone on my desk buzzed. It was a text from Sarah, my editor. "It's past midnight. The 24 hours are up. Tell me you have the kill shot, Elena. The board of the magazine is breathing down my neck. We need the wolf on a silver platter." I stared at the screen. The kill shot was right there in the blue folder. If I published the fact that Julian Blackwood's early wealth was tied to the Henderson cover-up, it wouldn't just be a career maker, it would be a career definer. I would be the woman who brought down the Titan. But then I remembered the way he looked at the photograph of his mother. I remembered the tremor in his hands when he talked about the subway rattling the pipes. And I remembered the unexpected intimacy of the library. Was Julian a monster who had found a conscience, or a man who had been a monster because he didn't know there was any other way to survive? I sat back down and opened the blank notebook. The gold-nibbed pen felt heavy in my hand. I began to write, not the article Sarah wanted, not the wolf of the Atlantic hit piece. I began to write the secrets that weren't in the folder. I wrote about the boy from South Boston. I wrote about the telescope pointed at the stars. I wrote about the way power feels when it's held by someone who is terrified of being powerless. As I wrote, I realized that Julian's greatest secret wasn't a bank account or a hidden deal. It was his loneliness. He had built a world where everyone wanted something from him, but no one wanted him. He had invited me into his life not because he wanted to be understood, but because he was drowning in his own silence. But the journalist in me wouldn't let go of the wire transfers. I needed to know. Was the Tuesday dinner a genuine offer of a new beginning, or was it a way to keep me close so I wouldn't look too deep into Aegis Holdings? The deeper I dug into the secrets, the more the lines between Part 2, Temptation, and Part 3, Challenge blurred. The 24-hour challenge wasn't over just because the clock had struck midnight. The true challenge was happening now, in the dark, between my ethics and my heart. I spent the next 4 hours reconstructing Julian's rise to power. I found the cracks he had talked about in the helicopter. I saw where he had been ruthless. I saw where he had been cold. But I also found a series of anonymous donations, millions of dollars, to respiratory clinics in the very districts his projects were renewing. He was trying to heal the world with one hand while he tore it down with the other. He was a paradox, a man of steel with a heart of glass. By 6:00 a.m., the sun was beginning to peek over the roofs of the tenements outside my window. My eyes were burning, and my head ached. I had 3,000 words of notes that felt more like a confession than a profile. I looked at the blue folder one last time. I realized that Julian giving it to me was the ultimate gamble. He had to know I'd see the Aegis transfers. He had to know I'd do the math. Giving me those papers wasn't just an act of justice for my father. It was a confession. He was showing me his own cracks. He was saying, this is who I was. This is what I did to get here. Now, do you still want to see me on Tuesday? The secret wasn't the corruption. The secret was the shame. I closed the laptop and walked to the window. The street below was starting to wake up. The deli across the street was opening its shutters. A bus hissed as it pulled to the curb. This was my world. It was loud, it was messy, and it was real. And for the first time, I realized I didn't want to just write about it. I picked up my phone and typed a message to Julian. I didn't send it. I looked at the words. I saw the Aegis transfers. I deleted them. Then I typed, I'm picking the restaurant for Tuesday, dress down. I hit send. The billionaire's secrets were no longer just pieces of information. They were the bridge between us. I had the power to destroy him, and he had the power to change my life. We were two people standing on opposite sides of a very expensive, very dangerous line. As I crawled into my own bed, the sheets rough and smelling of home, I realized that the 24-hour challenge hadn't ended at midnight. It had just entered its most difficult phase. The ultimate decision wasn't about the job or the article. It was about whether I was brave enough to love a man who was as flawed as the world he built. Chapter 28, A Private Dance. Tuesday felt like a ghost, haunting my calendar. I had spent the last 48 hours in a state of hyper-awareness. Every time a black car turned onto my street, my heart stopped. Every time my phone buzzed, I expected it to be a legal summons or a confession. I had written 3 different versions of the Blackwood profile. One was a scathing indictment of the Aegis Holdings connection. One was a romanticized portrait of a lonely visionary. The third was just a series of questions I didn't have the courage to ask. I chose the blind pig for our dinner. It was a jazz basement 3 blocks from my apartment. It smelled of spilled bourbon, clove cigarettes, and 50 years of damp brick. There were no white tablecloths, no private booths, and the lighting was so low you could barely see the face of the person across from you. I arrived early. I sat in a corner booth with cracked red vinyl, wearing a simple black dress and the Italian loafers Julian had given me. They were the only things I owned that felt like a bridge between the two of us. At exactly 8:00 p.m., the heavy wooden door at the top of the stairs groaned open. Julian Blackwood didn't arrive with a security detail. He didn't have a driver flanking him. He descended the stairs alone, and for a moment, I didn't recognize him. He had followed my instructions, dress down. He was wearing dark indigo jeans, a black crewneck sweater, and a leather jacket that looked like it had actually seen some wear. Without the 3-piece suit, he looked younger, leaner, and infinitely more dangerous. He looked like the boy from South Boston had finally grown up and decided to stop pretending he was a king. He scanned the room, his eyes catching mine through the haze of the bar. He walked toward me, and even in this gritty, low-rent basement, he moved with that same predatory grace. "You look like you're waiting for a subpoena, Alina," he said, sliding into the booth across from me. His voice was a low hum that cut through the sound of the upright bass being tuned on the small stage. "In my world, a subpoena is usually more predictable than a Tuesday night with you," I replied. Julian looked around the bar, a small, genuine smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The blind pig, it's perfect. It reminds me of a place my mother used to work. Though I suspect the gin here is slightly better. I saw the Aegis transfers, Julian, I said. I didn't want to small talk. I didn't want to play the game anymore. The secret was a wall between us, and I needed to know if it was made of glass or stone. Julian's smile didn't fade, but it changed. It became something weary. He didn't look away. He didn't reach for his phone. He just leaned back, his eyes locking onto mine. I knew you would, he said softly. That's why I gave you the folder. I could have had my team scrub those transfers in 10 minutes. I could have given you a clean version of the truth. Then why didn't you? Because you said I'd traded my humanity for efficiency, Julian said. He reached across the table, his hand hovering near mine but not touching it. The Julian Blackwood of 5 years ago didn't care about the Henderson plant. He didn't care about the runoff or the whistleblowers. He only cared about the acquisition. I was 29, I was hungry, and I wanted to be the biggest shark in the ocean. He paused, the jazz quartet on stage beginning a slow, mournful rendition of Autumn Leaves. I can't change what I was, Alina. I can only show you who I'm trying to be. If you want to write the article and destroy the wolf, you have every right to do it. The evidence is in your bag, but if you're here, if you actually showed up tonight, I'm hoping it's because you saw something else in that library. The honesty was devastating. He wasn't apologizing. Men like Julian don't apologize. But he was standing in the light of his own flaws. I didn't write the hit piece, I whispered. Not yet. Then let's stop talking about the past, Julian said. He stood up, extending his hand. The 24 hours are over. This isn't an interview. This is just a man asking a woman to dance. I looked at his hand. The hands that had signed the Aegis transfers were the same hands that had held me in the dark. I took it. The dance floor at the Blind Pig was nothing more than a small patch of cleared floorboards near the stage. There were only 3 other couples, all lost in their own worlds. Julian pulled me close, his arm wrapping around my waist, his other hand interlacing with mine. It wasn't like the Billionaire's game anymore. There was no audience. No Serafina, no Matteo, no board members. There was just the smell of his leather jacket and the steady, heavy thrum of his heart against my chest. We moved slowly, swaying to the deep, resonant notes of the saxophone. Julian led with a quiet confidence, his chin resting against the top of my head. "This is the private dance I wanted," he murmured into my hair. "No glass walls, no city lights, just the floor and the music." "You're very good at this," I said, my eyes closing as I leaned into him. "I spent a lot of time watching people dance from the outside," he said. "I practiced in my head for years before I ever had a partner." As we moved, the tension of the last few days began to melt. The secrets were still there, but they felt smaller. In the basement of a dive bar, the billionaire and the journalist were just 2 people finding a rhythm. "I'm not taking the job, Julian," I said, my voice muffled against his sweater. He didn't stiffen. He didn't pull away. He just kept moving, his grip on my waist tightening slightly. "I know. But I'm not finishing the profile either. I told Sarah I'm killing the story." Julian pulled back then, looking down at me with a mix of surprise and concern. "Alina, that's your career. That was your exclusive. Why would you kill it?" "Because you can't interview a man and fall for him at the same time," I said, the words coming out before I could stop them. "One of those things has to be a lie, and I'm tired of lying." The saxophone reached a high, lonely note and then faded into a soft piano trill. Julian stopped dancing. He cupped my face with both hands, his thumbs stroking my cheeks. The intensity in his eyes was enough to make the room disappear. "You're choosing me over the story," he asked, his voice raw. "I'm choosing the truth," I said. "And the truth is, I want to see what happens on Wednesday and Thursday." Julian didn't say a word. He leaned down and kissed me, right there in the middle of the floor, under the dim amber lights of the bar. It wasn't a seduction or a game. It was a seal on a new contract, one that didn't have an expiration date. The dance ended, but he didn't let go of my hand. "Come on," he said, leading me toward the stairs. "I have one more secret to show you. But this one is about where we're going, not where I've been." As we climbed the stairs and stepped out into the cool, gritty night air of my neighborhood, the 24-hour challenge felt like ancient history. The world was still there, the sharks, the machines, the towers. But as Julian pulled me toward him and started walking down the cracked sidewalk, I realized I wasn't an interloper anymore. I was his partner, and the dance was just beginning. Chapter 29, The First Confession of Love. The walk from the blind pig wasn't long, but it felt like a journey through different dimensions. One moment we were in the neon-soaked, grit-covered reality of my neighborhood, and the next, we were turning into a quiet, tree-lined cul-de-sac where the city's roar was muffled by ancient brick and ivy. Julian led me by the hand, his fingers interlaced with mine so tightly it felt like he was afraid I'd dissolve into the midnight fog. He stopped in front of a modest, 3-story brownstone. It was elegant, but it didn't scream billionaire. There were no glass walls, no chrome accents. It was a house that looked like it had been built to hold secrets, not to display wealth. "This isn't the penthouse," I whispered, looking at the warm light glowing behind the velvet curtains of the parlor floor. "No," Julian said, his voice low and raspy. "I bought the tower to show the world I'd arrived. I bought this house to remind myself where I came from. This was the house my mother always pointed at when we took the bus through the nice parts of town. She used to say that if you lived in a house with a blue door, you never had to worry about the rain again." He pulled a key from his pocket, a real, heavy brass key, not a keycard, and opened the door. The interior smelled of beeswax, old books, and a faint, lingering scent of lavender. It was a home. There was a fireplace crackling in the corner, a worn leather armchair that actually looked satin, and walls covered in framed sketches rather than million-dollar abstract art. Julian didn't take off his leather jacket. He walked to the fireplace and stood with his back to me, staring into the embers. "I've spent 15 years building a fortress, Alina," he began, his voice barely audible over the pop of the wood. "Every deal, every merger, every billion, they were just more stones in the wall. I thought that if the wall was high enough and thick enough, the loneliness wouldn't be able to climb over." I walked up behind him, stopping just short of touching him. The air in the room was warm, but a shiver ran down my spine. The wolf of the Atlantic was gone. The playful poet was gone. This was the boy who had survived the subway pipes, standing in the house of his mother's dreams, and he looked smaller than I'd ever seen him. "And then you walked in," he continued, turning around. His eyes were dark, haunted by a vulnerability that made my heart ache. "You didn't try to climb the wall. You just looked at it and told me it was ugly. You looked at me and saw the man who was hiding behind it." Julian." "No, let me finish. I'm not good at this. I don't have a script for this." He took a step toward me, his hands reaching out to grip my shoulders. His touch was heavy, grounded. "I've had everything money can buy. I've had the loyalty of kings and the fear of my enemies, but I've never had anyone who looked at me the way you did when we were dancing in that basement. Like I was enough, without the tower, without the money." My eyes blurred with tears. The weight of his confession was staggering. For a man like Julian, admitting he needed something was the ultimate surrender. "You are enough," I whispered, my voice breaking. "I didn't kill the story because I wanted to protect your empire, Julian. I killed it because I wanted to protect you. Because the man I saw in that library, the man who gave me my father's peace, he's the only story I care about now." Julian's grip on my shoulders tightened. He pulled me flush against him, his forehead resting against mine. I could feel the heat radiating from his skin, the frantic, irregular thrum of his heart. "I'm a mess, Alina," he murmured against my lips. "I'm arrogant, I'm obsessive, and I've done things I'm not proud of. I don't know how to be a normal man on a Wednesday. I don't know how to give you a life that isn't under a microscope." "I don't want a normal life," I said, my hands sliding up to cup his face. "I just want you, the real you." Julian let out a long, shuddering breath. He looked me in the eyes, and for a heartbeat, the world seemed to stop spinning. The 24 hours, the Aegis transfers, the job offer, they were all just white noise. "I love you," he whispered. The words were quiet, but they hit with the force of a tidal wave. They weren't a seduction tactic. They weren't a part of the game. They were a confession of defeat. He was admitting that for the first time in his life, he was no longer in control. I felt a sob rise in my throat. I had spent my life hunting for truths, for scandals, for the hidden rot beneath the surface. I had never expected to find this, a love so raw and terrifying it felt like it could shatter us both. "I love you too," I replied, the words feeling like a homecoming. Julian didn't wait. He captured my lips in a kiss that was a desperate, beautiful collision. It wasn't the demanding kiss of the office or the heated passion of the penthouse. It was a kiss of relief, a kiss of two people who had finally reached the shore after a lifetime of treading water. He lifted me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist, my fingers tangling in his hair. He carried me toward the stairs, but he didn't take me to a luxury suite. He took me to a bedroom that was simple, warm, and filled with the scent of lavender. As he laid me down on the bed, a real bed with cotton sheets and a heavy wool blanket, the pretense of the billionaire and the journalist was finally, irrevocably dead. In the quiet of that brownstone, with the fire still glowing downstairs and the city a million miles away, we made love for the first time as people who belonged to each other. It wasn't about testing limits or playing games. It was an exploration of the words we had just spoken. Every touch was an "I love you." Every breath was a promise to stay. Later, as I lay in the crook of his arm, watching the shadows of the trees outside dance across the ceiling, Julian spoke into the darkness. "The 24 hours changed everything, didn't they?" "They did," I said, tracing the line of his jaw with my finger. "But the 24 hours are over, Julian. This is just life now." "Life," he repeated, as if it were a foreign word he was trying to learn. He kissed the top of my head. "I think I'm going to like it." I closed my eyes, feeling the steady, solid weight of him beside me. I knew that tomorrow would bring its own set of problems. Sarah would be furious. The board would be suspicious. The Aegis transfers would still exist. But as I drifted off to sleep in the house with the blue door, I realized that I wasn't afraid of the rain anymore. The confession had been made. The challenge had been won. But as the clock ticked toward Wednesday morning, I had no idea that the midnight temptation was still waiting in the wings, the final test of our new, fragile truth. Chapter 30. Midnight Temptation. The air in the brownstone was sweet and heavy, a cocoon of lavender and wood smoke that felt a million miles away from the jagged glass of the Blackwood Tower. Julian's breathing was a steady, rhythmic warmth against the back of my neck. his arm a solid, protective weight across my waist. For the first time in my life, the silence of the night didn't feel lonely. It felt like a sanctuary, but sanctuaries are meant to be breached. It started with a low, insistent vibration on the nightstand. Not my phone, mine was buried in my bag downstairs, likely filled with 100 furious messages from my editor. This was Julian's. The red line. I felt him stiffen instantly. The man who had just whispered he loved me vanished, replaced by the predator who sensed a threat. He didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the device, the blue light of the screen carving deep, harsh shadows into the beautiful lines of his face. "What is it?" I whispered, sitting up and pulling the heavy wool blanket to my chest. Julian didn't answer. He was reading, his eyes moving with a lethal speed. The pulse in his jaw was throbbing, a frantic, rhythmic beat that told me whatever was on that screen was a catastrophe. Julian. He looked at me, and for a heartbeat I saw a flicker of the man from the library. But then the mask slid back into place. It was cold, obsidian, and utterly professional. "The Henderson papers," he said, his voice a flat, dead baritone. "Someone leaked the audit trail, not the whole folder, just the connection between Aegis Holdings and the plant. The board has called an emergency session at the tower." Now, my heart plummeted. Leaked? How? I haven't told anyone. I haven't even opened my laptop since I got home. Julian swung his legs out of bed, his muscles tensing as he stood. He didn't look at me as he reached for his clothes. "I know you didn't. But I have enemies, Alina. People who have been waiting for me to show a weakness. And a journalist in my bed. That's not just a weakness, that's a target." The word weakness stung. Is that what I am? A liability? Julian stopped, his shirt half-buttoned. He looked at me, and the conflict in his eyes was raw. "In their world, yes. They think you're blackmailing me. Or worse, that I've gone soft. My chairman, Vance, Serafina's father, is already moving to freeze my voting rights. He wants the Henderson folder back, and he wants you signed to a non-disclosure agreement that would put you in prison for the rest of your life if you ever breathe my name again." I felt a cold dread wash over me. This was the midnight temptation. The world was offering Julian a way out. He could hand me over to the lawyers, claim I stole the documents, and save his empire. He could go back to being the untouchable titan, and all it would cost him was the woman he had just confessed to love. "What are you going to do?" I asked, my voice trembling. Julian walked over to the bed. He cupped my face with his hands, his grip almost painfully tight. "I'm going to go to that meeting, and I'm going to end this. By giving them what they want. By showing them why I'm the one who holds the hammer," he growled. He kissed me, a hard, desperate contact that tasted of salt and iron. "Stay here. Don't answer the door. Don't answer your phone. If I'm not back by sunrise, take the blue folder and go to the address on the back of the Sterling Archive business card. It's a safe house." "Julian, you're scaring me." "Be scared later," he whispered. "Right now, be the woman who looked at the wolf and didn't blink." He was gone a minute later, the heavy front door clicking shut with a sound like a guillotine. I sat in the dark of the brownstone, the silence now a suffocating weight. I couldn't stay. Every instinct I had, the journalist, the daughter, the woman, told me that Julian was walking into a trap and I was the bait. I got dressed in record time, my hands shaking so hard I could barely zip my boots. I grabbed my bag, the Henderson papers feeling like a lead weight. I didn't take a cab. I didn't want a paper trail. I walked to the main road and caught the night bus, sitting in the back among the ghosts of the city, my eyes fixed on the distant, glowing spire of the Blackwood Tower. By the time I reached the financial district, the air was freezing. The streets were empty, the skyscrapers standing like tombstones under the moon. I didn't go to the main entrance. I remembered the service entry Julian had shown me during the 24-hour challenge, the one used for high-security deliveries. I slipped inside, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The building felt different at night, hollow, echoing, and full of teeth. I took the freight elevator to the 40th floor, then crept up the fire stairs to the boardroom level. I could hear the voices before I saw them. "You're overextended, Julian." That was Vance. His voice was like gravel in a blender. "You handed the crown jewels of this company to a two-bit reporter because you couldn't keep your pants zipped. The Aegis connection could sink us all." The Aegis connection is a 5-year-old error that I've already mitigated. Julian's voice was ice. It was the voice of the man who moved markets. And Alina Thorne is not a reporter. She is my guest. She's a predator. Serafina's voice cut through the air, sharp and hysterical. "She's been seen leaving your private residence. She has the audit. If she goes to the DA, we're all done. Hand her over, Julian. Sign the papers, let the security team retrieve the folder from her apartment, and we can forget this ever happened." I stood in the shadows of the hallway, frozen. Retrieve. It was a polite word for a home invasion. They weren't just coming for the papers, they were coming for my life. I looked at the blue folder in my hands. This was the temptation. I could walk in there, throw the papers on the table, and bargain for my safety. I could give them the wolf on a silver platter and walk away with my integrity intact as a journalist. But I wasn't just a journalist anymore. I took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy oak doors of the boardroom. The silence that followed was absolute. 12 of the most powerful people in the city turned to look at me. Julian was at the head of the table, his face a mask of fury and shock. Serafina was sitting next to her father, her eyes narrowed in a look of pure, unadulterated hate. "Alina," Julian breathed, his hand tightening on the edge of the obsidian table. "I told you to stay at the house." "I don't take orders well, Julian. You should know that by now," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I walked to the table, the click of my heels echoing in the cavernous room. I looked directly at Vance. "You want the folder. You want the NDA. Here's the reality. The folder isn't at my apartment. It's not at the brownstone. It's in a cloud server with a dead man's switch. If I don't check in every 2 hours, the entire Henderson audit, including the names of every board member in this room who signed off on those transfers, goes to every major news outlet in the country." It was a lie, a beautiful, desperate lie. But in this room, perception was the only reality that mattered. Vance turned purple. "You little." "Sit down, Arthur," Julian said. He stood up, and for the first time he smiled. It was a terrifying sight. "It seems my guest is better at this game than you are." Julian walked around the table to stand beside me. He didn't touch me, but the heat radiating from him was a shield. He looked at his board members, his eyes scanning them one by one until they all looked away. "Here is the deal," Julian said, his voice dropping into that dark, velvet register that signaled the end of a negotiation. "The Henderson audit stays in the dark. Alina Thorne stays with me, and the Aegis transfers. I've already bought the debt of the holding company that owns your private estates, Arthur. If you so much as look at her again, I will have the bailiffs at your door by noon tomorrow." The silence was deafening. The wolf hadn't just protected me, he had used his empire as a weapon to secure our future. He had chosen the man over the machine, but he had used the machine to win. Vance looked at the table, his jaw working. "This is a mistake, Blackwood. You're trading a kingdom for a girl." "I'm trading a kingdom for a reason to live," Julian replied. Meeting adjourned. The board members scrambled out of the room, Serafina lingering just long enough to cast one last, burning look at me before her father pulled her away. When the doors finally closed, Julian turned to me. The mask shattered. He looked exhausted, his eyes filled with a terrifying mix of relief and fear. "You lied," he whispered. "There is no dead man's switch." "I'm a journalist, Julian. I know how to construct a narrative," I said, my legs finally giving out. I sank into one of the leather chairs. Julian knelt in front of me, his hands taking mine. They were shaking. "You could have been killed if I hadn't been able to bluff them." "You didn't bluff them, Julian. You fought for me." I looked at him, the man who had just risked everything he had built for a woman he'd known for 24 hours. "The challenge is over, isn't it?" Julian leaned his forehead against my knees. "The challenge is over, but the consequences, they're just beginning." He looked up at me, the blue-gold light of the pre-dawn horizon beginning to bleed through the boardroom windows. "I lost my board tonight," he said. "I'll likely lose the merger. My stock is going to crater. I might not be the billionaire by the end of the week." "Then we'll be poor together," I said, a small smile touching my lips. "I hear the coffee at the Blind Pig is cheap." Julian laughed, a real, raw sound that filled the hollow boardroom. He stood up, pulling me into his arms, and for the first time, he didn't look at the city below. He only looked at me. The 24-hour challenge had ended in a midnight temptation that should have destroyed us. Instead, it had forged us. The world would come for us tomorrow, the press, the lawyers, the scandal. But as we stood in the heart of the tower, watching the sun rise over the city, I knew that for the first time in his life, Julian Blackwood wasn't alone. We had survived the night. Now we just had to survive forever. Chapter 31, Unexpected Challenge. The sun did not rise on Wednesday morning. It exploded. After the claustrophobic tension of the boardroom and the raw confession in the brownstone, the morning light felt like a physical assault. We had left the Blackwood Tower at 5:00 a.m., slipping out through the garage in a nondescript SUV that Julian kept for emergencies. But as we pulled onto the main thoroughfare, it was clear that the midnight temptation had left a trail of blood in the water. My phone, which I had finally turned on, was vibrating so violently in my lap it felt like a living thing. "Sarah, editor, Elena, what the hell have you done? Every tabloid in the city has a photo of you entering the tower at 2:00 a.m. The board has fired me. They're spiking the story. You're blacklisted. Unknown number. How much did he pay you to kill the Henderson audit? Unknown number. You're a disgrace to the profession." I looked at the screen, a cold, hollow sensation spreading through my chest. I had expected a scandal. I had expected a fight, but I hadn't expected to be erased. Julian was sitting next to me, his eyes fixed on a tablet. His face was a mask of pale granite. The stock ticker on the screen was a jagged red line plunging toward the bottom of the graph. Blackwood Holdings was hemorrhaging value. The wolf was being hunted by the very market he had mastered. "It's bad," he said, his voice flat. It wasn't an observation, it was a diagnosis. "How bad?" I asked, my voice trembling. "The board has officially filed for a temporary injunction to freeze my assets. They're claiming cognitive impairment due to you. They're saying I've been compromised by an external agent." "An external agent?" I repeated, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "Is that what I am now? Not a woman, not a journalist. A virus in your system. Julian set the tablet down and looked at me. The exhaustion in his eyes was staggering. He reached out, his hand covering mine, but his touch felt distant, as if he were already halfway across a battlefield I couldn't see. To them, yes. To me, you're the only thing that makes sense. He squeezed my hand. But they're going to hit you, Alina. Harder than you've ever been hit. They can't destroy me without destroying your credibility first. They have to make you the villain of the story, so I look like the victim of a honey trap. The unexpected challenge wasn't just the financial loss. It was the loss of identity. I had spent my life building a reputation as the girl who spoke truth to power. Now, in the eyes of the world, I was the girl who had been bought by a billionaire's bed. We didn't go back to the brownstone. Julian's security team diverted us to a safe house, a glass and steel villa tucked into the cliffs 2 hours north of the city. It was beautiful, isolated, and felt exactly like a gilded prison. As the gates closed behind us, the silence was deafening. Julian went straight to the study, the machine turning back on with a vengeance. I could hear him through the door, barking orders at lawyers, threatening brokers, trying to stitch his empire back together with nothing but sheer will and a telephone line. I walked out onto the terrace. The Atlantic Ocean was a churning, gray mess below the cliffs. I felt like I was standing on the edge of the world, watching my old life sink beneath the waves. My laptop was open on the outdoor table. I had tried to start a new file, not the profile, not the confession, just the truth. But every time I typed a word, I saw the headlines in my head. The billionaire's bribe. Journalist traded integrity for silk sheets. The challenge I faced wasn't external. It was the question that had been haunting me since the 24-hour challenge began. Was it worth it? I heard the door to the study click open. Julian stepped out, his tie gone, his shirt unbuttoned at the collar. He looked like a man who had just gone 12 rounds with a ghost. "I've managed to stall the injunction," he said, leaning against the railing next to me. "But I had to pledge my personal shares as collateral. If the stock doesn't rebound by Friday, I lose everything, Alina. The tower, the brownstone, the archive. Everything." I looked at him, the wind whipping my hair across my face. "Do you care?" Julian looked out at the ocean. For a long time, he didn't speak. "I care about the power. I care about the ability to move the world. But the things, the glass and the marble." He turned to me, a small, sad smile touching his lips. "I realized something in that boardroom last night. I've spent my life building a mountain so no one could look down on me. But if I'm standing on top of that mountain alone, I'm still just as small as I was in that basement in South Boston." "You aren't alone," I said, stepping closer. "I know," he whispered, pulling me into his arms. "But that's the challenge, isn't it? You didn't fall for a man with nothing. You fell for the wolf. If the wolf loses his teeth, do you still stay for the man?" The question hung in the air, heavier than the fog rolling off the sea. "I didn't stay because of the teeth, Julian," I said, my forehead resting against his chest. "I stayed because of the scars, but the world won't let us just be. They're going to keep tearing at us until there's nothing left but the scandal." Julian pulled back, his eyes narrowing with a flash of the old, dangerous brilliance. "Then we don't give them a scandal. We give them a revolution." "What are you talking about?" "The Henderson audit," Julian said. "Vance thinks he can suppress it because he thinks you're afraid of the NDA. He thinks I'm afraid of the stock price. He's wrong. I'm going to release the entire folder. Every page. Every signature, including the Aegis transfers." My heart stopped. "Julian, that's professional suicide. You'll be implicated. You could face jail time." I'll face a fine and a barred status for a few years, he corrected, his voice gaining strength. But I'll also burn down every board member who tried to touch you. I'll clear your father's name properly, not in a private library, but on the front page of the New York Times. And I'll prove that you didn't kill the story. You just found a better way to tell it. It was the ultimate gamble. He was offering to destroy his mountain to build a foundation of truth for us. You do that, I whispered. For me, for a girl you've known for less than 3 days. I do it for the man I want to be, Julian said. The man who deserves to sit across from you on Tuesday nights. But as he spoke, his phone buzzed again. He looked at it and the blood drained from his face. What is it? It's Mateo, Julian said, his voice a ghost. He's partnered with Vance. They've launched a hostile takeover. They aren't just trying to freeze me out. They're buying the company out from under me. And they've just released a statement from Serafina. I didn't need to ask what the statement said. I could see the notification on my own phone. Serafina Vance alleges coercion, claims Julian Blackwood used market manipulation to silence journalist Elena Thorne. The unexpected challenge had just become a war. They weren't just attacking his money anymore. They were accusing him of a crime against me. They were turning our love into a weapon to destroy us both. I looked at Julian, the man who had just offered to burn his world for me, and I saw the first flicker of real doubt in his eyes. Not doubt of me, doubt of whether he could protect me from the storm he had invited me into. The 24 hours are over, Elena, he said, his voice trembling. Maybe you should go, before this gets any worse. I can have a car take you to the border. I can set you up with enough to start over somewhere else. I looked at the ocean, then at the man who was trying to save me by pushing me away. You really are a fool, Julian Blackwood, I said, a tear slipping down my cheek. You think I'm here for the safety. I'm here for the fight. The emotional roller coaster had just hit its first drop. We were standing in a glass house, and the world was picking up stones. But as I took Julian's hand and led him back into the study, I knew that the unexpected challenge wasn't whether we would survive the scandal. It was whether we would let the scandal change the way we looked at each other. The war had begun, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't just writing the lead. I was the headline. Chapter 32. Conflicts and Misunderstandings. The safe house was a masterpiece of architectural isolation. Cantilevered over the jagged cliffs of the North Shore, its walls were almost entirely glass, offering a panoramic view of an Atlantic Ocean that looked like a churning cauldron of lead and silver. It was a place designed for peace, but 48 hours into the scandal, it felt like a high-end bunker. The air inside was stale, vibrating with the low, electric hum of Julian's encrypted satellite servers. I stood in the kitchen, staring at a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. My reflection in the dark liquid looked gaunt. The news cycle had turned into a predatory beast. Serafina's statement about coercion had been picked up by every major network. They weren't just questioning my integrity anymore. They were painting Julian as a monster who had used his billions to entrap a naive journalist. The wolf was in the study. He had been there since 4:00 a.m. I walked toward the door, my footsteps silent on the polished concrete floor. Through the glass partition, I saw him. He hadn't showered. He hadn't slept. He was surrounded by 6 different monitors, his face illuminated by the harsh, flickering blue light of stock tickers and legal briefs. He was on the phone, his voice a low, terrifyingly calm growl. I don't care about the optics, Marcus. Buy the block. If Vance wants to play in the mud, we'll bury him in it. and tell the legal team to prepare the libel suits against the networks. Every single one. He didn't look up when I entered. He didn't even acknowledge my presence. This was the Julian I had met in Chapter 1, the obsidian titan who saw people as variables and the world as a game of leverage. The man who had whispered, "I love you" in the brownstone felt like a hallucination. "Julian," I said, my voice sounding thin in the high-ceilinged room. He held up a finger, signaling me to wait. He continued talking for another 10 minutes, his fingers flying across a keyboard as he manipulated data I couldn't understand. Finally, he snapped the phone shut and leaned back, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. "What is it, Alina? I'm in the middle of a defensive maneuver." "You've been in a maneuver for 18 hours, I said, walking to the edge of his desk. "Talk to me. Tell me what the lawyers are saying about Serafina's allegation." "They're handling it," he said, his voice flat. He still wasn't looking at me. His eyes were already drifting back to the monitors. "Handling it how? She's accused you of a felony, Julian. She's told the world that our 24-hour challenge was a kidnapping." Julian's jaw tightened. "I've instructed my team to prepare a settlement for her father. It's a bribe, essentially. A way to make the statement go away before it hits a courtroom. It'll cost me 40% of my personal liquidity, but it will clear your name." I felt a cold prickle of alarm. "A settlement? Julian, that looks like an admission of guilt. If you pay them to be quiet, the world will think she was telling the truth." "It doesn't matter what the world thinks," he snapped, finally looking at me. His eyes were bloodshot, the pupils dilated with stress and caffeine. "It matters that the DA doesn't have a case. I'm protecting you." "By making decisions for me." I countered, my temper beginning to flare. "I'm a journalist. I live and die by my reputation." "You're trying to buy a silence that will haunt me for the rest of my career." "Your career is currently a smoking crater, Alina." Julian stood up, his chair rolling back and hitting the wall with a sharp thud. He loomed over the desk, his presence overwhelming. "You don't understand the level of malice we're dealing with. Vance doesn't want money. He wants my head. And he's using you as the axe. I am taking the axe out of his hand." "By turning me into a silent partner in a cover-up." I stepped closer, refusing to back down. "This is exactly what you did with Aegis Holdings. You saw a problem, you calculated the cost, and you tried to make it disappear with a wire transfer. You haven't changed at all." The silence that followed was jagged. Julian's expression shifted from anger to a cold, distant mask. The wolf didn't just have teeth, he had walls. "I am trying to save what's left of our lives," he said softly, and the quietness of his voice was more frightening than his shouting. "If that makes me the same man I was 5 years ago, then maybe that's the man you actually needed. The brooding poet wouldn't survive 10 minutes in this market." "I don't need a savior, Julian. I need a partner. Someone who trusts me enough to tell me the truth instead of handling me like a liability." "You are a liability right now," he whispered. The words hit me like a physical blow. I stepped back, the air in the room suddenly feeling too thin to breathe. Julian saw the look on my face and instantly reached out, his hand hovering in the air between us. "Alina, I didn't mean." "No, you did," I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of hurt and fury. "To the board, I'm a virus. To the press, I'm a whore. And to you, I'm just another asset that needs to be managed so the billionaire can stay on top of his mountain." "That's not fair," he growled, his hand dropping. "What's not fair is that I risked everything to walk into that boardroom for you, and the moment things get difficult, you retreat into the machine." You've built this safe house to keep the world out, but you've used it to lock me out too. I turned toward the door, but Julian moved with that predatory speed, grabbing my arm. His grip wasn't painful, but it was desperate. Where are you going? To the guest room, or the cliffs. Somewhere I don't have to watch you turn back into the man I spent my life trying to expose. Elena, wait. He pulled me toward him, his face etched with a raw, agonizing conflict. I'm terrified. Do you understand that? I've never had anything that couldn't be replaced with a check. I don't know how to protect you without using the tools I've spent my life sharpening. Then learn, I said, looking him in the eye. Because if the only way you know how to love me is by controlling the narrative, then the 24 hours really were a lie. I pulled my arm free and walked out. I spent the next 3 hours in the far wing of the house, watching the storm roll in over the Atlantic. The rain lashed against the glass, blurring the world until it was nothing but gray on gray. I felt a profound sense of mourning. Not for the job I'd lost or the reputation that was in tatters, but for the man I had glimpsed in the library, the one who believed the stars were the same for everyone. The misunderstanding was fundamental. Julian thought he was being a hero by being a martyr. He thought that by taking the blow, by making the deal, he was showing his love. But to me, he was just proving that he didn't think I was strong enough to stand beside him in the fire. At midnight, the power flickered. The storm was reaching its peak. I heard a knock on the door, soft, tentative. I didn't answer. The door opened anyway. Julian stood in the shadows of the hallway. He looked wrecked. He held a single piece of paper in his hand. I canceled the settlement, he said, his voice a ghost of its usual command. I sat up in the bed, my heart skipping a beat. You did. Vance called. He thought he had me. He thought I was ready to sign. Julian walked into the room, sitting on the edge of the bed. But I realized that if I signed that paper, I'd be signing away the reason you looked at me on the dance floor. I'd rather lose the company than lose the way you see me. I reached out, my hand finding his. His skin was ice cold. What happens now? I asked. Now we go to war, Julian said, a flicker of the old fire returning to his eyes. But we do it your way, no bribes, no secrets. We release the Henderson audit tomorrow morning, all of it. And we let the world see the wolf and the journalist together. He looked at me, a terrifyingly honest vulnerability in his gaze. But I need to know one thing, Elena. Do you still want to be the one holding the axe? I looked at the man who had finally chosen the truth over the machine. The conflict hadn't vanished. We were still in the center of a hurricane, but the misunderstanding had been burned away. I'm not holding the axe, Julian, I said, leaning in to rest my forehead against his. I'm holding your hand. The emotional roller coaster was far from over. The hostile takeover was still coming. The headlines would be vicious. But as the storm raged outside the glass walls, the two of us were finally, for the first time, on the same side of the glass. Chapter 33, The Billionaire's Chase. The release of the Henderson audit was the digital equivalent of a nuclear strike. Within an hour of hitting the wires, Blackwood was the top trending topic globally. The stock for Blackwood Holdings didn't just drop, it evaporated. Trading was halted as the numbers plummeted into a freefall that no algorithm could catch. In the safe house, the air was static charged, the dozens of monitors in Julian's study flickering with the fury of 1,000 news outlets. Julian sat in the center of it all, oddly calm. He had made his move. He had burned the mountain to save the girl. But while the world was looking at the Henderson signatures, I was looking at a single, encrypted email that had just landed in my inbox. It was from an anonymous source, but the signature style was unmistakably Matteo Rossi. It was a screenshot of a backdated internal memo. It suggested that Julian had planned to release the audit all along, not as an act of love, but as a scorched earth tactic to devalue the company so he could buy back the majority shares at pennies on the dollar through a shell company. The implication was clear. My presence, our romance, and the 24-hour challenge were just the stage dressing for a massive market manipulation. I wasn't his partner, I was his ultimate prop. I felt the blood drain from my face. The room seemed to tilt. I looked through the glass partition at Julian. He was on the phone with his brokers, a grim, determined set to his jaw. Was he handling the fallout, or was he executing the final phase of a plan I was never supposed to understand? "I can't do this," I whispered. I didn't confront him. I couldn't. The fear of seeing the wolf confirmed the lie was too great. I grabbed my coat, the Henderson papers, now public and useless as leverage, and my bag. I slipped out the back door of the safe house, the rain from the retreating storm still lashing against the glass. I started walking. The safe house was miles from the nearest town, perched on the edge of a coastal road that wound through the cliffs like a serpent. My mind was a whirlwind of the past 3 days. Every kiss, every confession, every moment of vulnerability now felt like a calculated move in a game I had no business playing. I reached the main road just as the wind began to howl again. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I couldn't be the one who helped the wolf burn the world just to build a bigger cage. Back at the safe house, Julian noticed the silence. He walked into the living area, calling my name. He found the door unlatched, the wind blowing a spray of seawater onto the polished concrete floor. He saw the laptop I'd left open, the Matteo email still glowing on the screen. He didn't call security. He didn't call the police. He ran to the garage. He ignored the armored SUVs and the sleek sedans. He went for the silver Porsche 356, the car from the pier, the car that represented the man, not the machine. I was 2 miles down the road, soaked to the bone and shivering when I heard the roar of the engine. It was a high, mechanical scream that cut through the thunder. I didn't turn around. I kept walking, my head down against the rain. The Porsche skidded to a halt 20 yards ahead of me, the tires smoking against the wet asphalt. Julian threw the door open and stepped out. He wasn't wearing a jacket. His white shirt was plastered to his skin, his hair a wild mess. "Elena, stop!" he yelled over the wind. "Go away, Julian," I screamed back, my voice breaking. "Go back to your shell companies. Go back to your scorched earth. I'm done playing your games." He didn't stop. He ran toward me, his boots splashing through the puddles. He caught me by the shoulders, forcing me to turn and look at him. His eyes weren't cold obsidian anymore. They were filled with a raw, agonizing desperation. "It's a lie, Elena. The memo is a forgery. Matteo is trying to tear us apart because it's the only way he can win the takeover." "How do I know?" I cried, pushing against his chest. "How do I know anything with you? You've spent your whole life lying for profit. Why would this be any different?" Julian let go of my shoulders and stepped back, his hands shaking. He looked at the cliff edge, then back at me. "Because I have nothing left." He roared, the sound echoing off the rocks. "Look at the news, Elena. The board has stripped my titles. The SEC is at the tower. I'm not buying the company back. I'm being liquidated. I'm losing the mountain. Everything I built to keep the world away is gone." He took a step closer, the rain streaming down his face. "I didn't release the audit to manipulate the stock. I released it because you were right. I was a monster, and I'd rather be a man with nothing, standing in the rain with you, than the wolf of the Atlantic alone in that glass box. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, wet piece of paper. He handed it to me. It was the original deed to the brownstone with the blue door. On the back, in his sharp, decisive handwriting, were the words, "Signed over to Alina Thorne, in case I don't make it back from the meeting." "I signed that before I went to the boardroom," Julian whispered, his voice cracking. "I wasn't planning a takeover. I was planning an exit. I wanted to make sure that no matter what happened to me, you were safe. You were the only thing I had left that was worth protecting." The anger in my chest began to dissolve, replaced by a devastating wave of clarity. The billionaire's chase wasn't about a deal. It was a man running after his soul. "I'm sorry," he said, the words sounding foreign and heavy on his tongue. "I'm sorry I made it so hard for you to trust me. I'm sorry I lived a life that made a forgery seem like the truth." I looked at the deed, then at the man standing in the middle of a storm, stripped of his power, his wealth, and his armor. He looked vulnerable. He looked human. He looked like the boy who used to listen to the subway pipes and dream of the stars. "Julian," I whispered. I moved toward him and he caught me, pulling me into a hug so tight I could feel the frantic, terrified beat of his heart. We stood there on the edge of the cliff, the Porsche's headlights cutting through the dark as the rain turned into a soft mist. "I thought I'd lost you," he murmured into my hair. "I've lost the billions, I've lost the tower, I've lost the reputation. But when I saw you were gone, that was the first time I actually felt poor." I pulled back, looking into those storm-blue eyes. "The mountain is gone, Julian. What do we do now?" "We walk," he said, a small, weary smile touching his lips. "And we tell the truth, all of it together." The chase was over. The wolf had been caught, not by his enemies, but by his own humanity. As we walked back toward the silver car, leaving the safe house and the scandal behind us, I realized that the emotional roller coaster was finally leveling out. The world would still be waiting for us, the lawyers, the press, the fallout, but for the first time, we weren't running. We were just two people going home. Chapter 34, A Night of Passion. The hotel was called the Mariner's Rest. It was a small, weather-beaten inn on the outskirts of a coastal town, miles away from the glass and steel safe house and light years away from the Blackwood Tower. The wallpaper was peeling at the corners, the carpet was a faded shade of floral green, and the air smelled of salt air and old pine. It was perfect. It was the most honest place I had ever been. Julian had paid for the room in cash, some of the last physical currency he had on him before the injunctions fully took hold. As we walked into the small room, the roar of the Porsche's engine still echoing in my ears, the reality of the last 24 hours finally hit me. We were soaked, shivering, and the world we had known yesterday was a smoking ruin. Julian closed the door and leaned his back against it. He looked at the room, the small, queen-sized bed with its quilted coverlet, the flickering lamp, the window rattling in the wind. He didn't look disgusted. He looked relieved. "I haven't been in a room this small since I was 21, he whispered. "Is it too small?" I asked, dropping my bag on the floor. "No," he said, pushing off the door and walking toward me. "It's big enough for everything that matters." He reached out, his hands trembling slightly as he touched my face. His skin was still cold from the rain, but his eyes were burning with a heat that made the room feel like it was on fire. The wolf was gone, but the man who remained was far more overwhelming. There was no desk between us, no board of directors, no 24-hour deadline. There was just the weight of what we had survived. "You're shivering," he murmured, his thumb grazing my lower lip. "So are you," I replied. Without another word, Julian began to unbutton my coat. His movements were slow, deliberate, and filled with a reverence that brought tears to my eyes. He wasn't undressing a journalist or an asset. He was tending to the woman who had seen his ruins and stayed. I helped him out of his soaked shirt. In the dim, amber light of the room, his body looked like a map of 1,000 battles. The scar on his ribs, the tension in his shoulders, the pulse jumping in his neck. He was beautiful, not in the way a statue is beautiful, but in the way a survivor is. "I have nothing to give you tonight, Alina," he whispered, his forehead resting against mine. "No jewels, no views, no promises of a future in a tower. I'm a man with a mountain of debt and a name that's being dragged through the dirt." "You have everything I want," I said, my hands finding the small of his back, pulling him closer. "I didn't fall for the mountain, Julian. I fell for the man who was brave enough to jump off it." The kiss that followed was a revelation. It wasn't the demanding, territorial kiss of the office. It wasn't the desperate, frantic kiss of the elevator. It was a slow, deep, and soul-shattering connection. It tasted of rain, of relief, and of a love that had been forged in a furnace. He lifted me, my legs wrapping around his waist, and carried me the 2 steps to the bed. As we sank into the mattress, the springs groaned, a humble, human sound that made me laugh softly against his lips. "I love you," he whispered into the crook of my neck, his breath hot and ragged. "I love you more than I loved the power. I love you more than I loved the silence." "Show me," I breathed, and he did. The passion of that night was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Away from the luxury, away from the expectations, our bodies found a new language. Every touch was an apology for the secrets. Every gasp was a promise for the morning. Julian moved with a desperate tenderness, his hands exploring me as if he were trying to memorize my skin. He was no longer the billionaire handling a situation. He was a man surrendering to his own heart. He worshipped every curve, every scar, every breath I took. I saw the vulnerability in his eyes, the fear that this was too good to be true, that the world would wake up and take this from him, too. I held him tighter, my nails digging into his shoulders, anchoring him to the present. I wanted him to know that even if the mountain was gone, the foundation was solid. In the quiet of that motel room, with the Atlantic crashing against the shore outside, the billionaire and the journalist were finally, irrevocably dead. There was only Julian and Alina. We made love with a raw, unbridled intensity that felt like a reclaiming of our souls. It was physical, yes, but it was also a spiritual merging. We were 2 broken people who had found the missing pieces in each other. Later, as the storm outside turned into a soft, steady rain, we lay tangled together under the heavy quilt. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of a street lamp through the curtains. Julian's head was on my chest, his hand interlaced with mine. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, his voice a low, peaceful rumble. "I'm thinking about the blank notebook," I said, my fingers tracing the lines of his arm. "I think I'm ready to start writing." "The story of the wolf." "No," I said, kissing the top of his head. "The story of Julian, the man who learned that the stars are the same for everyone, but they look better when you aren't looking at them alone." Julian stayed silent for a long time. I thought he had fallen asleep, but then I felt a single, hot tear hit my skin. He didn't sob, he didn't apologize. He just held me closer, his breathing evening out as the weight of the world finally lifted off his shoulders. For the first time since the 24-hour challenge began, the clock didn't matter. The stock prices didn't matter. The scandals didn't matter. In a $40 a night inn, the man who had everything realized he finally had enough. The night of passion hadn't just deepened our bond, it had transformed it. We weren't a scandal anymore. We were a reality. And as I closed my eyes and let sleep take me, I knew that whatever obstacles Part 4 had left for us, we would face them not as adversaries, but as one. The sun would rise tomorrow on a world that hated us. But in the dark, we were infinite. Chapter 35. The Promise of Forever. The light that filtered through the thin, yellowed curtains of the Mariner's Rest was pale and weak, lacking the aggressive brilliance of the sunrise at the Blackwood Tower. It didn't illuminate a world of marble and glass. It showed a world of dust motes, water-stained wallpaper, and the tangled sheets of a bed that had seen more truth in one night than the tower had seen in a decade. I woke up with my head on Julian's chest. The rhythmic thrum of his heart was the only sound in the room, a steady, grounded beat that felt like my new North Star. Julian was already awake. He was staring at the ceiling, his hand idly stroking my hair. His eyes, usually so sharp with calculation, were soft, filled with a quiet, contemplative peace. He looked like a man who had finally put down a heavy burden and was surprised by how light he felt. "We have to go back today," I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "I know," Julian said, his voice a low, gravelly vibration. He didn't move. He didn't reach for a phone or a tablet. "The grace period is over. The SEC will want their statement. The board will want my blood. And the press will want the ending to the story." I sat up, pulling the scratchy wool blanket around me. "What is the ending, Julian? Not the one they want. Ours." Julian sat up beside me. He reached for his trousers, but before he put them on, he reached into the pocket of his discarded leather jacket. He pulled out a small, velvet pouch. It wasn't a jewelry box. It was too small, too weathered. "I've carried this with me for years," he said, opening the pouch. Inside was a simple, thin gold band. It wasn't encrusted with diamonds. It looked ancient, the metal worn smooth by time. It was my mother's. It was the only thing the debt collectors didn't find because she'd sewn it into the lining of my childhood coat. My breath hitched. "Julian." I always told myself I'd only take it out when I found something that was worth more than the mountain, he said, taking my hand. He didn't slide it onto my finger. He placed it in my palm and closed my fingers over it. "I'm not asking you to marry a man who's facing a federal investigation and a total loss of assets, Alina. That wouldn't be a proposal, it would be a sentence." He looked me in the eye, and the promise of forever was there, written in the storm-blue depths. "I'm asking you to keep this, as a promise. That when the dust settles, whether I'm in a penthouse or a studio apartment, I'm coming for you. Every Tuesday, every Wednesday, every day I have left. I don't want a kingdom anymore. I just want a home. And you're the only home I've ever known." I looked down at my closed fist, feeling the cool, solid weight of the gold. It felt heavier than all the billions of Blackwood holdings. It was a promise of a future that didn't depend on stock prices or board approvals. "I'm not going anywhere, Julian," I said, a tear slipping down my cheek. "But the world is going to try to pull us apart. They're going to use the Henderson audit. They're going to use Serafina. They're going to try to make you choose between your freedom and me." "Then they don't know me very well," Julian said, a flash of the old wolf returning to his gaze. "I've spent my life winning by their rules. I'm curious to see how they handle it when I stop caring about the game." We dressed in silence, a shared, somber ritual. The clothes we had worn into the storm were wrinkled and smelled of rain, but we wore them like armor. As we stepped out of the room and into the small, wood-paneled lobby, the reality of the emotional roller coaster hit us with full force. Through the glass front doors, we could see them. 3 black sedans were idling in the gravel lot. Men in suits, not Julian's security, but federal agents, were standing by the cars, their faces grim. Behind them, a news van was already setting up a satellite dish. Someone had leaked our location. "The sanctuary is breached," Julian murmured, his hand finding the small of my back. "Are you ready?" I asked. "No," he said, looking at me with a devastatingly honest smile. "But for the first time, I don't have to be perfect. I just have to be real." We walked out together. The cameras began to flash immediately, a strobe light assault that made the world look jagged and broken. The reporters started shouting, their voices a cacophony of accusations and questions. "Mr. Blackwood, did you manipulate the market?" "Elena, is the audit a fabrication?" "Julian, are you under arrest?" The lead agent stepped forward, his badge gleaming in the morning light. "Julian Blackwood, I'm Special Agent Miller with the SEC. We have a warrant for your records and a subpoena for your testimony. You're coming with us." Julian didn't flinch. He didn't look at the cameras. He looked only at me. He leaned in and kissed me, a long, slow kiss that was broadcast to every screen in the country. It was a defiant, beautiful declaration. "I'll see you on the other side," he whispered against my lips. "I'll be waiting," I said. As they led him toward the car, Julian stopped. He turned back to the crowd of reporters, his voice ringing out over the noise with the authority of a man who had nothing left to lose. "The story you're looking for isn't in the audit," he shouted. "It isn't in the stock prices. The story is that for 34 years, I thought the world was something to be conquered. I was wrong. The world is something to be shared." He looked at me one last time before the door closed. I stood in the gravel lot of the Mariner's Rest, the gold ring clutched in my hand as the motorcade pulled away. The promise of forever had been made, but as the dust settled, the emotional roller coaster took a sharp, terrifying turn. I was alone. The wolf was in a cage, and the world was hungry for the next chapter. I looked at the news van, at the cameras still pointed at me, and I felt a strange, cold calm. They wanted a story. I would give them the truth, not the one Julian had edited, but the one we had lived. I walked toward my own car, the blank notebook in my bag feeling like a loaded weapon. The promise was made. Now the fight for forever began. Chapter 36, Emotional Vulnerability. The silence of a small apartment is different when the world is screaming your name outside the window. For 3 days after Julian was taken into custody, I lived in a state of suspended animation. My apartment, my sanctuary, had become a fishbowl. Every time I cracked the curtains, I saw the long lenses of the paparazzi and the satellite vans of the news networks. They weren't just waiting for a comment, they were waiting for me to break. They wanted the fallen woman narrative. They wanted to see the tears of the journalist who had traded her notebook for a billionaire's bed. I sat at my kitchen table, the same table where my father used to count his pennies, and stared at the gold ring Julian had given me. It sat in the center of the wood, a small, defiant circle of history. Julian was in a holding cell or a high-security office, surrounded by lawyers and agents who saw him only as a series of violations and numbers. They didn't know about the boy from South Boston. They didn't know about the telescope. They only knew the wolf. If I stayed silent, the wolf would be slaughtered. The board, led by Vance and a newly emboldened Matteo Rossi, was successfully spinning the narrative that Julian had used sexual coercion and market manipulation to silence me and devalue the company. They were making him a predator to hide the fact that they were the scavengers. I realized then that I couldn't be the observer anymore. I couldn't hide behind my professional distance. To save him, I had to destroy the very thing I had spent my life building, my anonymity. I picked up my phone and made one call. Not to my editor at the magazine, Sarah was gone, and the board had turned the publication into a mouthpiece for Vance. I called the National Review, the one outlet that still had enough teeth to take on a titan, and the one anchor who had always been a thorn in Julian's side, Diane Sterling. "I'll give you the exclusive, Diane," I said, my voice shaking. "But we do it live. No edits, no handling, and I get to say everything." "Everything is a long time, Elena," Diane replied, her voice sharp with interest. "Are you sure you're ready for the world to see the cracks?" "The cracks are where the light gets in," I whispered, echoing Julian's own philosophy. Is that the stage? 12 hours later, I was sitting in a high-backed chair in a glass-walled studio overlooking the very city Julian had tried to conquer. The lights were blindingly bright, the air conditioning was humming with a clinical chill, and 4 cameras were pointed at me like loaded guns. Diane Sterling sat across from me, looking like a silver-haired inquisitor. "We are live in 10 seconds, a stage manager whispered. I felt the weight of the gold ring against my chest. I had threaded it onto a simple silver chain beneath my sweater. It felt like a heartbeat. "Tonight," Diane began, looking directly into the lens, "we are joined by Elena Thorne, the journalist at the center of the Blackwood scandal. A woman accused of being a victim, a co-conspirator, and a catalyst for the greatest financial collapse of the decade. Elena, let's start with the question everyone is asking. Why did you kill the story?" The emotional vulnerability began the moment I opened my mouth. "I didn't kill the story, Diane," I said, my voice steady but raw. "I realized that the story I was writing was a lie. I went into the Blackwood Tower to find a monster. I spent years sharpening my pen, waiting for the chance to prove that Julian Blackwood was the man who destroyed people like my father." I paused, and for the first time, I didn't look at Diane. I looked at the camera. I looked at the millions of people watching in their living rooms, in their offices, in their cars. Most of you know my father's name from the Henderson audit that was released 3 days ago. You saw the signatures. You saw the cover-up. What you didn't see was the man who sat at his kitchen table for 10 years, coughing until his lungs bled because a company decided his life was an externality. I grew up hating power. I grew up wanting to burn down every glass tower in this city. The studio was deathly silent. Diane leaned in, her skepticism momentarily replaced by curiosity. "And yet, you're standing by the man who owned that company, the man who signed those transfers." "Yes," I said, a tear finally escaping and tracking down my cheek. I didn't wipe it away. "Because that man, the wolf you all love to hate, is the only person who had the courage to hand me the matches. Julian Blackwood didn't release that audit to manipulate the stock. He released it because I told him he had traded his humanity for efficiency. And he decided, in the middle of a 24-hour challenge, that his humanity was worth more than his billions." I began to talk about the things that weren't in the files. I talked about the vulnerability I had seen in the library. I talked about the way he looked at the stars. I talked about the night at the Mariner's Rest, where a man who had everything realized he finally had enough. "You're calling it love," Diane challenged. "The board of directors is calling it a honey trap. They say he used you to create a smokescreen for a hostile takeover." "Then they don't know him," I countered, my voice rising with a sudden, fierce protectiveness. "And they certainly don't know me. You want to talk about vulnerability? Let's talk about the fact that I'm sitting here, knowing that by telling this truth, I am likely ending my career as a journalist. I am admitting that I fell for my subject. I am admitting that I am flawed and biased and hopelessly in love with a man the world wants to see in a cage. I leaned forward, my hands clasped on the table. Julian Blackwood is a man who built a mountain because he was a boy who grew up in a basement. He made mistakes. He was ruthless. He was cold. But he is also the only person in this entire corporate jungle who was willing to lose everything to do what was right. If that's a crime, then we are all guilty. By the time the interview ended, the air in the studio had shifted. The crew was silent. Diane Sterling looked at me with a respect I had never seen her give a subject. I had done it. I had bared my soul to save his. As I walked out of the studio and into the cool night air, the paparazzi were still there, but they weren't shouting. They were just watching. The emotional vulnerability had done what the legal briefs couldn't. It had humanized the headlines. But as I got into the car to head back to my apartment, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Julian's lead attorney. The interview was a masterstroke, Alina. The public sentiment is shifting, but Vance is desperate. He's just leaked a secondary document. Something Julian didn't even tell you about. You need to come to the office. Now. The roller coaster took another sickening drop. I had just opened my heart to the world, and the world was already preparing to strike back. I looked at the gold ring on the chain around my neck. I had been vulnerable. I had shown my cracks. Now, I had to see if they were enough to hold back the tide. Chapter 37: Facing Obstacles Together. The law offices of Goldman and Strauss felt like a neutral zone in the middle of a war. Located on a floor so high the clouds occasionally brushed the windows, the space was all beige marble and silence. But the silence wasn't peaceful. It was the heavy, suffocating quiet of a courtroom before a verdict. I was led into a conference room at the end of a long, sun-drenched hallway. My heart was still racing from the adrenaline of the interview. I could still feel the phantom heat of the studio lights on my skin. I had just told the world I loved him. I had just set my own life on fire to keep him warm. Julian was there. He was sitting at a massive mahogany table, flanked by 4 attorneys in dark suits. He looked exhausted. His white shirt was rumpled, his tie was gone, and there were dark circles beneath his eyes that no amount of billionaire polish could hide. But when he saw me, he stood up with such sudden force that his chair screeched against the marble floor. "Elena," he breathed. "Mr. Blackwood, please, sit down," the lead attorney, a woman with a voice like sharpened steel, commanded. "This is a controlled environment. Every word is being recorded for the SEC monitors." Julian ignored her. He walked around the table and pulled me into his arms. He didn't care about the lawyers. He didn't care about the monitors. He buried his face in my hair, his body trembling with a relief so profound it felt like a sob. "I saw the interview," he whispered against my ear. "You shouldn't have done it. You gave them everything they need to destroy your credibility." "I gave them the truth, Julian," I said, pulling back to look him in the eye. "Now, what is this secondary document Vance leaked? My phone hasn't stopped buzzing." The room went cold. The attorneys looked at each other. Julian's expression shifted, the relief vanishing, replaced by a look of raw, naked shame. He didn't let go of my hands, but his grip became a plea. "Sit down, Ms. Thorne," the lead attorney said. She slid a thick, blue-bordered document across the table. It was titled, "Project Phoenix, Strategic PR Alignment." I opened it. My eyes skipped over the corporate jargon until they landed on a date, 6 months ago. It was a detailed strategy paper drafted by Julian's top consultants. It outlined a plan to humanize the Blackwood brand ahead of the Apex project. It suggested finding a high-integrity, emotionally charged adversary, specifically a journalist with a personal connection to a corporate grievance, and engaging them in a controlled, high-stakes exposure event. The document listed 3 names. Mine was at the top, circled in Julian's distinctive black ink. Beneath my name, a note was scribbled: "Thorn is the perfect catalyst. Her father's history provides the necessary emotional leverage for a public redemption arc. Initiate the 24-hour challenge protocol." I felt the air leave the room. The gold ring on the chain around my neck suddenly felt like it was made of lead, dragging me down toward the floor. I looked at the date again. This wasn't a spontaneous invitation. This wasn't a man being moved by a journalist's talent. The 24-hour challenge was a script. I was a character. And every moment of unexpected vulnerability, the library, the stars, the pier, was a bullet point on a PR strategy. "Elena," Julian said, his voice a ragged ghost. "Listen to me." 6 months, I whispered, looking at him. "You were planning this 6 months ago, before you ever saw me, before you ever knew who I was." "The firm planned it," Julian said, his hands reaching for mine across the table. I pulled back as if he were made of fire. "They brought me the proposal. They said I needed a way to soften the market for the Heights project. They suggested you because of your father. I approved the research. I circled your name. I won't lie to you about that." "So it was a game," I said, my voice rising, the emotional roller coaster hitting a vertical drop. "The library, the Henderson papers, the I love you in the brownstone. Was that just part of the redemption arc, Julian? Did the consultants tell you exactly when to kiss me to get the best ratings?" "No," Julian roared, slamming his hand onto the table. The lawyers jumped. "It started as a strategy, yes. It started as a way to win. But the moment you walked into that foyer, the moment you looked at me and told me my world was built on silence, the plan died. I stopped following the script, Elena. I spent the last 3 days trying to kill Project Phoenix because I realized I didn't want to use you. I wanted to be with you." "But you didn't tell me," I cried. "You let me go on national television and tell the world you were a hero of truth, while you were sitting on a document that proves our entire relationship was an exposure event." "I was afraid," Julian shouted back, his eyes filling with tears. "I was a coward. I thought if I told you, you'd walk away and I'd be back in the silence. I've spent my whole life manipulating people, Elena. I didn't know how to stop, not until it was too late." Vance had played his final card. By leaking this, he hadn't just attacked Julian's business. He had poisoned the one thing Julian couldn't buy back, my trust. The lead attorney cleared her throat. "The problem, Ms. Thorne, is that the SEC sees this as evidence of market manipulation. They believe the romance was a coordinated effort to drive up the ESG, environmental, social, and governance rating of the company before the merger. They want to charge Julian with fraud. And they want to name you as an unwitting co-conspirator." I looked at the blue-bordered document, then I looked at Julian. He looked broken. The wolf was gone. There was no mountain left to climb. He was just a man waiting for me to decide if he was worth the lie. The obstacle wasn't the law. It wasn't the press. It was the fact that the man I loved was a man who had considered me a catalyst before he ever knew my name. "Leave us," I said to the lawyers. "Ms. Thorne, we are on a strict schedule." "Get out," I screamed. They scurried out, the heavy doors thudding shut. Silence reclaimed the room. Julian didn't move. He sat with his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. "You should go, Alina. Take the ring off. Tell the SEC you were a victim of a professional con. I'll sign a confession saying I coerced you. It'll save your career. It'll give you the kill shot you wanted from the start." I walked around the table. I stood behind him and did something I didn't think I had the strength to do. I put my hands on his shoulders. "Did you mean it?" I whispered. "The stars, the night at the inn, the way you looked at me when the board was screaming at us." Julian turned around in the chair, looking up at me with a face etched in agony. "I have never meant anything more in my life. I would give every dollar I've ever made to go back to 6 months ago and burn that document before it ever hit my desk. I don't care about the company, Alina. I don't care about the redemption arc. I just want to be the man you saw in the library." I looked at him and I saw the truth. It was a messy, ugly, corporate truth, but it was wrapped in a very real, very human love. He was a man who had tried to play God and ended up becoming a man. "Then we face it together," I said. Julian blinked, shocked. "After this, you'd still stand by me." "The world thinks we're a script, Julian. Let's show them we're the authors." I picked up the Project Phoenix document. "We aren't going to hide this. We're going to release it ourselves, with a line-by-line commentary on where the plan ended and where we began. We're going to tell the world that the billionaire tried to buy a soul, and instead, he found his own." Julian stood up, a flicker of hope, the first I'd seen in days, lighting up his eyes. He pulled me to him, his grip so tight I could barely breathe. "They'll still come for us," he warned. "Let them come," I said. "We've survived 24 hours. We can survive the rest of our lives." The obstacle was still there, a mountain of legal fire and public scorn. But as we stood together in that glass-walled office, I realized that the emotional roller coaster had finally brought us to the same point. We weren't a journalist and a subject anymore. We weren't a predator and a prey. We were two people who had found each other in the middle of a war, and we were done being afraid of the shadows. Chapter 38, Final Hours Countdown. The clock on the wall of the safe room wasn't a sleek digital display from the Blackwood Tower. It was a circular, ticking analog beast, the sound of the second hand hitting the glass like a tiny hammer against a coffin. Tick, tick, tick. We had exactly 12 hours before the markets opened, and with them, the finalization of the Vance Rossi takeover. If we didn't find a way to discredit the Project Phoenix narrative and prove the board's own corruption before the sun hit the spire of the exchange, Julian wouldn't just be poor. He would be in a federal jumpsuit. We were back in the city, but not in the penthouse or the brownstone. We were in a black site office, a windowless room beneath a high-end printing press Julian owned. The air smelled of ink, ozone, and the metallic tang of high-voltage servers. Julian sat across from me, his sleeves rolled up, his tie discarded hours ago. He was surrounded by a mountain of paper, the physical remains of his empire. He wasn't manipulating a holographic map anymore, he was digging through the dirt. "There has to be a link," he muttered, his voice a dry rasp. "Vance is too careful to leave a trail on the Henderson audit, but Mateo is arrogant. He thinks he's the new wolf. He would have left a digital fingerprint somewhere." I was hunched over my laptop, my fingers flying across the keys. I wasn't writing a profile anymore. I was a hunter. I was using every contact I'd made in 10 years of investigative journalism. "I found something," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Julian looked up, his eyes bloodshot but sharp. "What?" "The Project Phoenix document, the one Vance leaked to prove you were manipulating me." I turned the screen toward him. I tracked the metadata on the leak itself. It wasn't leaked by a whistleblower. It was sent to the press from a server in Milan, a server owned by Rossi International. Julian leaned in, his jaw tightening. Matteo, he didn't just leak it, he timed it to hit right after your interview. He wanted to weaponize your vulnerability against me. It's more than that, I said, my heart starting to race. Look at the edit history on the document. There's a ghosted signature on the final page. It's an approval for the release of funds to a private investigator. Julian's eyes narrowed. An investigator for what? For me, Julian, they didn't just research my father's history. They were following me for months before the 24-hour challenge even started. And the person who signed off on the surveillance, it wasn't you. It was Vance. The room went silent, save for the ticking of the clock. The final hour's countdown had just shifted its target. He set me up, Julian whispered. He didn't just suggest the strategy, he laid the groundwork for the scandal before I ever even saw the proposal. He knew that if I fell for you, really fell for you, he'd have the perfect kill shot to take the company. He used both of us, I said, a cold fury rising in my chest. He used my father's tragedy to bait you, and he used your ambition to bait me. He's the one who manipulated the market, Julian, not you. But the clock was still ticking. Proving a setup was one thing, stopping a takeover was another. We need the physical logs, Julian said, standing up with a sudden, renewed energy. The private investigators' reports. If we can prove they were following you before I authorized Project Phoenix, the whole coercion narrative collapses. It turns into a conspiracy by the board to defraud the CEO. Where would they keep them? Vance doesn't trust the cloud. He's old school. He keeps a black box in his private vault at the tower, floor 88. I looked at the clock. 4:00 a.m. The tower is swarming with SEC agents and Vance's private security. How are you going to get to the 88th floor? Julian looked at me, and for the first time in days, I saw the true wolf. Not the predator, but the leader. I built that building, Alina. I know every air duct, every service elevator, and every override code. They think they've locked me out of my kingdom, but I still have the keys. I'm coming with you. No. It's too dangerous. Julian, stop, I said, standing up and meeting his gaze. We're past the protecting me phase. You need someone to verify the documents as a journalist. If you find them alone, they'll say you planted them. If I'm there to witness it, to document the chain of custody, they can't bury it. The anticipation in the room was palpable. We were about to walk into the mouth of the beast. If we get caught, Julian said, taking my face in his hands, there's no way back. This isn't a challenge anymore. It's a crime. Then let's make it a good one, I whispered. The drive to the tower was a blur of gray streets and flickering streetlights. The city was beginning to stir, the pre-dawn light a bruised violet on the horizon. We didn't use the main entrance. We used a delivery bay for the building's laundry service, slipping inside in the back of a van. The climb through the service stairs was agonizing. Every creak of the metal, every hum of the ventilation system felt like an alarm. My lungs burned, and my heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. When we reached the 88th floor, the hallway was silent. The air smelled of floor wax and expensive citrus. Julian led me to a mahogany-paneled door. He didn't use a key, he pulled a small electronic device from his pocket, a legacy bypass, and pressed it against the lock. Click. We were inside Vance's inner sanctum. It was a room of trophies, leather-bound books, antique weapons, and a massive steel vault built into the wall. "The code," I whispered. "Do you have it?" "Vance is a man of ego," Julian said, his fingers moving over the keypad. "He uses the date he took his seat on the board, 5/12/92. The heavy steel door swung open with a hiss of pressurized air. Inside weren't bars of gold or stacks of cash. It was a library of leverage. Dozens of blue-bound folders, each labeled with a name. I saw my name. I saw Julian's. I grabbed the folder labeled Thorn/Blackwood alignment. I flipped it open. There they were. Photos of me at my local deli from 8 months ago, logs of my phone calls, and most importantly, a memo from Vance to Matteo Rossi. "The CEO has taken the bait. The 24-hour protocol is live. Once he commits to the girl, we leak the Aegis transfers and trigger the morality clause. The company will be ours by Friday." "We have it," I breathed, the tears of relief stinging my eyes. "Julian, we actually have it." But then the lights in the room flickered and turned a brilliant, blinding white. "It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?" We whirled around. Standing in the doorway was Matteo Rossi. He wasn't in a suit. He was wearing a casual sweater, a glass of scotch in one hand and a suppressed pistol in the other. He looked disappointed, like a teacher catching a favorite student cheating. "I told Arthur you'd come here," Matteo said, his voice a smooth, melodic purr. "The wolf always returns to his den when he's cornered." "Matteo," Julian said, stepping in front of me, his voice a low growl. "The game is over. We have the logs. We know Vance started the surveillance before I ever signed the proposal." "And who are you going to tell, Gio?" Matteo asked, tilting his head. "The SEC. They're waiting downstairs to arrest you for breaking and entering. The press. They've already written the tragic fall headline, 'You're a ghost.' And Alina. Well, Alina is just a tragic footnote in your collapse." The heartbreak fear I had been carrying for days finally crystallized. It wasn't about losing the money or the tower. It was the realization that we were standing in a room full of the truth, and it might never see the light of day. "You won't do it, Matteo," I said, stepping out from behind Julian. My hands were shaking, but my voice was iron. "You're a shark, but you're a shark who likes the spotlight. You kill us here, and you're a murderer, not a CEO. You lose the company, the merger, and your life." Matteo looked at me, a flicker of genuine admiration in his eyes. "You really are his match, aren't you? Such a waste." He raised the pistol. "The alarm is already tripped, Matteo," Julian said, his voice remarkably calm. "I didn't use a bypass code. I used a distress signal. Every security guard in this building and the local precinct is on their way to this floor. You can kill us, but you'll be doing it in front of an audience." Matteo's smile faltered. For the first time, I saw a crack in his polished mask. He checked his watch. In the distance, a faint, rhythmic wail of sirens began to rise from the streets below. "You gambled your life on a bluff," Matteo whispered, his face turning pale. "I didn't gamble my life," Julian said, stepping toward him, his presence suddenly filling the room. "I gambled yours, because I know you, Matteo. You're a coward who hides behind mergers and memos. You don't have the stomach for the blood." Matteo looked at the door, then at the vault, then at us. The sirens were getting louder, a screaming tide of justice rising toward the 88th floor. With a snarl of frustration, Matteo lowered the gun. "This isn't over, Julian. You're still a ruined man." "Maybe," Julian said, "but I'm a man who's going home." Matteo turned and vanished into the private elevator just as the heavy thud of boots hit the hallway outside. Julian grabbed the folder from my hands and tucked it inside his shirt. He turned to me, his eyes bright with a fierce, desperate love. "The countdown is over, Alina," he whispered. "Did we win?" I asked as the first flashlight beams cut through the darkened office. "We survived," Julian said, pulling me into one last, hurried kiss as the police burst through the door. And in our world, that's the same thing. The final hours had ended not with a bang, but with a beginning. We were being handcuffed, we were being led away in the glare of 100 cameras, but as I looked at Julian, I realized that the 24-hour challenge had finally reached its true conclusion. The wolf was out of his den, and for the first time, he wasn't alone in the dark. Chapter 39, The Ultimate Decision. The interrogation room was a brutalist masterpiece of gray concrete and humming fluorescent lights. There was no obsidian desk here, no 270-degree view of the Atlantic. There was only a bolted-down metal table and a clock that seemed to tick with the rhythm of a heartbeat, my heartbeat. I sat with my hands clasped in front of me, the silver chain around my neck feeling like a heavy anchor. Across from me sat 2 agents from the SEC and a grim-faced detective from the precinct. "Let's go over it one more time, Ms. Thorne," the detective said, his voice flat. "You entered the Blackwood Tower at 4:15 a.m. with a man who had been stripped of his security clearance. You broke into a private vault. That's burglary, trespassing, and conspiracy." "I entered the building to retrieve evidence of a crime," I said, my voice steady despite the exhaustion clawing at my throat. "Evidence that Julian Blackwood's board was conspiring to defraud him and manipulate the public perception of our relationship." "The folder," the SEC agent sneered. "The one you're claiming contains logs of illegal surveillance. Convenient that the only witnesses to its discovery are the 2 people it exonerates." "I am a journalist," I countered. "I documented the chain of custody. I have time-stamped photos of the vault's contents before we were interrupted by Matteo Rossi, who, I might add, was holding a firearm." The door opened, and Julian's lead attorney, Marcus, stepped in. He looked like he hadn't slept in 48 hours, but there was a sharp, predatory glint in his eyes. "My client and MS. Thorne are no longer making statements," Marcus said, placing a briefcase on the table with a definitive thud. "Because the board of Blackwood Holdings has just offered a global settlement." My heart stopped. A settlement? Marcus signaled for the officers to leave. Once the door clicked shut, he leaned in, his voice a low, frantic whisper. "Listen to me, Alina. Vance is terrified. The folder you found. It's enough to send him and half the board to prison for years. They've realized they can't bury you, so they're trying to buy you. Both of you." "What's the deal?" I asked, a sick feeling rising in my stomach. "The deal is simple. Vance resigns quietly. The charges against Julian for the break-in are dropped. Julian is reinstated as CEO with a 5-year contract and a massive bonus to stabilize the stock. All the criminal investigations into the Henderson audit and the Aegis transfers. They'll be framed as administrative oversights and settled with a fine paid by the company." I felt a spark of hope, and me. Marcus's expression darkened. "That's the catch. To protect the brand, the board requires a narrative of total separation. The 24-hour challenge must be characterized as a misguided PR stunt that went too far. You sign an NDA, you receive a $10 million consulting fee. You leave the city. You and Julian never speak again." The silence in the room became absolute. $10 million, Julian back on his throne. The wolf returned to his mountain. All it cost was the truth. All it cost was us. He'll never take it, I said, though my voice lacked the certainty I wanted. He's in the room next door, Alina. He's weighing the options right now. Think about it. He's a man who has spent his entire life being the most powerful person in the room. He's currently facing total bankruptcy and a prison sentence. This deal gives him his life back. It gives him the mountain. I want to see him, I said. The SEC won't allow. I don't care. If this is the decision, he doesn't make it without looking me in the eye. 5 minutes later, I was led into a small, windowless observation room. Julian was there, sitting alone. He looked like a king in exile. His shirt was torn, his knuckles were bruised from the confrontation with Mateo, but his eyes were the same storm blue that had haunted me since the start. The guards stayed by the door. Julian stood up as I entered, his gaze searching my face. "They told you," he said. His voice was a ragged shadow of its usual baritone. "Marcus said you're weighing the options," I said, walking to him. I didn't touch him. The space between us felt like a chasm filled with gold and lies. "He says you can have it all back, Julian. The tower, the power, the legacy. You can go back to being the man everyone fears." Julian looked at the cinder block wall. "I spent 15 years building that mountain, Alina. I thought it was who I was. And for a second, when Marcus told me I could have it back, I felt a pull. The habit of a lifetime, the fear of being nothing." "You'll never be nothing," I whispered. Julian turned back to me, taking my hands. His grip was almost painful. But I realized something. If I take that deal, I'm not going back to my life. I'm going back to a cage. I'd be the CEO of a company built on a lie, surrounded by people who hate me, and living in a world where the only person I've ever truly loved is a memory I'm not allowed to mention. "It's $10 million, Julian," I said, the irony tasting like copper in my mouth. "You could do a lot of good with that. You could start over." "I don't want to start over with their blood money," he growled. "I want to start over with you." He stepped closer, his forehead resting against mine. "I've lived as the wolf. I've lived as the billionaire. I've lived as the scandal. But I haven't lived as a man. Not really. Not until these 24 hours. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I'm making the ultimate decision," Julian whispered, "and I'm not signing their paper." We walked back into the main room together, hand in hand. The board's lawyers were there, along with Vance's representatives and the SEC agents. They had the settlement papers laid out on the table, a fountain pen waiting like a silver dagger. Vance's lead counsel smiled, a thin, oily expression. "Mr. Blackwood, Ms. Thorne, ready to put this unfortunate chapter behind us." Julian didn't sit down. He walked to the table and picked up the settlement papers. He didn't look at the signatures. He looked at the board members. "This is a very generous offer," Julian said, his voice ringing with a cold, terrifying clarity. "It would save the stock. It would save your reputations. It would even save my career." He looked at me, a flash of the poet in his eyes, and then he ripped the papers in half. The room exploded. Lawyers started shouting. Vance's representative turned a ghostly shade of white. "I am resigning as CEO of Blackwood Holdings, effective immediately," Julian announced, his voice rising above the din. "And I am handing the folder, the original unedited logs of Arthur Vance's illegal surveillance and market manipulation, directly to the SEC. No deals, no NDAs." He turned to the lead SEC agent. "I will cooperate fully with the investigation into the Henderson audit. I will pay whatever fines are assessed. I will accept whatever bar is placed on my professional activities, but I will not lie. He looked at the board members, his eyes filled with a quiet, triumphant contempt. You wanted the wolf, you got him, but the wolf doesn't negotiate with scavengers. Julian turned to me. And as for Ms. Thorne, she isn't a consultant, she isn't a PR stunt. She is the woman who saved my soul, and if the world doesn't like it, they can find another story to tell. The fallout was instantaneous. The lawyers scrambled to salvage what they could. The agents moved in to take the folder. But Julian and Alina didn't stay to watch the destruction. We walked out of the precinct and into the mid-morning sun. The paparazzi were there, a wall of cameras and shouting voices, but for the first time, I didn't feel like I was under a microscope. I felt like I was in the light. Julian stopped on the top step. He looked out at the city, at the Blackwood Tower shimmering in the distance. He didn't look like a man who had just lost billions. He looked like a man who had finally found himself. I have nothing left, Alina, he said, his hand finding the small of my back. The bank accounts will be frozen. The brownstone will be sold. I'm a 34-year-old with no job and a criminal record. You still have the silver Porsche, I reminded him, a small smile touching my lips. The creditors will take that by noon, he laughed. I reached into my bag and pulled out the blank, leather-bound notebook and the gold-nibbed pen. I handed them to him. You still have the story, I said, and you still have Tuesday. Julian took the notebook, his fingers brushing mine. The ultimate decision had been made. We had traded the mountain for the truth, the billions for a beginning. As we walked down the steps, moving toward a future that was completely unwritten, I realized that the 24-hour challenge hadn't been about whether I could survive him. It was about whether we could survive the world together. The empire was gone. The wolf was free. And the best part, the sun was just starting to rise. Chapter 40, Sunrise Resolution. 1 year later. The morning light over the coast of Maine was different from the light in the city. It didn't bounce off glass towers or get trapped in the smog of the financial district. It was clean, sharp, and smelled of pine needles and salt spray. It was a light that didn't demand anything. It just existed. I sat on the porch of a modest timber-framed cottage, my feet tucked under me, a mug of steaming coffee in my hands. On the table beside me sat the leather-bound notebook Julian had given me in the Sterling archive. It was no longer blank. The pages were filled with the cramped, passionate prose of the book that had spent 20 weeks at the top of the bestseller list, The 24-Hour Mirror. It wasn't a hit piece. It wasn't a romance novel. It was the story of how power blinds us and how truth sets us free. Inside the house, I heard the rhythmic thud-clack of a manual typewriter. Julian, he didn't have a holographic desk anymore. He didn't have a board of directors or a fleet of black SUVs. After the settlement, which had stripped him of 95% of his net worth and barred him from the securities industry for a decade, he had walked away with a small plot of land, a vintage Porsche he'd managed to buy back at auction, and a profound, ringing silence. He emerged a moment later, wearing a flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a pair of faded jeans. He looked younger than he had at 34. The sharp, predatory tension in his shoulders had been replaced by a grounded strength. He was working as a consultant for green infrastructure nonprofits, using his wolf instincts to help people who actually needed the win. He walked over and kissed the top of my head, leaning against the porch railing to look out at the Atlantic. The editor called, I said, tilting my head back to look at him. They want a sequel. Julian laughed, a warm, easy sound that still made my heart skip. Tell them the sequel is private. No cameras, no press releases, and definitely no 24-hour challenges. I don't know, I teased, reaching out to take his hand. His fingers were calloused now, the hands of a man who spent his weekends fixing the cottage roof instead of signing mergers. I think the billionaire's world makes for a better hook than the consultant's garden. Julian pulled me to my feet, his arms wrapping around my waist. The gold ring, his mother's ring, no longer hung on a chain around my neck. It sat firmly on my left hand, a simple, gleaming promise that had survived the fire. The billionaire was a ghost, Alina, he whispered, his eyes finding mine. He was a man who thought he could buy a horizon. This man just wants to see the sunrise with you. We had lost so much in that year. We had lost the tower, the reputation, the mountain. Arthur Vance was serving 5 years for market manipulation. Matteo Rossi had fled to a tax haven in the Mediterranean, his name a footnote in a corporate scandal. But as I looked at Julian, I realized we had won the only thing that mattered. Do you ever regret it? I asked, a question I asked him once a month just to hear the answer. The mountain, the power. Julian looked out at the ocean, the sun finally breaking over the horizon in a burst of brilliant, unapologetic gold. Every Tuesday, he said, his eyes twinkling with mischief. I miss the espresso machine in the penthouse, but then I remember that in that tower, I couldn't hear myself think, and I certainly couldn't hear you. He pulled a small, folded piece of paper from his pocket. It was the original rules of 24 hours he had laid down in Chapter 3. He walked to the small fire pit at the edge of the porch and dropped it in. We watched the paper curl and blacken, the rules vanishing into ash and smoke. The challenge is over, Alina, he said, pulling me back into his arms. There are no more rules, no more deadlines, no more secrets. The sun was fully up now, bathing the coast in a light that felt like a beginning. The emotional roller coaster had come to a stop, and we had stepped off together. We were no longer the wolf and the journalist. We were just Julian and Alina, two people who had found the truth in the middle of a lie. I looked at the notebook on the table, then at the man beside me, and then at the endless, open horizon. The 24 hours had turned into a year. The year was turning into a lifetime. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't looking for the story. I was living it. Julian leaned down, his lips meeting mine in a kiss that tasted of coffee, salt air, and forever. "Happy Tuesday, Alina," he whispered. "Happy Tuesday, Julian." As the world woke up around us, we stayed there on the porch, watching the light reclaim the land. The mountain was gone, but the view was perfect. The end.